Critique of the teleological power of judgment rations, to which he was by no means predestined by nature. Only if one assumes that human beings have to live on the earth would there also have to be at least no lack of the means without which they could not subsist as animals and even as rational animals in however low a degree. But in that case those things in nature which are indispensable for this purpose would also have to be regarded as natural ends. From this it can readily be seen that external purposiveness, advantageousness of one thing for another can be regarded as an external natural end only under the condition that the existence of that for which it is advantageous, whether in a proximate or a distant way, is in itself an end of nature. This, however, can never be made out by mere contemplation of nature. Thus it follows that relative purposiveness, although it gives hypothetical indications of natural ends, nevertheless justifies no absolute teleological judgments. In cold lands the snow protects the seeds bee from frost. It facilitates communication among humans by means of sleds. The Laplanders find animals there that bring about this communication. Reindeer, which find adequate nourishment in a sparse moss, which they must even scrape out from under the snow, and yet are easily tamed and readily deprived of the freedom in which they could otherwise maintain themselves quite well. For other people see in the same icy regions the sea contains a rich supply of animals which, even beyond the nourishment and clothing that they provide and the wood which the sea as it were washes up for them for houses, also supplies them with fuel for warming their huts. Now here is an admirable confluence of so many relations of nature for one end. And this is the Greenlander, the Lap, the Samoyed, the Yakut, etc. But one does not see why human beings have to live there at all. Thus to say that moisture falls from the air in the form of snow, that the sea has its currents which float the wood that has grown in warmer lands there, and that great sea animals filled with oil exist because the cause that produces all these natural products is grounded in the idea of an advantage for certain miserable creatures would be a very bold and arbitrary judgment. For even if all of this natural usefulness did not exist, we would find nothing lacking in this state of things for the adequacy of natural causes. Rather, even merely to demand such a predisposition and to expect such an end of nature would seem to us presumptuous and ill-considered. For only the greatest incompatibility among human beings could have forced them into such inhospitable regions as Udisam Bahaf be reading Sartan with the first edition rather than Startan, states. With the second see the word peoples, Volker, was added in the second edition. Critique of the Teleological Power of Judgment section 64, on the special character of things as natural ends. In order to see that a thing is possible only as an end, that is, that the causality of its origin must be sought not in the mechanism of nature, but in a cause whose productive capacity is determined by concepts, it is necessary that its form not be possible in accordance with mere natural laws, that is, ones that can be cognized by us through the understanding, applied to objects of the senses, alone. Rather, even empirical cognition of their cause and effect presupposes concepts of reason. Since reason must be able to cognize the necessity in every form of a natural product if it would understand the conditions connected with its generation, the contingency of their form with respect to all empirical laws of nature in relation to reason is itself a ground for regarding their causality as if it were possible only through reason. But this is then the capacity B for acting in accordance with ends, a will, and the object which is represented as possible only on this basis is represented as possible only as an end. If someone were to perceive a geometrical figure, for instance a regular hexagon, drawn in the sand in an apparently uninhabited land, his reflection, working with a concept of it, would become aware of the unity of the principle of its generation by means of reason, even if only obscurely, and thus, in accordance with this, would not be able to judge as a ground of the possibility of such a shape the sand, the nearby sea, the wind, the footprints of any known animals, or any other non-rational cause, because the contingency of coinciding with such a concept, which is possible only in reason, would seem to him so infinitely great that it would be just as good as if there were no natural law of nature, consequently no cause in nature acting merely mechanically, and as if the concept of such an object could be regarded as a concept that can be given only by reason and only by reason compared with the object, thus as if only reason can contain the causality for such an effect. Consequently that this object must be thoroughly regarded as an end, but not a natural end, that is, as a product of art. Vestigium hominis video c.6. But in order to judge D something that one cognizes as a product of nature as being at the same time an end, hence a natural end, Something more is required if there is not simply to be a contradiction here. A vermo gen zu worken be vermo gen c. I see it as a trace of a human being die beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. I would say provisionally that a thing exists as a natural end if it is cause and effect of itself, although in a twofold sense. For in this there lies a causality the likes of which cannot be connected with the mere concept of a nature without ascribing an end to it, but which in that case also can be conceived without contradiction but cannot be comprehended. We will first elucidate the determination of this idea of a natural end by means of an example before we fully analyze it. First, a tree generates another tree in accordance with a known natural law. However, the tree that it generates is of the same species, B, and so it generates itself as far as the species is concerned, in which it, on one side as effect, on the other as cause, unceasingly produces itself, and likewise, often producing itself, continuously preserves itself, as species. Second, a tree also generates itself as an individual. This sort of effect we call, of course, growth, but this is to be taken in such a way that it is entirely distinct from any other increase in magnitude in accordance with mechanical laws, and is to be regarded as equivalent, although under another name, with generation. This plant first prepares the matter that it adds to itself with a quality peculiar to its species, which could not be provided by the mechanism of nature outside of it, and develops itself further by means of material which, as far as its composition is concerned, is its own product. For although as far as the components that it receives from nature outside of itself are concerned, it must be regarded only as an educt, nevertheless in the separation and new composition of this raw material there is to be found an originality of the capacity for separation and formation in this sort of natural being that remains infinitely remote from all art when it attempts to reconstitute such a product of the vegetable kingdom from the elements that it obtains by its decomposition or from the material that nature provides for its nourishment. Third, one part of this creature also generates itself in such a way that the preservation of the one is reciprocally dependent on the preservation of the other. An eye from the leaf of one tree grafted into the twig of another brings forth a growth of its own kind in an alien stock, and similarly a scion attached to another trunk. Hence one can regard every twig or leaf of one tree as merely grafted or inoculated into it, hence as a tree existing in itself, which only depends on the other. And the phrase enclosed in these parentheses was added in the second edition Begattung C vermogens D. The word obtains, was inserted in the second edition E. The words first and second in the preceding two paragraphs are not emphasized in Kant's text. Critique of the teleological power of judgment nourishes itself parasitically. At the same time, the leaves are certainly products of the tree, yet they preserve it in turn, for repeated defoliation would kill it, and its growth depends upon their effect on the stem. The self-help of nature in the case of injury in these creatures, where the lack of a part that is necessary for the preservation of the neighboring parts can be made good by the others, the miscarriages or malformations in growth, where certain parts form themselves in an entirely new way because of chance defects or obstacles, in order to preserve that which exists and bring forth an anomalous creature. These I mention only in passing, although they belong among the most wonderful properties of organized creatures. Section 65. Things, as natural ends, are organized beings. According to the characterization of the previous section, a thing that is to be cognized as a natural product but yet at the same time as possible only as a natural end must be related to itself reciprocally as both cause and effect, which is a somewhat improper and indeterminate expression, in need of a derivation from a determinate concept. The causal nexus, insofar as it is conceived merely by the understanding, is a connection that constitutes a series of causes and effects, that is always descending, and the things themselves, which as effects presuppose others as their causes, cannot conversely be the causes of these at the same time. This causal nexus is called that of efficient causes, nexus effectivus. In contrast, however, a causal nexus can also be conceived in accordance with a concept of reason of ends, which, if considered as a series, would carry with it descending as well as ascending dependency, in which the thing which is on the one hand designated as an effect nevertheless deserves, in assent, the name of a cause of the same thing of which it is the effect. In the practical sphere, namely, of art, such a connection can readily be found. For example, the house is certainly the cause of the sums that are taken in as rent, while conversely the representation of this possible income was the cause of the construction of the house. 8. Such a causal connection is called that of final causes, nexus finalis. The first could perhaps more aptly be called the connection of real causes, and the second that of ideal ones, since with this terminology it would immediately be grasped that there cannot be more than these two kinds of causality. Now for a thing as a natural end it is requisite, first, that its parts are causal verbindung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment, as far as their existence and their form are concerned, are possible only through their relation to the whole, for the thing itself is an end, and is thus comprehended under a concept or an idea that must determine a priori everything that is to be contained in it. But insofar as a thing is conceived of as possible only in this way it is merely a work of art, that is, the product of a rational cause distinct from the matter, the parts, the causality of which, in the production and combination of the parts, is determined through its idea of a whole that is thereby possible, thus not through nature outside of it. But if a thing, as a natural product, is nevertheless to contain in itself and its internal possibility a relation to ends, that is to be possible only as a natural end and without the causality of the concepts of a rational being outside of it, then it is required, second, that its parts be combined into a whole by being reciprocally the cause and effect of their form. For in this way alone is it possible in turn for the idea of the whole conversely, reciprocally, to determine the form and combination of all the parts, not as a cause, for then it would be a product of art, but as a ground for the cognition of the systematic unity of the form and the combination of all of the manifold that is contained in the given material for someone who judges it. For a body, therefore, which is to be judged be as a natural end in itself and in accordance with its internal possibility, it is required that its parts reciprocally produce each other, as far as both their form and their combination is concerned, and thus produce a whole out of their own causality, the concept of which, conversely, is in turn the cause, in a being that would possess the causality according to concepts appropriate for such a product, of it in accordance with a principle. Consequently the connection of efficient causes could at the same time be judged C as an effect through final causes. In such a product of nature each part is conceived as if it exists only through all the others, thus as if existing for the sake of the others and on account of the whole, that is, as an instrument organ, which is, however, not sufficient, for it could also be an instrument of art, and thus represented as possible at all only as an end. Rather it must be thought of as an organ that produces the other parts. Consequently each produces the others reciprocally, which cannot be the case in any instrument of art, but only of nature, which provides all the matter for instruments, even those of art. Only then and on that account can such a product, as an organized and self-organizing being, be called a natural end. A Buthield B. Buthield C. Buthield. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. In a watch one part is the instrument for the motion of another, but one wheel is not the efficient cause for the production of the other. One part is certainly present for the sake of the other but not because of it. Hence the producing cause of the watch and its form is not contained in the nature of this matter, but outside of it, in a being that can act in accordance with an idea of a whole that is possible through its causality. Thus one wheel in the watch does not produce the other, and even less does one watch produce another, using for that purpose other matter, organizing it. Hence it also cannot by itself replace parts that have been taken from it, or make good defects in its original construction by the addition of other parts, or somehow repair itself when it has fallen into disorder, all of which, by contrast, we can expect from organized nature. An organized being is thus not a mere machine, for that has only a motive power, while the organized being possesses in itself a formative power, and indeed one that it communicates to the matter, which does not have it. It organizes the latter. Thus it has a self-propagating formative power, which cannot be explained through the capacity for movement alone, that is, mechanism. One says far too little about nature and its capacity in organized products if one calls this an analog of art, for in that case one conceives of the artist, a rational being, outside of it. Rather, it organizes itself, and in every species of its organized products, of course in accordance with some example in the whole, but also with appropriate deviations, which are required in the circumstances for self-preservation. Perhaps one comes closer to this inscrutable property if one calls it an analog of life, but then one must either endow matter as mere matter with a property, hylozoism, that contradicts its essence, or else associate with it an alien principle standing in communion with it, a soul, in which case, however, if such a product is to be a product of nature, organized matter as an instrument of that soul is already presupposed, and thus makes that product not the least more comprehensible, or else the soul is made into an artificer of this structure, and the product must be withdrawn from corporeal nature. Strictly speaking, the organization of nature is therefore not analogous with any causality that we know, beauty in nature, since it is ascribed one can, conversely, illuminate a certain association, though one that is 375 encountered more in the idea than in reality, by means of an analogy with the immediate ends of nature that have been mentioned. Thus, in the case of a recently undertaken fundamental transformation of a great people into a state, the word organization has frequently been quite appropriately used for a Vermogen critique of the teleological power of judgment to objects only in relation to reflection on their outer intuition, thus only to the form of their surfaces, can rightly be called an analogue of art, but in a natural perfection, as is possessed by those things that are possible only as natural ends and hence as organized beings, is not thinkable and explicable in accordance with any analogy to any physical, that is, natural capacity that is known to us. Indeed, since we ourselves belong to nature in the widest sense, it is not thinkable and explicable even through an exact analogy with human art. The concept of a thing as in itself a natural end is therefore not a constitutive concept of the understanding or of reason, but it can still be a regulative concept for the reflecting power of judgment, for guiding research into objects of this kind and thinking over their highest ground in accordance with a remote analogy with our own causality in accordance with ends, not, of course, for the sake of knowledge of nature or of its original ground, but rather for the sake of the very same practical faculty of reason in us in analogy with which we consider the cause of that purposiveness. Organized beings are thus the only ones in nature which, even if considered in themselves and without a relation to other things, must nevertheless be thought of as possible only as its ends, and which thus first provide objective reality for the concept of an end that is not a practical end but an end of nature, and thereby provide natural science with the basis for a teleology, that is, a way of judging its objects in accordance with a particular principle the likes of which one would otherwise be absolutely unjustified in introducing at all, since one cannot at all understand the possibility of such a kind of causality a priori. Section 66. On the principle for the judging B of the internal purposiveness in organized beings. This principle, or its definition, states, an organized product of nature is that in which everything is an end and reciprocally a means, the institution of the magistracies, etc., and even of the entire body politic. For in such a whole each member should certainly be not merely a means, but at the same time also an end, and, insofar as it contributes to the possibility of the whole, its position and function should also be determined by the idea of the whole. A Beurteilungsart B. Beurteilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment as well. 12. Nothing in it is in vain, purposeless, or to be ascribed to a blind mechanism of nature. As for what occasions it, this principle is of course to be derived from experience, that is, experience of the kind that is methodically undertaken and is called observation. But the universality and necessity that it asserts of such a purposiveness cannot rest merely on grounds in experience, but must have as its ground some sort of a priori principle, even if it is merely regulative and even if that end lies only in the idea of the one who judges and never in any efficient cause. One can thus call this principle a maxim for the judging B of the inner purposiveness of organized beings. It is well known that the anatomists of plants and animals, in order to investigate their structure and to understand for what reason and to what end they have been given such a disposition and combination of parts and precisely this internal form, assume as indispensably necessary the maxim that nothing in such a creature is in vain, and likewise adopt it as the fundamental principle of the general doctrine of nature that nothing happens by chance. In fact, they could just as little dispense with this teleological principle as they could do without the universal physical principle, since, just as in the case of the abandonment D of the latter there would remain no experience at all, so in the case of the abandonment of the former principle there would remain no guideline for the observation of a kind of natural thing that we have conceived of teleologically under the concept of a natural end. For this concept leads reason into an order of things entirely different from that of a mere mechanism of nature, which will here no longer satisfy us. An idea has to ground the possibility of the product of nature. However, since this is an absolute unity of the representation, while the matter is a multitude of things, which by itself can provide no determinate unity of composition, if that unity of the idea is even to serve as the determining ground a priori of a natural law of the causality of such a form of the composite, then the end of nature must extend to everything that lies in its product. For once we have related such an effect in the whole to a supersensible determining ground beyond the blind mechanism of nature, we must also judge it entirely in accordance with this principle, and there is no ground for a dem beurteilend and be beurteilung cn diva lasung. The first edition had veren lasung. Occasionally in the first edition, there was a semicolon here and the sentence continued to the end of the paragraph f beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment, assuming that the form of such a thing is only partially dependent on the latter, for in such a case, in which two heterogeneous principles are jumbled together, no secure rule for judging would remain at all. It might always be possible that in, for example, an animal body, many parts could be conceived as consequences of merely mechanical laws, such as skin, hair, and bone. Yet the cause that provides the appropriate material, modifies it, forms it, and deposits it in its appropriate place must always be judged teleologically, so that everything in it must be considered as organized, and everything is also, in a certain relation to the thing itself. An organ in turn. Section 67. On the principle of the teleological judging of nature in general as a system of ends. We have said above that the external purposiveness of natural things offers no sufficient justification for using them at the same time as ends of nature, as grounds for the explanation of their existence, and using their contingently purposive effects, in the idea, as grounds for their existence in accordance with the principle of final causes. Thus, because rivers promote communication among peoples in inland countries, and mountains contain the sources of rivers and stores of snow for their maintenance in times of drought, while the slope of the land carries these waters down and allows the land to drain, one cannot immediately take these to be natural ends. For even though this configuration of the surface of the earth was quite necessary for the origination and preservation of the vegetable and animal kingdoms, yet there is nothing in it the possibility of which would require the assumption of a causality in accordance with ends. The same is true of plants that humans use for their needs or diversion, and of animals, such as camels, cattle, horses, dogs, etc., which are so widely used, partly for nourishment and partly for service, and are in great part indispensable, in things that one has no cause to regard as ends for themselves. An external relationship can be judged to be purposive only hypothetically. To judge a thing to be purposive on account of its internal form is a beurteilung b concretion and c in the first edition. This period was a comma d beurteiled e beurteilung f beurteiled g beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment entirely different from holding the existence of such a thing to be an end of nature. For the latter assertion we need not only the concept of a possible end, but also cognition of the final end, scopus, of nature, which requires the relation of nature to something supersensible, which far exceeds all of our teleological cognition of nature, for the end of the existence of nature itself must be sought beyond nature. The internal form of a mere blade of grass can demonstrate its merely possible origin in accordance with the rule of ends in a way that is sufficient for our human faculty for judging but if one leaves this aside and looks only to the use that other natural beings make of it, then one abandons the contemplation of its internal organization and looks only at its external purposive relations, where the grass is necessary to the livestock, just as the latter is necessary to the human being as the means for his existence. Yet one does not see why it is necessary that human beings exist, a question which, if one thinks about the New Hollanders or the Fuegians, 13 might not be so easy to answer. Thus one does not arrive at any categorical end, but all of this purposive relation rests on a condition that is always to be found further on, and which, as unconditioned, the existence of a thing as a final end, lies entirely outside of the physical teleological way of considering the world. But then such a thing is also not a natural end, for it, or its entire species, is not to be regarded as a natural product, It is therefore only matter insofar as it is organized that necessarily carries with it the concept of itself as a natural end, since its specific form is at the same time a product of nature. However, this concept necessarily leads to the idea of the whole of nature as a system in accordance with the rule of ends, to which idea all of the mechanism of nature in accordance with principles of reason must now be subordinated, at least in order to test natural appearance by this idea. 14 The principle of reason is appropriate for it only subjectively, that is, as the maxims that everything in the world is good for something, that nothing in it is in vain, and by means of the example that nature gives in its organic products, one is justified, indeed called upon to expect nothing in nature and its laws but what is purposive in the whole. It is self-evident that this is not a principle for the determining but only for the reflecting power of judgment, that it is regulative and not constitutive, and that by its means we acquire only a guideline for considering things in nature, in relation to a determining ground that is already given, in accordance with a new, lawful order, and for extending natural science in accordance with another principle, namely a target or object aimed at beurteilungsvermogen, critique of the teleological power of judgment, that of final causes, yet without harm to the mechanism of nature. Moreover, it is by no means determined by this whether something that we judge in accordance with this principle is an intentional end of nature, whether grass exists for cattle or sheep, and these and the other things in nature for human beings. It is even good for us to consider in this light things that are unpleasant and in certain relations contra-purposive for us. Thus one could say, for example, that the vermin that plague humans in their clothes, hair, or bedding are, in accordance with a wise dispensation of nature, an incentive for cleanliness, which is in itself already an important means for the preservation of health. Or the mosquitoes and other stinging insects that make the wilds of America so trying for the savages are so many goads to spur these primitive people to drain the swamps and let light into the thick, airless forests, and thereby as well as by the cultivation of the soil to make their abode more salubrious. If it is treated in this way, then even what seems to the human being to be contrary to nature in his internal organization provides an entertaining and sometimes also instructive prospect on a teleological order of things, to which merely physical consideration alone, without such a principle, would not lead us. Just as some judge that a tapeworm is given to the human or the animal in which it resides as if it were to make good a certain defect in its organs, so I would ask whether dreams, from which our sleep is never free, although we rarely remember them, might not be a purposive arrangement in nature, since, when all the motive forces in the body have relaxed, they serve to move the vital organs internally by means of the imagination and its great activity, which in this condition often amount to an effect. 15 And in the case of an overfilled stomach, where this movement during nocturnal sleep is all the more necessary, they commonly play themselves out with all the more liveliness. Consequently, without this internal motive force and exhausting unrest, on account of which we often complain about dreams, which nevertheless are in fact perhaps a remedy, sleep, even in a healthy condition, might well amount to a complete extinction of life. 16 Even beauty in nature, that is, its agreement with the free play of our cognitive faculties in the apprehension and judging of its appearance, can be considered in this way as an objective purposiveness of nature in its entirety, as a system of which the human being is a member. Once the teleological judging of nature by means of natural ends, which have been made evident to us by organized beings, has justified us in the idea of a great system of the This word was added in the second edition Beurteilung, critique of the teleological power of judgment ends of nature. We may consider it as a favor that nature has done for us, that in addition to usefulness it has so richly distributed beauty and charms, and we can love it on that account, just as we regard it with respect because of its immeasurability, and we can feel ourselves to be ennobled in this contemplation, just as if nature had erected and decorated its magnificent stage precisely with this intention. In this section we have meant to say nothing except that once we have discovered in nature a capacity for bringing forth products that can only be conceived by us in accordance with the concept of final causes, we may go further and also judge to belong to a system of ends, even those things, or their relation, however purposive, which do not make it necessary to seek another principle of their possibility beyond the mechanism of blindly acting causes, because the former idea already, as far as its ground is concerned, leads us beyond the sensible world, and the unity of the supersensible principle must then be considered as valid in the same way, not merely for certain species of natural beings but for the whole of nature as a system. Section 68. On the principle of teleology as an internal principle of natural science. The principles of a science are either internal to it, and are then called indigenous, principia domestica, or they are based on principles that can find their place only outside of it, and are foreign principles. Peregrina d sciences that contain the latter base their doctrines on auxiliary propositions, lemata, that is, they borrow some concept, and along with it a basis for order, from another science. Every science is of itself a system, and it is not enough that in it we build in accordance with principles and thus proceed technically. Rather, in it, as a free-standing building, we must also work architecton. In the aesthetic part it was said that we would look on nature with favor. 380 insofar as we have an entirely free, disinterested satisfaction in its form. For in this mere judgment of taste there is no regard for the end for which these natural beauties exist, whether to arouse pleasure in us or without any relation to us as ends. In a teleological judgment, however, we do attend to this relation, and then we can regard it as a favor of nature that by means of the exhibition of so many beautiful shapes it would promote culture of Hermogen B. Buthylan C. parentheses added in the second edition D. Foreign. Critique of the teleological power of judgment equally, and treat it not like an addition and as a part of another building, but as a whole by itself, although afterwards we can construct a transition from this building to the other or vice versa. Thus if one brings the concept of God into natural science and its context in order to make purposiveness in nature explicable, and subsequently uses this purposiveness in turn to prove that there is a God, then there is nothing of substance in either of the sciences, and a deceptive fallacy casts each into uncertainty by letting them cross each other's borders. The expression and end of nature is already enough to preclude this confusion so that there is no mix-up between natural science and the occasion that it provides for the teleological judging b of its objects and the consideration of God, and thus a theological derivation. And one must not regard it as unimportant whether one exchanges the former expression for that of a divine purpose in the order of nature or even passes off the latter as more fitting and more suitable for a pious soul, because in the end it must come down to deriving every purposive form in nature from a wise author of the world. Rather, we must carefully and modestly restrict ourselves to the expression that says only exactly as much as we know, namely that of an end of nature. For even before we ask after the cause of nature itself, we find within nature and the course of its generation products generated in accordance with the known laws of experience within it, in accordance with which natural science must judge see its objects and thus seek within itself for their causality in accordance with the rule of ends. Hence natural science must not jump over its boundaries in order to bring within itself as an indigenous principle that to whose concept no experience at all can ever be adequate and upon which we are authorized to venture only after the completion of natural science. Natural properties that can be demonstrated a priori and whose possibility can thus be understood from general principles without any assistance from experience, even though they are accompanied with a technical purposiveness, can nevertheless, because they are absolutely necessary, not be counted at all as part of the teleology of nature as a method of solving its problems that belongs within physics, arithmetical and geometrical analogies as well as universal mechanical laws, no matter how strange and astonishing the unification of different and apparently entirely independent rules in a single principle in them may seem, can make no claim on that account to be teleological grounds of explanation within physics, and even if they deserve to be taken into a dialal b Buthylan c Buthylan. Critique of the teleological power of judgment consideration within the general theory of the purposiveness of things in nature. This would still belong elsewhere, namely in metaphysics, and would not constitute any internal principle of natural science. Whereas in the case of the empirical laws of natural ends in organized beings it is not merely permissible but is even unavoidable to use the teleological way of judging as the principle of the theory of nature with regard to a special class of its objects. Now in order to remain strictly within its own boundaries, physics abstracts entirely from the question of whether the ends of nature are intentional or unintentional, for that would be meddling in someone else's business, namely, in that of metaphysics. It is enough that there are objects that are explicable only in accordance with natural laws that we can think only under the idea of ends as a principle, and which are even internally cognizable, as far as their internal form is concerned. Only in this way, in order to avoid even the least suspicion of wanting to mix into our cognitive grounds something that does not belong in physics at all, namely a supernatural cause. In teleology we certainly talk about nature as if the purposiveness in it were intentional, but at the same time ascribe this intention to nature, that is, to matter, by which we would indicate, since there can be no misunderstanding here, because no intention in the strict sense of the term can be attributed to any lifeless matter, that this term signifies here only a principle of the reflecting, not of the determining power of judgment, and is thus not meant to introduce any special ground for causality, but is only meant to add to the use of reason another kind of research besides that in accordance with mechanical laws, in order to supplement the inadequacy of the latter even in the empirical search for all the particular laws of nature. Hence in teleology, insofar as it is connected to physics, we speak quite rightly of the wisdom, the economy, the forethought, and the beneficence of nature, without thereby making it into an intelligent being, since that would be absurd, but also without daring to set over it, as its architect, another, intelligent being, because this would be presumptuous. Rather, such talk is only meant to designate the German word presumptuous is a good, meaningful word, a judgment 5:383 in which we forget to take the proper measure of our powers, of understanding, can sound very modest and yet make great claims and be very presumptuous. Most of the judgments by means of which we purport to exalt the divine wisdom are like this, since in them we ascribe intentions to the works of creation and preservation that are really intended to do honor to our own wisdom, as subtle thinkers Beurteilungsart B. Vermessen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment, kind of causality in nature, in accordance with an analogy with our own causality in the technical use of reason, in order to keep before us the rule in accordance with which research into certain products of nature must be conducted. Why, then, does teleology usually not constitute a proper part of theoretical natural science, but is instead drawn into theology as a propedeutic or transition? This is done in order to keep the study of the mechanism of nature restricted to what we can subject to our observation or experiments, so that we could produce it ourselves, like nature, at least as far as the similarity of its laws is concerned. For we understand completely only that which we ourselves can make and bring about in accordance with concepts. Organization, however, as the internal end of nature, infinitely surpasses all capacity for a similar presentation by art, and as far as natural arrangements that are held to be externally purposive are concerned, for example, wind, rain, etc., physics can very well consider their mechanism, but it cannot present their relation to ends, insofar as this is supposed to be a condition necessarily belonging to their cause, at all, because this necessity in the connection pertains entirely to the combination of our concepts and not to the constitution of things of Vermogen. Second division, Dialectic of the Teleological Power of Judgment, section 69. What is an antinomy of the power of judgment? The determining power of judgment by itself has no principles that ground concepts of objects. It is no autonomy, for it merely subsumes under given laws or concepts as principles. For that very reason it is not exposed to any danger from its own antinomy and from a conflict of its principles. Thus the transcendental power of judgment, which contains the conditions for subsuming under categories, was not by itself nomothetic, but merely named the conditions of sensible intuition under which a given concept, as a law of the understanding, could be given reality, application, about which it could never fall into disunity with itself, at least in the matter of principles. But the reflecting power of judgment is supposed to subsume under a law that is not yet given, and which is in fact only a principle for reflection on objects for which we are objectively entirely lacking a law or a concept of the object that would be adequate as a principle for the cases that come before us. Now, since no use of the cognitive faculties can be permitted without principles, in such cases the reflecting power of judgment must serve as a principle itself, which, since it is not objective, and cannot be presupposed as a sufficient ground for cognition of the intention of the object, can serve as a merely subjective principle for the purposive use of the cognitive faculties, namely for reflecting on one kind of objects. In relation to such cases, the reflecting power of judgment therefore has its maxims, indeed necessary ones, for the sake of the cognition of natural laws in experience, in order to arrive by their means at concepts. even if these are concepts of reason, if it needs these merely in order to come to know nature as far as its empirical laws are concerned. Now between these necessary maxims of the reflecting power of judgment there can be a conflict, hence an antinomy, on which is based a dialectic which, if each of the two conflicting maxims has its ground in the nature of the cognitive critique of the teleological power of judgment ties, can be called a natural dialectic and an unavoidable illusion which we must expose and resolve in the critique so that it will not deceive us. Section 70. Representation of this antinomy, insofar as reason has to do with nature, as the sum of the objects of the outer senses, it can be grounded on laws which are in part prescribed a priori to nature by the understanding itself, and which can in part be extended beyond what can be foreseen by empirical determinations encountered in experience. For the application of the first sort of laws, namely the universal laws of material nature in general, the power of understanding needs no special principle of reflection, for in that case it is determining, since an objective principle is given to it by the understanding. But as far as the particular laws that can only be made known to us by experience are concerned, there can be such great diversity and dissimilarity among them that the power of judgment itself must serve as a principle even in order merely to investigate the appearances of nature in accordance with a law and spy one out, because it requires one for a guideline if it is to have any hope of an interconnected experimental cognition in accordance with a thoroughgoing lawfulness of nature or of its unity in accordance with empirical laws. Now in the case of this contingent unity of particular laws the power of judgment can set out from two maxims in its reflection, one of which is provided to it by the mere understanding a priori, the other of which, however, is suggested by particular experiences that bring reason into play in order to conduct the judging of corporeal nature and its laws in accordance with a special principle. It may then seem that these two sorts of maxims are not consistent with each other, thus that a dialectic will result that will make the power of judgment go astray in the principle of its reflection. The first maxim of the power of judgment is the thesis: B. All generation of material things and their forms must be judged C as possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. The second maxim is the antithesis: D. Some products of material nature cannot be judged E as possible according to merely mechanical abuthilung B sat C buthil D jegen sat E buthild. Critique of the teleological power of judgment laws. Judging of them requires an entirely different law of causality, namely that of final causes. Now if one were to transform these regulative principles for research into constitutive principles of the possibility of the objects themselves, they would run: thesis: all generation of material things is possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. Antithesis: some generation of such things is not possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. In this latter quality, as objective principles for the determining power of judgment, they would contradict one another, and hence one of the two propositions would necessarily be false, but that would then be an antinomy, though not of the power of judgment, but rather a conflict in the legislation of reason. However, reason can prove neither the one nor the other of these fundamental principles, because we can have no determining principle a priori of the possibility of things in accordance with merely empirical laws of nature. By contrast, the maxims of a reflecting power of judgment that were initially expounded do not in fact contain any contradiction. For if I say that I must judge B the possibility of all events in material nature and hence all forms, as their products, in accordance with merely mechanical laws, I do not thereby say that they are possible only in accordance with such laws, to the exclusion of any other kind of causality. Rather, that only indicates that I should always reflect on them in accordance with the principle of the mere mechanism of nature, and hence research the latter, so far as I can. Because if it is not made the basis for research then there can be no proper cognition of nature. Now this is not an obstacle to the second maxim for searching after a principle and reflecting upon it, which is quite different from explanation in accordance with the mechanisms of nature, namely the principle of final causes, on the proper occasion, namely in the case of some forms of nature, and, at their instance, even the whole of nature. For reflection in accordance with the first maxim is not thereby suspended, rather one is required to pursue it as far as one can. It is also not thereby said that those forms would not be possible in accordance with the mechanism of nature. It is only asserted that human reason, in the pursuit of this reflection and in this manner, can never discover the least basis for what is specific in a natural end, although it may well be able to discover other cognitions of natural laws, in which case it will remain undetermined whether in the inner ground of nature itself, a beurteilung be beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment which is unknown to us. Physical mechanical connection and connection to ends may not cohere in the same things, in a single principle. Only our reason is not in a position to unify them in such a principle, and thus the power of judgment, as a reflecting, on a subjective ground, rather than as a determining, according to an objective principle of the possibility of things in themselves. Power of judgment is forced to think of another principle than that of the mechanism of nature as the ground of the possibility of certain forms in nature. Section 71. Preparation for the resolution of the above antinomy. We can by no means prove the impossibility of the generation of organized products of nature through the mere mechanism of nature, because since the infinite manifold of particular laws of nature that are contingent for us are only cognized empirically, we have no insight into their primary internal ground, and thus we cannot reach the internal and completely sufficient principle of the possibility of a nature, which lies in the supersensible, at all. Whether, therefore, the productive capacity of nature may not be as adequate for that which we judge of as formed or combined in accordance with the idea of ends as well as for that which we believe to need merely the machinery of nature, and whether in fact things as genuine natural ends, as we must necessarily judge see them, must be based in an entirely different kind of original causality, which cannot be contained at all in material nature or in its intelligible substratum, namely, an architectonic understanding. About this our reason, which is extremely limited with regard to the concept of causality if the latter is supposed to be specified a priori, can give us no information whatever. However, with respect to our cognitive faculty, it is just as indubitably certain that the mere mechanism of nature is also incapable of providing an explanatory ground for the generation of organized beings. It is therefore an entirely correct fundamental principle for the reflecting power of judgment that for the evident connection of things in accordance with final causes we must conceive of a causality different from mechanism, namely that of an intelligent world cause acting in accordance with ends, no matter how rash and indemonstrable that would be for the determining power of judgment. In the first case, the principle is a mere maxim of the power of judgment, in which the concept of that causality is a mere avermogen b beurteilen c beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment idea, to which one by no means undertakes to concede reality, but uses only as a guideline for reflection, which thereby always remains open for any mechanical explanatory grounds, and never strays from the sensible world. In the second case, the fundamental principle would be an objective principle, which would be prescribed by reason and to which the power of judgment would be subjected as determining, in which case, however, it would stray beyond the sensible world into that which transcends it, and would perhaps be led astray. All appearance of an antinomy between the maxims of that kind of explanation which is genuinely physical, mechanical, and that which is teleological, technical, therefore rests on confusing a fundamental principle of the reflecting with that of the determining power of judgment, and on confusing the autonomy of the former, which is valid merely subjectively for the use of our reason in regard to the particular laws of experience, with the heteronomy of the latter, which has to conform to the laws given by the understanding, whether general or particular. Section 72. On the various systems concerning the purposiveness of nature, no one has doubted the correctness of the fundamental principle that certain things in nature, organized beings, and their possibility must be judged in accordance with the concept of final causes, even if one requires only a guideline for coming to know their constitution through observation without rising to the level of an investigation into their ultimate origin. The question can thus be only whether this fundamental principle is merely subjectively valid, that is, merely a maxim of our power of judgment, or is an objective principle of nature, according to which there would pertain to it, in addition to its mechanism, in accordance with mere laws of motion, yet another kind of causality, namely that of final causes, under which the first kind, that of moving forces, would stand only as intermediate causes. Now one could leave this question or problem for speculation entirely untouched and unsolved, for if we are satisfied with speculation within the boundaries of the mere cognition of nature, the above maxims are sufficient for studying nature as far as human powers reach and for probing its most hidden secrets. It must therefore be a certain presentiment of our reason, or a hint as it were given to us by nature, that we could by means of that concept of final causes step beyond Anung. In the first edition, Andung, an archaic spelling of the same word, critique of the teleological power of judgment nature and even connect it to the highest point in the series of causes if we were to abandon research into nature, even though we have not gotten very far in that, or at least set it aside for a while, and attempt to discover first where that stranger in natural science, and namely the concept of natural ends, leads. Now here, to be sure, the maxim that was not disputed above must lead to a wide array of controversial problems, whether the connection of ends in nature proves a special kind of causality in it, or whether, considered in itself and in accordance with objective principles, it is not instead identical with the mechanism of nature or dependent on one and the same ground, where, however, since in many products of nature this ground is often too deeply hidden for our research, we attempt to ascribe it to nature by analogy with a subjective principle, namely that of art, that is, causality in accordance with ideas, an expedient that also succeeds in many cases, although it certainly seems to fail in some, but in any case never justifies us in introducing into natural science a special kind of agency be distinct from causality in accordance with merely mechanical laws of nature, insofar as we would call the procedure, the causality, of nature a technique, on account of the similarity to ends that we find in its products. We would divide this into intentional technique, technica intentionalis, and unintentional technique, technica naturalis. The former would mean that the productive capacity of nature in accordance with final causes must be held to be a special kind of causality, the latter that it is at bottom entirely identical with the mechanism of nature, and that the contingent coincidence with our concepts of art and their rules, as a merely subjective condition for judging nature, is falsely interpreted as a special kind of natural generation. If we now speak of the systems for the explanation of nature with regard to final causes, one must note that they all controvert one another dogmatically, that is, concerning objective principles of the possibility of things, whether through intentionally or even entirely unintentionally acting causes, but not concerning the subjective maxims for merely judging about the causes of such purposive products, in which case disparate principles could well be united with each other, unlike the former case, where contradictorily opposed principles cancel each other out and cannot subsist together. The systems with regard to the technique of nature, that is, of it. So in the first edition, that stranger in the concept of natural science B. Workungsert C. Buthilan D. but replaces and in the first edition, critique of the teleological power of judgment productive force in accordance with the rule of ends, are twofold, those of the idealism or of the realism of natural ends. The former is the assertion that all purposiveness in nature is unintentional, the latter that some purposiveness in nature, in organized beings, is intentional, from which there can also be inferred as a hypothesis the consequence that the technique of nature is also intentional, that is, an end, as far as concerns all its other products in relation to the whole of nature. 1. The idealism of purposiveness, I always mean objective purposiveness here, is now either that of the accidentality or of the fatality of the determination of nature in the purposive form of its products. The first principle concerns the relation of matter to the physical ground of its form, namely the laws of motion. The second concerns the hyperphysical ground of matter and the whole of nature, the system of accidentality, which is ascribed to Epicurus II or Democritus. 3 is, if taken literally, so obviously absurd that it need not detain us. By contrast, the system of fatality, of which Spinoza IV is made the author, although it is to all appearance much older, which appeals to something supersensible, to which our insight therefore does not reach, is not so easy to refute, since its concept of the original being is not intelligible at all. But this much is clear, that on this system the connection of ends in the world must be assumed to be unintentional, because it is derived from an original being, but not from its understanding. Hence not from any intention on its part, but from the necessity of its nature and the unity of the world flowing from that. Hence the fatalism of purposiveness is at the same time an idealism of it too. The realism of the purposiveness of nature is also either physical or hyperphysical. The first bases ends in nature on the analog of a faculty acting in accordance with an intention. the life of matter, in it, or also through an animating inner principle, a world soul, and is called hylozoism. 5. The second derives them from the original ground of the world whole, as an intentionally productive, originally living, intelligent being, and it is theism. One sees from this that in most speculative matters of pure reason the philosophical schools have usually tried all of the solutions that are possible for a certain question concerning dogmatic assertions. Thus, for the sake of the purposiveness of nature, either lifeless matter or a lifeless God as well as living matter or a living God have been tried. Nothing is left for us except, if need be, to give up all these objective assertions and to weigh our judgment critically, merely in relation to our cognitive faculty, in order to provide its principle with the non-dogmatic but adequate validity of a maxim for the reliable use of reason. Of Halton, in the first edition, Verweilen, that is, we need not linger over it. Critique of the Teleological Power of Judgment, section 73. None of the above systems accomplishes what it pretends to do. What do all these systems want? They want to explain our teleological judgments about nature, but go to work in such a way that some of them deny the truth of these judgments, thus declaring them to be an idealism of nature, represented as an art, while the others acknowledge them to be true, and promise to demonstrate the possibility of a nature in accordance with the idea of final causes. 1. On the one hand, the systems that contend for the idealism of final causes in nature concede to its principle a causality according to laws of motion through which natural things purposively exist, but they deny intentionality to it, that is, they deny that nature is intentionally determined to its purposive production, or, in other words, that an end is the cause. This is Epicurus's kind of explanation, on which the difference between a technique of nature and mere mechanism is completely denied, and blind chance is assumed to be the explanation not only of the correspondence of generated products with our concepts of ends, hence of technique, but even of the determination of the causes of this generation in accordance with laws of motion, hence of their mechanism, and thus nothing is explained, not even the illusion in our teleological judgments, and hence the putative idealism in them is not demonstrated at all. On the other hand, Spinoza would suspend all inquiry into the ground of the possibility of the ends of nature and deprive this idea of all reality by allowing them to count not as products of an original being but as accidents inhering in it, and to this being, as the substratum of those natural things, he ascribes not causality with regard to them but merely subsistence, and, on account of the unconditional necessity of this being, together with all natural things as accidents inhering in it, he secures for the natural forms the unity of the ground that is, to be sure, requisite for all purposiveness, but at the same time he removes their contingency, without which no unity of purpose can be thought, and with that removes everything intentional, just as he removes all understanding from the original ground of natural things. However, Spinozism does not accomplish what it wants. It wants to provide a basis for the explanation of the connection of ends, which it does not deny, in the things of nature, and names merely the unity of the subject in which they all inhere. But even if one concedes to it this sort of existence for the beings of the world, still that ontological unity is not immediately a unity of end, and in no way makes the latter comprehensible. The latter is a quite special mode of the former, which, critique of the teleological power of judgment does not follow at all from the connection of the things, the beings of the world, in one subject, the original being, but which throughout implies relation to a cause that has understanding, and even if all these things were united in a simple subject, still no relation to an end would be exhibited unless one conceives of them, first, as internal effects of the substance, as a cause, and, second, of the latter as a cause through its understanding. Without these formal conditions all unity is mere natural necessity, and, if it is nevertheless ascribed to things that we represent as external to one another, blind necessity. If, however, one would call purposiveness in nature that which the Academy called the transcendental perfection of things, in relation to their own proper essence, in accordance with which everything must have in itself everything that is necessary in order to be that kind of thing and not any other, then that is merely a childish game played with words instead of concepts. For if all things must be conceived as ends, thus if to be a thing and to be an end are identical, then there is at bottom nothing that particularly deserves to be represented as an end. From this it is readily seen that by tracing our concept of the purposiveness in nature back to the consciousness of ourselves in one all-comprehending, yet at the same time simple, being, and seeking that form merely in the unity of the latter. Spinoza must have intended to assert not the realism but merely the idealism of nature, but he could not accomplish even this. For the mere representation of the unity of the substratum can never produce the idea of even an unintentional purposiveness too. Those who intend not merely to assert but also to explain the realism of natural ends believe themselves able to understand a special kind of causality, namely that of intentionally acting causes, at least as far as its possibility is concerned. Otherwise they could not undertake to try to explain it. For even the most daring hypothesis can be authorized only if at least the possibility of that which is assumed to be its ground is certain, and one must be able to ensure the objective reality of its concept. However, the possibility of a living matter, the concept of which contains a contradiction, because lifelessness, inertia, constitutes its essential characteristic, cannot even be conceived. 6. The possibility of an animated matter and of the whole of nature as an animal can be used at all only insofar as it is revealed to us, for the sake of an hypothesis of purposiveness in nature at large, in experience, in the organization of nature in the small, but its possibility can by no means be understood a priori. There must therefore be a circle in the explanation if one would derive the purposiveness of nature in organized beings from the life of matter and in turn is not acquainted with this. Critique of the teleological power of judgment life otherwise than in organized beings, and thus cannot form any concept of its possibility without experience of them. Hillisism thus does not accomplish what it promises. Theism, finally, is just as incapable of dogmatically establishing the possibility of natural ends as a key to teleology, although among all the grounds for explaining this it has the advantage that by means of the understanding that it ascribes to the original being it can best rid the purposiveness of nature of idealism and introduce an intentional causality for its generation. For in order to be justified in placing the ground of the unity of purpose in matter beyond nature in any determinate way, the impossibility of placing this in matter through its mere mechanism would first have to be demonstrated in a way sufficient for the determining power of judgment. But we cannot say more than that given the constitution and the limits of our cognitive capacities, by means of which we cannot understand the primary internal ground of even this mechanism. We must by no means seek for a principle of determinate purposive relations in matter. Rather, for us there remains no other way of judging of the generation of its products as natural ends than through a supreme understanding as the cause of the world. But that is only a ground for the reflecting, not for the determining power of judgment, and absolutely cannot justify any objective assertion. Section 74. The cause of the impossibility of a dogmatic treatment of the concept of a technique of nature is the inexplicability of a natural end. We deal with a concept dogmatically, even if it is supposed to be empirically conditioned, if we consider it as contained under another concept of the object, which constitutes a principle of reason, and determine it in accordance with the latter. But we deal with it merely critically if we consider it only in relation to our cognitive faculties, hence in relation to the subjective conditions for thinking it, without undertaking to decide anything about its object. The dogmatic treatment of a concept is thus that which is lawful for the determining, the critical that which is lawful merely for the reflecting power of judgment. Now the concept of a thing as a natural end is a concept that subsumes nature under a causality that is conceivable only by means of reason. In order to judge, in accordance with this principle, about that Aburthilungsert. Critique of the teleological power of judgment which is given by the object in experience. But in order to use it dogmatically for the determining power of judgment, we would first have to be assured of the objective reality of this concept, for otherwise we would not be able to subsume any natural thing under it. The concept of a thing as a natural end, however, is certainly an empirically conditioned concept, that is, one that is possible only under certain conditions given in experience, but it is still not a concept that can be abstracted from experience, but one that is possible only in accordance with a principle of reason in the judging of the object. It thus cannot be understood and dogmatically established at all as in accordance with such a principle of its objective reality, that is, that an object is possible in accordance with such a principle, and we do not know whether it is merely a rationalistic be and objectively empty concept. Conceptus ratiocinans, see, or a concept of reason that grounds cognition and is confirmed by reason. Conceptus ratiocinatus. D. Thus it cannot be treated dogmatically for the determining power of judgment, that is, not merely can it not be determined whether or not things of nature, considered as natural ends, require for their generation a causality of an entirely special kind, that in accordance with intentions, but this question cannot even be raised, because the objective reality of the concept of a natural end is not demonstrable by means of reason at all. That is, it is not constitutive for the determining, but is merely regulative for the reflecting power of judgment. That this concept is not demonstrable is clear from the fact that as a concept of a natural product it includes natural necessity and yet at the same time a contingency of the form of the object, in relation to mere laws of nature, in one and the same thing as an end. Consequently, if there is not to be a contradiction here, it must contain a basis for the possibility of this thing in nature and yet at the same time a basis of the possibility of this nature itself and its relation to something that is not empirically cognizable nature, supersensible, and thus is not cognizable at all for us, in order to be judged in accordance with another kind of causality than that of the mechanism of nature, if its possibility is to be determined. Thus, since the concept of a thing as a natural end is excessive for the determining power of judgment if one considers the object by means of reason, although it may be a Beurteilung be vernunfttelnder. Here this term could be translated in the usual way as sophistical, but we have translated it as rationalistic in order to preserve the contrast with Vernunftbegriff, concept of reason, and von der Vernunft-bestätigte, confirmed by reason. In the remainder of the sentence see rationalizing concept D, concept reached by reason E. Beurteilt. Critique of the teleological power of judgment immanent for the reflecting power of judgment with regard to objects of experience, and thus it cannot be provided with objective reality for determining judgments. It is thereby comprehensible how all the systems that can even be sketched for the dogmatic treatment of the concept of natural ends and of nature as a whole connected by final causes cannot decide anything about it, whether objectively affirmative or objectively negative, because if things are subsumed under a concept that is merely problematic, the synthetic predicates of such a concept, here, for example, whether the end of nature which we conceive for the generation of things is intentional or unintentional, must yield the same sort of problematic judgments of the object, whether they are affirmative or negative. Since one does not know whether one is judging about something or nothing, the concept of a causality through ends of art certainly has objective reality, as does that of a causality in accordance with the mechanism of nature, but the concept of a causality of nature in accordance with the rule of ends, even more the concept of a being the likes of which is not given to us in experience at all, namely that of original ground of nature, can of course be thought without contradiction, but is not good for any dogmatic determinations, because since it cannot be drawn from experience and is not requisite for the possibility of experience, its objective reality cannot be guaranteed by anything. But even if it could be, how could I count things that are definitely supposed to be products of divine art among the products of nature, whose incapacity for producing such things in accordance with its laws is precisely that which has made necessary the appeal to a cause that is distinct from it. Section 75. The concept of an objective purposiveness of nature is a critical principle of reason for the reflecting power of judgment. To say that the generation of certain things in nature or even of nature as a whole is possible only through a cause that is determined to act in accordance with intentions is quite different from saying that because of the peculiar constitution of my cognitive faculties I cannot judge about the possibility of those things and their generation except by thinking of a cause for these that acts in accordance with intentions, and thus by thinking of a being that is productive in accordance with the analogy with the causality of an understanding. In the first case I would determine something about the object, and I am obliged to demonstrate the objective reality of a concept that has been assumed. In the second case, reason merely determines the use of my cognitive faculties in accordance with their special character and with the essence. Critique of the teleological power of judgmental conditions as well as the limits of their domain. The first principle is thus an objective fundamental principle for the determining, the second a subjective fundamental principle merely for the reflecting power of judgment, hence a maxim that reason prescribes to it. It is in fact indispensable for us to subject nature to the concept of an intention if we would even merely conduct research among its organized products by means of continued observation. And this concept is thus already an absolutely necessary maxim for the use of our reason in experience. It is obvious that once we have adopted such a guideline for studying nature and found it to be reliable, we must also at least attempt to apply this maxim of the power of judgment to the whole of nature, since by means of it we have been able to discover many laws of nature which, given the limitation of our insights into the inner mechanisms of nature, would otherwise remain hidden from us. But with regard to the latter use, this maxim of the power of judgment is certainly useful, but not indispensable, because nature as a whole is not given to us as organized, in the strictest sense of the term adduced above a. 7. By contrast, this maxim of the reflecting power of judgment is essential for those products of nature which must be judged be only as intentionally formed thus and not otherwise, in order to obtain even an experimental cognition of their internal constitution. Because even the thought of them as organized things is impossible without associating the thought of a generation with an intention. Now the concept of a thing whose existence or form we represent as possible under the condition of an end is inseparable from the concept of its contingency, according to natural laws. Hence natural things which we find possible only as ends constitute the best proof of the contingency of the world whole, and are the only basis for proof valid for both common understanding as well as for philosophers of the dependence of these things on and their origin in a being that exists outside of the world and is, on account of that purposive form, intelligent. Thus teleology cannot find a complete answer for its inquiries except in a theology. But what does even the most complete teleology prove in the end? Does it prove anything like that such an intelligent being exists? No. It proves nothing more than that because of the constitution of our cognitive faculties, and thus in the combination of experience with the supreme principles of reason, we cannot form any concept at all of the possibility of such a world except by conceiving of such an intentionally acting supreme cause, objectively. Therefore, we cannot establish the first edition has a semicolon rather than period here be Buthield C in the first edition, as being possible. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. The proposition that there is an intelligent original being, we can establish it only subjectively for the use of our power of judgment in its reflection upon the ends in nature, which cannot be conceived in accordance with any other principle than that of an intentional causality of a highest cause. If we would establish the supreme proposition dogmatically, from teleological grounds, then we would be trapped by difficulties from which we could not extricate ourselves. For then these inferences would have to be based on the proposition that the organized beings in the world are not possible except through an intentionally acting cause. But then we could not avoid asserting that because the causal connection of these things can be pursued and their lawfulness cognized only under the idea of ends, we would also be justified in presupposing that this is a necessary condition for every thinking and cognizing being. Thus that it is a condition that depends on the object and not just on our own subject. But we cannot get away with such an assertion. For since we do not actually observe ends in nature as intentional, but merely add this concept as a guideline for the power of judgment in reflection on the products of nature, they are not given to us through the object. It is even impossible for us to justify a priori the assumption of the objective reality of such a concept. There is thus left nothing but a proposition resting only on subjective conditions, namely those of a reflecting power of judgment appropriate to our cognitive faculties, which, if one were to express it as objectively and dogmatically valid, would say, there is a God, but all that is allowed to us humans is the restricted formula. We cannot conceive of the purposiveness which must be made the basis even of our cognition of the internal possibility of many things in nature and make it comprehensible except by representing them and the world in general as a product of an intelligent cause, a God. See now if this proposition, grounded on an indispensably necessary maxim of our power of judgment, is completely sufficient for every speculative as well as practical use of our reason in every human respect. I would like to know what we lose by being unable to prove it valid for higher beings, on purely objective grounds, which unfortunately exceed our capacity. For it is quite certain that we can never in the first edition, among in the first edition, to us as humans see the parenthetical phrases added in the second edition vermogeny ? Added. Critique of the teleological power of judgment adequately come to know the organized beings and their internal possibility in accordance with merely mechanical principles of nature, let alone explain them. And indeed this is so certain that we can boldly say that it would be absurd for humans even to make such an attempt or to hope that there may yet arise a Newton who could make comprehensible even the generation of a blade of grass according to natural laws that no intention has ordered. Rather, we must absolutely deny this insight to human beings. 8. But for us to judge in turn that even if we could penetrate to the principle of nature in the specification of its universal laws known to us, there could lie hidden no ground sufficient for the possibility of organized beings without the assumption of an intention underlying their generation would be presumptuous. For how could we know that? Probabilities count for nothing here, where judgments of pure reason are at stake. Thus we cannot make any objective judgment at all, whether affirmative or negative, about the proposition that there is an intentionally acting being as a world cause, hence as an author, at the basis of what we rightly call natural ends. Only this much is certain, namely, that if we are to judge at least in accordance with what it is granted to us to understand through our own nature, in accordance with the conditions and limits of our reason, we absolutely cannot base the possibility of those natural ends on anything except an intelligent being, which is what alone is in accord with the maxims of our reflecting power of judgment and is thus a ground which is subjective but ineradicably attached to the human race. Section 76. Remark. This consideration, which would certainly deserve to be elaborated in detail in transcendental philosophy, can come in here only as a digression, for elucidation, not for the proof of what has here been expounded. Reason is a faculty of principles, and in its most extreme demand it reaches to the unconditioned, while understanding, in contrast, is always at its service only under a certain condition, which must be given, without concepts of the understanding, however, which must be given objective reality. Reason cannot judge at all objectively, synthetically, and by itself it contains, as theoretical reason, absolutely no constitutive principles, but only regulative ones. One soon learns that where the understanding cannot follow, reason becomes excessive, displaying itself in well-grounded ideas, as regulative principles, but not in objectively valid concepts. The understanding, however, which cannot keep up with it, but which would yet be necessary for validity for objects, restricts the validity of those ideas of reason solely to the subject, although still universally for all members of this species. That is, understanding restricts the critique of the teleological power of judgment validity of those ideas to the condition which, given the nature of our human cognitive faculty or even the concept that we can form of the capacity of a finite rational being in general, we cannot and must not conceive otherwise, but without asserting that the basis for such a judgment lies in the object. We will adduce examples, which are certainly too important as well as too difficult be for them to be immediately pressed upon the reader as proven propositions, but which will still provide material to think over and can serve to elucidate what is our proper concern here. It is absolutely necessary for the human understanding to distinguish between the possibility and the actuality of things. The reason for this lies in the subject and the nature of its cognitive faculties. For if two entirely heterogeneous elements were not required for the exercise of these faculties, understanding for concepts and sensible intuition for objects corresponding to them, then there would be no such distinction between the possible and the actual. That is, if our understanding were intuitive, it would have no objects except what is actual, concepts, which pertain merely to the possibility of an object, and sensible intuitions, which merely give us something, without thereby allowing us to cognize it as an object, would both disappear. Now, however, all of our distinction between the merely possible and the actual rests on the fact that the former signifies only the position of the representation of a thing with respect to our concept and, in general, our faculty for thinking, while the latter signifies the positing of the thing in itself apart from this concept. C. 9. Thus the distinction of possible from actual things is one that is merely subjectively valid for the human understanding, since we can always have something in our thoughts although it does not exist, or represent something as given even though we do not have any concept of it. The propositions, therefore, that things can be possible without being actual, and thus that there can be no inference at all from mere possibility to actuality, quite rightly hold for the human understanding without that proving that this distinction lies in the things themselves. for that the latter cannot be inferred from the former. Hence that those propositions are certainly valid of objects insofar as our cognitive faculty, as sensibly conditioned, is concerned with objects of these senses, but are not valid of objects in general, is evident from the unremitting demand of reason to assume some sort of thing, the original ground, d as existing absolutely necessarily, in which possibility and actuality can no longer be distinguished at all, and for which idea our understanding has absolutely no concept, that is, can find no way in which to represent such a thing and its way of existing. For if understanding thinks it, it can think it as it will, then it is represented as merely possible. If understanding is conscious of it as given in intuition, then it is actual without understanding being able to conceive of its possibility. Hence the concept of an absolutely necessary being is an indispensable idea of reason but an unattainable problematic concept for the human of Vermogen B as well as too difficult. Added in the second edition. See the phrase in the parentheses was added in the second edition D reading Ergrund instead of Ergund, a typographical error in both the first and second editions. Critique of the teleological power of judgment understanding. It is still valid, however, for the use of our cognitive faculties in accordance with their special constitution, thus not for objects and thereby for every cognitive being, because I cannot presuppose that in every such being thinking and intuiting. Hence the possibility and actuality of things are two different conditions for the exercise of its cognitive faculties. For an understanding to which this distinction did not apply, all objects that I cognize would be exist, and the possibility of some that did not exist, that is, their contingency if they did exist, as well as the necessity that is to be distinguished from that, would not enter into the representation of such a being at all. What makes it so difficult for our understanding with its concepts to be the equal of reason is simply that for the former, as human understanding, that is excessive, that is, impossible for the subjective conditions of its cognition, which reason nevertheless makes into a principle belonging to the object. Now here this maxim is always valid, that even where the cognition of them outstrips the understanding, we should conceive all objects in accordance with the subjective conditions for the exercise of our faculties necessarily pertaining to our, that is, human nature, and, if the judgments made in this way cannot be constitutive principles determining how the object is constituted, as cannot fail to be the case with regard to transcendent concepts, there can still be regulative principles, immanent and secure in their use and appropriate for the human point of view. Just as in the theoretical consideration of nature reason must assume the idea of an unconditioned necessity of its primordial ground, so, in the case of the practical, it also presupposes its own unconditioned, in regard to nature, causality, that is, freedom, because it is aware of its moral command. Now since here, however, the objective necessity of the action, as duty, is opposed to that which it, as an occurrence, would have if its ground lay in nature and not in freedom, that is, in the causality of reason, and the action which is morally absolutely necessary can be regarded physically as entirely contingent, that is, what necessarily should happen often does not, it is clear that it depends only on the subjective constitution of our practical faculty that the moral laws must be represented as commands, and the actions which are in accord with them as duties, and that reason expresses this necessity not through a be happening, but through a should be, which would not be the case if reason without sensibility, as the subjective condition of its application to objects of nature, were considered, as far as its causality is concerned, as a cause in an intelligible world, corresponding completely with the moral law, where there would be no distinction between what should be done and what is done, between a practical law concerning that which is possible through us and the theoretical law concerning that which is actual through us. Now, however, although an intelligible world, in which everything would be actual merely because it is, as something good, possible, and even freedom, as its formal condition, is a transcendent concept for us, which is not serviceable for any constitutive principle for determining an object and its objective reality, still, in accordance a seen be seen Solon, critique of the teleological power of judgment with the constitution of our, partly sensible, nature, it can serve as a universal regulative principle for ourselves and for every being standing in connection with the sensible world, so far as we can represent that in accordance with the constitution of our own reason and capacity, which does not determine the constitution of freedom, as a form of causality, objectively, but rather makes the rules of actions in accordance with that idea into commands for everyone, and indeed does so with no less validity than if it did determine freedom objectively. Likewise, as far as the case before us is concerned, it may be conceded that we would find no distinction between a natural mechanism and a technique of nature, that is, a connection to ends in it, if our understanding were not of the sort that must go from the universal to the particular, and the power of judgment can thus cognize no purposiveness in the particular, and hence make no determining judgments, without having a universal law under which it can subsume the particular. But now, since the particular, as such, contains something contingent with regard to the universal, but reason nevertheless still requires unity, hence lawfulness, in the connection of particular laws of nature, which lawfulness of the contingent is called purposiveness, and the a priori derivation of the particular laws from the universal, as far as what is contingent in the former is concerned, is impossible through the determination of the concept of the object. Thus the concept of the purposiveness of nature in its products is a concept that is necessary for the human power of judgment in regard to nature, but does not pertain to the determination of the objects themselves. Thus a subjective principle of reason for the power of judgment which, as regulative, not constitutive, is just as necessarily valid for our human power of judgment as if it were an objective principle. Section 77. On the special character of the human understanding, by means of which the concept of a natural end is possible for us. In the remark, we have adduced special characteristics of our cognitive faculty, even the higher one, which we may easily be misled into carrying over to the things themselves as objective predicates, but they concern ideas for which no appropriate objects can be given in experience, and which could therefore serve only as regulative principles in the pursuit of experience. It is the same with the concept of a natural end, as far as the cause of the possibility of such a predicate is concerned, which can only lie in the idea, but the consequence that answers to it, the product, is still given in nature, and the concept of a causality of the latter, as a being acting in accordance with ends, seems a Vermogens critique of the teleological power of judgment to make the idea of a natural end into a constitutive principle of nature, and in this it differs from all other ideas. This difference, however, consists in the fact that the idea at issue is not a principle of reason for the understanding, but for the power of judgment, and is thus merely the application of an understanding in general to possible objects of experience, where, indeed, the judgment cannot be determining, but merely reflecting. Hence where the object is, to be sure, given in experience, but where it cannot even be determinately, let alone completely appropriately, judged in accordance with the idea, but can only be reflected upon. What is at issue is therefore a special character of our human understanding with regard to the power of judgment in its reflection upon things in nature. But if that is the case, then it must be based on the idea of a possible understanding other than the human one. As in the critique of pure reason we had to have in mind another possible intuition if we were to hold our own to be a special kind, namely one that is valid of objects merely as appearances, so that one could say that certain products of nature, as far as their possibility is concerned, must, given the particular constitution of our understanding, be considered by us as intentional and generated as ends, yet without thereby demanding that there actually is a particular cause that has the representation of an end as its determining ground, and thus without denying that another higher understanding than the human one might be able to find the ground of the possibility of such products of nature even in the mechanism of nature, that is, in a causal connection for which an understanding does not have to be exclusively assumed as a cause. What is at issue here is thus the relation of our understanding to the power of judgment, the fact, namely, that we have to seek a certain contingency in the constitution of our understanding in order to notice this as a special character of our understanding in distinction from other possible ones. This contingency is quite naturally found in the particular, which the power of judgment is to subsume under the universal of the concepts of the understanding. For through the universal of our human understanding the particular is not determined, and it is contingent in how many different ways distinct things that nevertheless coincide in a common characteristic can be presented to our perception. Our understanding is a faculty of concepts, that is, a discursive understanding, for which it must of course be contingent what and how different might be the particular that can be given to it in nature and brought under its concepts. But since intuition also belongs to cognition, and a faculty of a complete spontaneity of intuition would be a cognitive faculty distinct and completely independent from sensibility. Critique of the teleological power of judgment and thus an understanding in the most general sense of the term. One can thus also conceive of an intuitive understanding, negatively, namely merely as not discursive, a which does not go from the universal to the particular and thus to the individual through concepts, and for which that contingency of the agreement of nature in its products in accordance with particular laws for the understanding, which makes it so difficult for ours to bring the manifold of these be to the unity of cognition, is not encountered, a job that our understanding can accomplish only through the correspondence of natural characteristics with our faculty of concepts, which is quite contingent, but which an intuitive understanding would not need. Our understanding thus has this peculiarity for the power of judgment, that in cognition by means of it the particular is not determined by the universal, and the latter therefore cannot be derived from the former alone. But nevertheless this particular in the manifold of nature should agree with the universal, through concepts and laws, which agreement under such circumstances must be quite contingent and without a determinate principle for the power of judgment. Nevertheless, in order for us to be able at least to conceive of the possibility of such an agreement of the things of nature with the power of judgment, which we represent as contingent, hence as possible only through an end aimed at it, we must at the same time conceive of another understanding, in relation to which, and indeed prior to any end attributed to it, we can represent that agreement of natural laws with our power of judgment, which for our understanding is conceivable only through ends as the means of connection, as necessary. Our understanding, namely, has the property that in its cognition, for example, of the cause of a product, it must go from the analytical universal, of concepts, to the particular, of the given empirical intuition, in which it determines nothing with regard to the manifoldness of the latter, but must expect this determination for the power of judgment from the subsumption of the empirical intuition, when the object is a product of nature, under the concept. Now, however, we can also conceive of an understanding which, since it is not discursive like ours but is intuitive, goes from the synthetically universal, of the intuition of a whole as such, to the particular, that is, from the whole to the parts, in which, therefore, and in whose representation of the whole, there is no contingency in the combination of the parts, in order to make possible a determinate form of the whole, which is needed by our understanding, which must progress from the parts, as universally Kona. The words contained in the parentheses were added in the second edition B. Derselben. This could refer back to any of nature, its products, or its particular laws. Critique of the teleological power of judgment sieved grounds, to the different possible forms, as consequences, that can be subsumed under it, in accordance with the constitution of our understanding. By contrast, a real whole of nature is to be regarded only as the effect of the concurrent moving forces of the parts. Thus if we would not represent the possibility of the whole as depending upon the parts, as is appropriate for our discursive understanding, but would rather, after the model of the intuitive, archetypical, understanding, represent the possibility of the parts, as far as both their constitution and their combination is concerned, as depending upon the whole, then, given the very same special characteristic of our understanding, this cannot come about by the whole being the ground of the possibility of the connection of the parts, which would be a contradiction in the discursive kind of cognition, but only by the representation of a whole containing the ground of the possibility of its form and of the connection of parts that belongs to that. But now since the whole would in that case be an effect, product, the representation of which would be regarded as the cause of its possibility, but the product of a cause whose determining ground is merely the representation of its effect is called an end. It follows that it is merely a consequence of the particular constitution of our understanding that we represent products of nature as possible only in accordance with another kind of causality than that of the natural laws of matter, namely only in accordance with that of ends and final causes, and that this principle does not pertain to the possibility of such things themselves, even considered as phenomena, in accordance with this sort of generation, but pertains only to the judging be of them that is possible for our understanding. From this we at the same time understand why in natural science we are far from being satisfied with an explanation of the products of nature by means of causality in accordance with ends, Since here we are required to see the generation of nature as is appropriate for our faculty for judging them, that is, the power of reflecting judgment, and not according to the things themselves as is appropriate for the determining power of judgment. And further, it is not at all necessary here to prove that such an intellectus archetypus is possible, but only that in the contrast of it with our discursive, image-dependent understanding, intellectus ectopus, and the contingency of such a constitution we are led to that idea, of an intellectus archetypus, and that this does not contain any contradiction. Now if we consider a material whole, as far as its form is concerned, Erbildlich b Bürthelung c Bürthelen d Bürthelen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment as a product of the parts and of their forces and their capacity to combine by themselves, including as parts other materials that they add to themselves. We represent a mechanical kind of generation, but from this there arises no concept of a whole as an end, whose internal possibility presupposes throughout the idea of a whole on which even the constitution and mode of action of the parts depends, which is just how we must represent an organized body. But from this, as has just been shown, it does not follow that the mechanical generation of such a body is impossible, for that would be to say the same as that it is impossible, that is, self-contradictory, to represent such a unity in the connection of the manifold for every understanding without the idea of that connection being at the same time its generating cause, that is, without intentional production. Nevertheless, this would in fact follow if we were justified in regarding material beings as things in themselves. For then the unity that constitutes the ground of the possibility of natural formations would be merely the unity of space, which is however no real ground of generatings but only their formal condition, although it has some similarity to the real ground that we seek in that in it no part can be determined except in relation to the whole, the representation of which is thus the basis of the possibility of the parts 11. But since it is still at least possible to consider the material world as a mere appearance, and to conceive of something as a thing in itself, which is not an appearance, as substratum, and to correlate with this a corresponding intellectual intuition, even if it is not ours, there would then be a supersensible real ground for nature, although it is unknowable for us, to which we ourselves belong, and in which that which is necessary in it as object of the senses can be considered in accordance with mechanical laws, while the agreement and unity of the particular laws and corresponding forms, which in regard to the mechanical laws we must judge as contingent, can at the same time be considered in it, as object of reason indeed the whole of nature as a system, in accordance with teleological laws, and the material world would thus be judged in accordance with two kinds of principles, without the mechanical mode of explanation being excluded by the teleological mode, as if they contradicted each other. From this we may also understand what we could otherwise easily suspect but only with difficulty assert as certain and prove, namely, that the principle of a mechanical derivation of purposive products of nature could of course subsist alongside the teleological principle, but could by no means make the latter dispensable, that is, one could investigate all the thus far known and yet to be discovered laws of mechanical genera Bürthelen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment action in a thing that we must judge as an end of nature, and even hope to make good progress in this, without the appeal to a quite distinct generating ground for the possibility of such a product, namely that of causality through ends, ever being cancelled out, and absolutely no human reason or even any finite reason that is similar to ours in quality, no matter how much it exceeds it in degree, can ever hope to understand the generation of even a little blade of grass from merely mechanical causes. For if the teleological connection of causes and effects is entirely indispensable for the possibility of such an object for the power of judgment, even merely for studying it with the guidance of experience, if for outer objects, as appearances, a sufficient ground related to causes cannot even be found, but this, which also lies in nature, must still be sought only in its supersensible substratum, from all possible insight into which we are cut off, then it is absolutely impossible for us to draw from nature itself any explanatory grounds for purposive connections. And in accordance with the constitution of the human cognitive faculty it is necessary to seek the highest ground of such connections in an original understanding as cause of the world. Section 78. On the unification of the principle of the universal mechanism of matter with the teleological principle in the technique of nature, it is of infinite importance to reason that it not allow the mechanism of nature in its productions to drop out of sight and be bypassed in its explanations. For without this no insight into the nature of things can be attained. As soon as it is granted to us that a highest architect immediately created the forms of nature as they have always existed, or has predetermined those which in their course are continuously formed in accordance with one and the same model, our cognition of nature is not thereby in the least advanced, because we do not know the mode of action of such a being and the ideas which should contain the principles of the possibility of natural beings at all, and we cannot explain nature from that being as if from above, a priori, but if, in order to explain the forms of the objects of experience from below a posteriori, we appeal from them to a cause acting in accordance with ends because we believe that we find purposiveness in these forms, then our explanation would be entirely tautological, and reason would be deceived with words, not to mention that where we stray into excess with this sort of explanation, where knowledge of nature cannot follow a Buerthelen critique of the teleological power of judgment, us, reason is seduced into poetic enthusiasm, although the avoidance of this is precisely reason's highest calling. On the other hand, it is an equally necessary maxim of reason not to bypass the principle of ends in the products of nature, because even though this principle does not make the way in which these products have originated more comprehensible, it is still a heuristic principle for researching the particular laws of nature, even granted that we would want to make no use of it for explaining nature itself. Since although nature obviously displays an intentional unity of purpose, we still always call that a merely natural end. That is, we do not seek the ground of its possibility beyond nature, but since the question of the latter must ultimately still arise, it is just as necessary to conceive of a particular kind of causality for it that is not, unlike the mechanism of natural causes, found in nature, since to the receptivity to various and different forms than those of which matter is capable in accordance with that mechanism there must still be added the spontaneity of a cause, which thus cannot be matter, without which no ground of those forms could be given. Of course, before reason takes this step, it must proceed carefully, and not attempt to explain every technique of nature, that is, a productive capacity in it which displays purposiveness of form for our mere apprehension in itself, as in the case of regular bodies, as teleological, but must instead always regard these as possible merely mechanically, but to exclude the teleological principle entirely, and always to stick with mere mechanism even where purposiveness, for the rational investigation of the possibility of natural forms by means of their causes, undeniably manifests itself as a relation to another kind of causality, must make reason fantastic and send it wandering about among figments of natural capacities that cannot even be conceived. Just as a merely teleological mode of explanation which takes no regard of the mechanism of nature makes it into mere enthusiasm, the two principles cannot be united in one and the same thing in nature as fundamental principles for the explanation, deduction, of one from the other, that is, as dogmatic and constitutive principles of insight into nature for the determining power of judgment. If, for example, I assume that a maggot can be regarded as a product of the mere mechanism of matter, a new formation that it produces for itself when its elements are set free by putrefaction, I cannot derive the very same product from the very same matter as a causality acting according to ends. Conversely, if I assume that the same product is a natural end, I cannot count on a mechanical mode of generation for it and take that as a constitutive principle for the judging of its possibility, thus uniting a Buerthelen critique of the teleological power of judgment both principles. For one kind of explanation excludes the other, even on the supposition that objectively both grounds of the possibility rest on a single one, but one of which we take no account. The principle which is to make possible the unifiability of both in the judging of nature in accordance with them must be placed in what lies outside of both, hence outside of the possible empirical representation of nature, but which still contains the ground of both, that is, in the supersensible, and each of these two kinds of explanation must be related to that. Now since we can have no concept of this except the undetermined concept of a ground that makes the judging be of nature in accordance with empirical laws possible, but cannot determine this more precisely by any predicate, it follows that the unification of the two principles cannot rest on a ground for the explication of the possibility of a product in accordance with given laws for the determining power of judgment, but only on a ground for the elucidation exposition of this for the reflecting power of judgment. 12 For to explain means to derive from a principle, which one must therefore cognize distinctly and be able to provide. Now of course the principle of the mechanism of nature and that of its causality according to ends in one and the same product of nature must cohere in a single higher principle and flow from it in common, because otherwise they could not subsist alongside one another in the consideration of nature. But if this objectively common principle, which also justifies the commonality of the maxims of natural research that depend upon it, is such that it can be indicated but can never be determinately cognized and distinctly provided for use in actual cases, then from such a principle there can be drawn no explanation, that is, a distinct and determinate derivation of the possibility of a natural product that is possible in accordance with those two heterogeneous principles. Now, however, the common principle of the mechanical derivation on the one side and the teleological on the other is the supersensible, on which we must base nature as phenomenon. But from a theoretical point of view, we cannot form the least affirmative determinate concept of this. Thus how in accordance with this, as a principle, nature, in accordance with its particular laws, constitutes a principle for us, which could be cognized as possible in accordance with the principle of generation from physical as well as from final causes, can by no means be explained. Rather, if it happens that we are presented with objects of nature the possibility of which we cannot conceive in accordance with the principle of mechanism, which always has a claim on any natural being without appeal to teleological principles, then we can only presuppose that we may confidently re Bürtilang be Bürtilang. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Search the laws of nature, as far as the possibility of their product is cognizable from one or the other principle of our understanding, in accordance with both of these principles, without being troubled by the apparent conflict between the two principles for judging of this product, for at least the possibility that both may be objectively unifiable in one principle, since they concern appearances that presuppose a supersensible ground, is secured. Thus even though the mechanism as well as the teleological, intentional, technicism be of nature can stand, with regard to one and the same product and its possibility, under a common higher principle for the particular laws of nature, still, since this principle is transcendent, we cannot, given the limitation of our understanding, unite both principles in the explanation of one and the same natural generation, even if the inner possibility of this product is only intelligible through a causality according to ends, as is the case with organized matter. The above fundamental principle of teleology thus stands, namely, that given the constitution of the human understanding, only intentionally acting causes for the possibility of organic beings in nature can be assumed, and the mere mechanism of nature cannot be adequate at all for the explanation of these products of it, even though nothing is to be decided with regard to the possibility of such things themselves by means of this fundamental principle. That is, since this is only a maxim of the reflecting, not of the determining power of judgment, and hence is valid only subjectively for us, not objectively for the possibility of this sort of thing itself, where both sorts of generation could well cohere in one and the same ground, since, further, without the concept of a mechanism of nature that is also to be found together with any teleologically conceived kind of generation, such a generation could not be judged C as a product of nature at all. The above maxim leads to the necessity of a unification of both principles in the judging D of things as natural ends, but not in order to put one wholly or partly in place of the other, for in the place of that which, at least for us, can only be conceived of as possible in accordance with an intention no mechanism can be assumed, and in the place of that which can be cognized as necessary in accordance with the latter, no contingency, which would require an end as its determining ground, can be assumed. Rather, the one, mechanism, can only be subordinated to the other, intentional technicism, which, in a Bürtilang B technicism C Bürtilt D Bürtilang, critique of the teleological power of judgment accordance with the transcendental principle of the purposiveness of nature, can readily be done. For where ends are conceived as grounds of the possibility of certain things, there one must also assume means the laws of the operation of which do not of themselves need anything that presupposes an end, which can thus be mechanical yet still be a cause subordinated to intentional effects. Hence even in organic products of nature, but even more if prodded to do so by their infinite multitude, we assume that intentionality in the connection of natural causes in accordance with particular laws is also, at least as a permissible hypothesis, the universal principle of the reflecting power of judgment for the whole of nature, the world. We can conceive a great and even universal connection of the mechanical laws with the teleological ones in the productions of nature, without confusing the principles for judging it with one another and putting one in the place of the other. Because in a teleological judging be of matter, even if the form which it assumes is judged as possible only in accord with an intention, still its nature, in accordance with mechanical laws, can also be subordinated as a means to that represented end. Likewise, since the ground of this unifiability lies in that which is neither the one nor the other, neither mechanism nor connection to an end, but is the supersensible substratum of nature, of which we can cognize nothing, the two ways of representing the possibility of such objects are not to be fused into one for our human reason, but rather we cannot judge them other than as a connection of final causes grounded in a supreme understanding, by which nothing is taken away from the teleological kind of explanation. But now, since how much the mechanism of nature as a means contributes to each final end in it is entirely undetermined and for our reason also forever undeterminable, and, on account of the above-mentioned intelligible principle of the possibility of a nature in general, it can be assumed that nature is completely possible in accordance with both of the universally consonant laws, the physical laws and those of final causes. Although we can have no insight at all into the way in which this happens, we also do not know how far the mechanical mode of explanation that is possible for us will extend, but are only certain of this much, namely, that no matter how far we ever get with that, it will still always be inadequate for things that we once acknowledge as natural ends, and, given the constitution of our understanding, we must beurteiling be beurteiling see beurteilt d beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment always subordinate all such mechanical grounds to a teleological principle. Now on this is grounded the authorization and, on account of the importance that the study of nature in accordance with the principle of mechanism has for our theoretical use of reason, also the obligation to give a mechanical explanation of all products and events in nature, even the most purposive, as far as it is in our capacity to do so, the limits of which within this sort of investigation we cannot determine, but at the same time never to lose sight of the fact that those which, given the essential constitution of our reason, we can, in spite of those mechanical causes, subject to investigation only under the concept of an end of reason, must in the end be subordinated to causality in accordance with ends of Vermogen. Appendix: A Methodology of the Teleological Power of Judgment, Section 79. Whether teleology must be treated as part of the doctrine of nature. Every science must have its determinate position in the Encyclopedia of the Sciences. If it is a philosophical science, then we must assign it its position in either its theoretical or its practical part, and, if it has its place in the former, we must assign it its place either in the doctrine of nature, insofar as it examines that which can be an object of experience, consequently, in the doctrine of body, the doctrine of the soul, and universal cosmology, or in theology, concerning the original ground of the world as the sum total of all objects of experience. Now the question arises, which position does teleology deserve? Does it belong to natural science properly so called, or to theology? It must be one or the other, because no science can belong to the transition from one to the other, since that signifies only the articulation or organization of the system and not a place within it. That it does not belong in theology, as one of its parts, even though the most important use of it can be made within theology, is self-evident, for it has as its object natural productions and their cause, and although it refers to the latter as a ground lying outside of and beyond nature, a divine author, it does not do this for the determining power of judgment, but merely for the reflecting power of judgment in the consideration of nature, for the guidance of the judging be of the things in the world by means of such an idea, appropriate to the human understanding, as a regulative principle, but just as little does it seem to belong in natural science, which requires determining and not merely reflecting principles in order to provide objective grounds for natural effects. In fact, nothing is gained for the theory of nature or the mechanical explanation of its phenomena. The heading appendix does not appear in the first edition, nor is a new page started here. B. Beurteiling. Critique of the teleological power of judgment entered by its efficient causes when they are considered in light of the relation of ends to one another. Strictly speaking, positing ends of nature in its products, insofar as it constitutes a system in accordance with teleological concepts, belongs only to the description of nature, which is composed in accordance with a particular guideline, in which reason certainly plays a role that is magnificently instructive and purposive in many respects, but in which it provides no information at all about the origination and the inner possibility of these forms, although it is that with which theoretical natural science is properly concerned. Teleology, as a science, thus does not belong to any doctrine at all, but only to critique, and indeed to that of a particular cognitive faculty, namely that of the power of judgment. But insofar as it contains a priori principles, it can and must provide the method for how nature must be judged in accordance with the principle of final causes, and thus its methodology has at least a negative influence on procedure in theoretical natural science, and also on the relation that this can have in metaphysics to teleology, as its propedeutic section 80, on the necessary subordination of the principle of mechanism to the teleological principle in the explanation of a thing as a natural end. The authorization to seek for a merely mechanical explanation of all natural products is in itself entirely unrestricted, but the capacity to get by with that alone is, given the constitution of our understanding insofar as it is concerned with things as natural ends, not only quite restricted, but also distinctly bounded, since by a principle of judgment that follows the first procedure alone nothing at all can be accomplished toward the explanation of such products, and hence our judging B of them must always be subordinated to a teleological principle as well. It is thus rational, indeed meritorious, to pursue the mechanism of nature, for the sake of an explanation of the products of nature, as far as can plausibly be done, and indeed not to give up this effort because it is impossible in itself to find the purposiveness of nature by this route, but only because it is impossible for us as humans. Since for that an intuition other than sensible intuition and a determinate cognition of the intelligible substratum of nature, which could furnish the ground for the mechanism of the appearances in accordance with a vermogen Beurteilung, critique of the teleological power of judgment particular laws, would be necessary, and this is entirely beyond our capacity if, therefore, the investigator of nature is not to work entirely in vain. He must, in the judging B of things whose concept as natural ends is indubitably established, organized beings, always base them on some original organization, which uses that mechanism itself in order to produce other organized forms or to develop its own into new configurations, which, however, always result from that end and in conformity with it. It is commendable to go through the great creation of organized natures by means of a comparative anatomy in order to see whether there is not to be found therein something similar to a system. 1. Indeed, regarding the principle of their generation, without which we would have to settle for the mere principle of judging C, which provides no insight into their production, and would have to give up all claim to insight into nature in this field. The agreement of so many genera of animals in a certain common schema, which seems to lie at the basis not only of their skeletal structure but also of the arrangement of their other parts, and by which a remarkable simplicity of basic design D has been able to produce such a great variety of species by the shortening of one part and the elongation of another, by the involution of this part and the evolution of another, allows the mind at least a weak ray of hope that something may be accomplished here with the principle of the mechanism of nature, without which there can be no natural science at all. This analogy of forms, insofar as in spite of all the differences it seems to have been generated in accordance with a common prototype, strengthens the suspicion of a real kinship among them in their generation from a common protomother, through the gradual approach of one animal genus to the other, from that in which the principle of end seems best confirmed, namely human beings, down to polyps, and from this even further to mosses and lichens, and finally to the lowest level of nature that we can observe, that of raw matter, from which, and from its forces governed by mechanical laws, like those which are at work in its production of crystals, the entire technique of nature, which is so incomprehensible to us in organized beings that we believe ourselves compelled to conceive of another principle for them, seems to derive a vermogen Beurteilung C Beurteilungsprincip die Grundrisse Erbild Fermata. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Now here the archaeologist of nature is free to let that great family of creatures, for thus must one represent it if there is to be a basis for the thoroughly coherent kinship that has been mentioned, originate from the remaining traces of its oldest revolutions in accordance with any mechanism for it that is known to or conjectured by him. He can have the maternal womb of the earth, which has just emerged from a condition of chaos, just like a great animal, initially bear creatures of less purposive form, which in turn bear others that are formed more suitably for their place of origin and their relationships to one another, until this birth mother itself, hardened and ossified, has restricted its offspring to determinate species that will degenerate no further, and the variety will remain as it turned out at the end of the operation of that fruitful formative power. And yet ultimately he must attribute to this universal mother an organization purposively aimed at all these creatures. For otherwise the possibility of the purposive form of the products of the animal and vegetable kingdoms cannot be conceived at all. In that case, however, he has merely put off the explanation, and cannot presume to have made the generation of those two kingdoms independent from the condition of final causes. Even the alteration to which certain individuals in organized genera are contingently subjected, where one finds that their altered characteristic is heritable and has been taken up into the generative power, cannot be properly judged be as other than an incidental development of a purposive predisposition to the self-preservation of the kind that was originally present in the species. Because in the thoroughgoing internal one can call an hypothesis of this sort a daring adventure of reason. And 419 there may be few, even among the sharpest researchers into nature, who have not occasionally entertained it. For it is not absurd, unlike generatio equivoca, by which is meant the generation of an organized being through the mechanism of crude, unorganized matter. It would still be generatio univoca in the most general sense of the term, insofar as something organic would be generated out of something else that is also organic, even though there would be a specific difference between these kinds of beings. For example, as when certain aquatic animals are gradually transformed into amphibians and these, after some generations, into land animals, a priori, in the judgment of mere reason, there is no contradiction in this. Only experience gives no example of it. Rather, according to experience, all generation that we know is generatio homonima and not merely univoca, in contrast to generation from unorganized matter, and produces a product that is in its organization itself homogeneous with that which has generated it, and generatio heteronima, so far as our experimental knowledge of nature goes, is nowhere to be found as Weckform B. Buthield. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Purposiveness of an organized being, the generating of its own kind, is so closely connected with the condition that it incorporate nothing into its generative power that does not belong to one of the undeveloped original predispositions of such a system of ends. For if one departs from this principle, then one cannot know with any certainty whether several of the elements that are currently to be found in a species are not of contingent, purposeless origin. And the principle of teleology that in an organized being nothing that is preserved in its procreation should be judged to be non-purposive would thereby turn out to be quite unreliable in application, and valid merely for the original stock, which, however, we no longer know. Hume makes the objection against those who find it necessary to assume for all natural ends a teleological principle of judging, that is, an architectonic understanding, that one could with equal right ask how such an understanding is possible, that is, how the many faculties and properties that constitute the possibility of such an understanding that simultaneously has executive might could themselves have purposively converged in one being one. But this objection amounts to nothing. For the whole difficulty surrounding the question about the initial generation of a thing that contains purposes in itself and is comprehensible only through them rests on the further question concerning the unity of the ground of the combination. In this product of the manifold of elements external to one another, however, if this ground is posited in the understanding of a productive cause as a simple substance, that question, insofar as it is teleological, is adequately answered. But if the cause is sought merely in matter, as an aggregate of numerous substances external to one another, b. the unity of the principle for the intrinsically purposive form of its formation c. is entirely lacking, and the autocracy of matter in productions that can be comprehended by our understanding only as ends is a word without any meaning. From this it follows that those who seek a supreme ground for the objectively purposive forms of matter without conceding an understanding to it nevertheless happily make the world whole into a single, all-encompassing substance. Pantheism, or, what is only a more determinate explanation of the preceding, into a sum of determinations inhering in a single simple substance. Spinozism. 2. Merely in order to satisfy that condition of all-purposiveness, namely the unity of the ground, whereby so doing they do, to be sure, satisfy one condition objuthilang beredding ausereinander with the first addition, rather than auseinander, out of one another with the second c form ira bildung. The only candidate for the antecedent of the its, ira, would seem to be a productive cause. Critique of the teleological power of judgment of the problem, namely that of unity in the relation to the end, by means of the ontological concept of a simple substance, but adduce nothing for the other condition, namely its relation to its consequence as an end through which that ontological ground for the question should be more precisely determined, and thus by no means answer the whole questioner, and this question remains absolutely unanswerable. For our reason, if we do not represent that original ground of things as a simple substance and its quality for the specific constitution of the natural forms founded on it, namely the unity of an end, as that of an intelligent B-substance, and its relation to those forms, on account of the contingency that we find in everything that we can conceive of as possible only as an end, as the relation to a causality. Section 81. On the association of mechanism with the teleological principle in the explanation of a natural end as a product of nature, just as the mechanism of nature, according to the preceding section, is not by itself sufficient for conceiving of the possibility of an organized being, but must, at least given the constitution of our cognitive faculty, be subordinated to an intentionally acting cause. The mere teleological ground of such a being is equally inadequate for considering and judging it as a product of nature unless the mechanism of the latter is associated with the former, as if it were the tool of an intentionally acting cause to whose ends nature is subordinated, even in its mechanical laws. Our reason does not comprehend the possibility of a unification of two entirely different kinds of causality, that of nature in its universal lawfulness and that of an idea that limits the latter to a particular form for which nature does not contain any ground at all. It lies in the supersensible substrate of nature, about which we can determine nothing affirmative except that it is the being in itself of which we know merely the appearance, but the principle that everything that we assume to belong to this nature, phenomenon, and to be a product of it must also be able to be conceived as connected with it in accordance with mechanical laws nonetheless remains in force, since without this kind of causality organized beings, as ends of nature, would not be natural products. Now if the teleological principle of the generation of these beings is A in the first edition, there is a comma rather than a period here B in the first edition. Intelligible C. Buthilan. Critique of the teleological power of judgment assumed, as cannot but be the case, then the cause of their internally purposive form can be grounded in either occasionalism or Christabalism. 3. According to the former, the supreme world cause, in accordance with its idea, would immediately provide the organic formation to the matter commingling in every impregnation. According to the latter, it would only have placed in the initial products of its wisdom the predisposition by means of which an organic being produces more of its kind and constantly preserves the species itself, in which a nature that continuously works at their destruction simultaneously makes good the loss of the individuals. If one assumes the occasionalism of the production of organic beings, then everything that is natural is entirely lost, and with that is also lost all use of reason for judging the possibility of such a product. Hence it can be presupposed that no one who cares anything for philosophy will assume this system. Now Christabalism can in turn proceed in two ways. Namely, it considers each organic being generated from its own kind as either the educt or the product of the latter. The system of generatings as mere educts is called that of individual preformation or the theory of evolution. The system of generatings as products is called the system of epigenesis. B. The latter can also be called the system of generic preformation, since the productive capacity C of the progenitor is still preformed in accordance with the internally purposive predispositions that were imparted to its stock, and thus the specific form was preformed virtualiter. Given this, the opposing theory of individual preformation might better be called the theory of involution, or that of encapsulation. The champions of the theory of evolution, which accepts every individual from the formative power of nature in order to allow it to come immediately from the hand of the Creator, would still not have dared to have this happen in accordance with the hypothesis of occasionalism. which would make impregnation a mere formality. Since the supreme intelligent world cause has decided always to form a fruit immediately with his own hand and to leave to the mother only its development and nourishment, they instead declared themselves for preformation, as if it made no difference whether they would have these forms arise supernaturally, at the origin or during the course of the world. 5. When they would in fact have been spared by occasional creation the multitude of supernatural arrangements that would be necessary in order to preserve uninjured the embryos formed at the Abbildung B in the first edition. There is a comma rather than a period here, see Vermogen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment beginning of the world and to save them from injury by the destructive forces of nature during the long time until their development, and would likewise have been spared an immeasurably greater number of such prefigured beings than would ever develop, thereby making so many of these creations unnecessary and purposeless. Yet they would at least have left something to nature in order not to fall into a complete hyperphysics, which could dispense with all natural explanation. To be sure, they still held fast to their hyperphysics, finding even in miscarriages, which one cannot possibly hold to be ends of nature, a marvelous purposiveness, even if this is only aimed at one day striking an anatomist with its purposeless purposiveness and precipitating his astonishment. But they had absolutely no way of fitting the generation of half-breeds into the system of preformation, but had to concede to the male seed, to which they had otherwise conceded only the mechanical property of serving as the first nourishment of the embryo, a purposive formative power which, however, in the case where the whole product is generated by two creatures of the same species, they would not have conceded to either. In contrast, even if one did not recognize the great advantage that the defender of epigenesis has over the other side in the matter of experimental grounds for the proof of his theory, reason would still already be favorably disposed to this explanation because it considers nature, at least as far as propagation is concerned, as itself producing rather than merely developing those things that can initially be represented as possible only in accordance with the causality of ends, and thus, with the least possible appeal to the supernatural, leaves everything that follows from the first beginning to nature without, however, determining anything about this first beginning, on which physics always founders, no matter what chain of causes it tries. No one has done more for the proof of this theory of epigenesis as well as the establishment of the proper principles of its application, partly by limiting an excessively presumptuous use of it, than Privy Councillor Blumenbach 7. He begins all physical explanation of these formations with organized matter, for he rightly declares it to be contrary to reason that raw matter should originally have formed itself in accordance with mechanical laws, that life should have arisen from the nature of the lifeless, and that matter should have been able to assemble itself into the form of a self-preserving purposiveness by itself. At the same time, however, he leaves natural mechanism an indeterminable but at the same time also unmistakable role under this inscrutable principle of an original organization, on account of which he calls the faculty in the matter in an organized body in distinction. Critique of the teleological power of judgment from the merely mechanical formative power that is present in all matter, a formative drive B, standing, as it were, under the guidance and direction of that former principle. Section 82, on the teleological system in the external relations of organized beings. By external purposiveness I mean that in which one thing in nature serves another as the means to an end. Now things that have no internal purposiveness or presuppose none for their possibility, for example, cells, air, water, etc., can nevertheless be quite purposive externally, that is, in relation to other beings, but these must always be organized beings, that is, natural ends, for otherwise the former could not be judged as means. Thus water, air, and soils cannot be regarded as means for piling up mountains, because the latter do not contain in themselves anything at all that requires a ground for their possibility according to ends. Thus nothing in relation to which their cause could be represented under the predicate of a means useful for that end. External purposiveness is an entirely different concept from the concept of internal purposiveness, which is associated with the possibility of an object regardless of whether its reality is itself an end or not. In the case of an organized being, one can also ask, why does it exist? But one cannot readily ask this of things in which one recognizes merely the effect of the mechanism of nature, for in the former we already represent a causality according to ends for its internal possibility, a creative intelligence, and we relate this active faculty to its determining ground, the intention. there is only a single external purposiveness that is connected with the internal purposiveness of organization and is such that, without raising the question of for what end such an organized being must exist, nevertheless serves in the external relation of a means to an end. This is the organization of the two sexes in relation to one another for the propagation of their kind. For here one can always ask, just as in the case of an individual, why must such a Bildungskraft be Bildungstrieb sie beurteilt die Verstand? This term has been translated as understanding when it refers to one of the faculties of human cognition. Here and in the ensuing sections it will be translated as intelligence when it refers to the putative nature of God. Critique of the teleological power of judgment pair have existed 8. The answer is that this is what here first constitutes an organizing whole, although not one that is organized in a single body. Now if one asks why a thing exists, the answer is either that its existence and its generation have no relation at all to a cause acting according to intentions, and in that case one always understands its origin to be in the mechanism of nature, or there is some intentional ground of its existence as a contingent natural being, and this thought is difficult to separate from the concept of an organized being. For once we have had to base its internal possibility in a causality of final causes and an idea that underlies this, we also cannot conceive of the existence of this product otherwise than as an end. For the represented effect, the representation of a which is at the same time the determining ground of its production in an intelligently acting cause, is called an end. In this case, therefore, one can either say that the end of the existence of such a natural being is in itself, that is, it is not merely an end, but also a final end, b, or it is outside of it in another natural being, that is, it exists purposively not as a final end, but necessarily at the same time as a means. But if we go through the whole of nature, we do not find in it, as nature, any being that can claim the privilege of being the final end of creation, and one can even prove a priori that whatever could be an ultimate end c for nature could never, no matter with what conceivable determinations and properties it might be equipped, be, as a natural thing, a final end. If one looks at the vegetable kingdom, one could initially be led by the immeasurable fertility by which it spreads itself over practically every terrain to think of it as a mere product of the mechanism of nature that is displayed in the formations of the mineral kingdom. But a close acquaintance with the indescribably wise organization of the former does not allow us to stop with this thought, but rather leads to the question, why do these creatures exist? If one answers, for the animal kingdom, which is nourished by it so that it is able to spread itself over the earth in so many genera, then the question arises again, why do these herbivorous animals exist? Perhaps the answer would be, for the carnivores, which can only be nourished by what lives. But in the end the question is, for what are these, together with all the preceding natural kingdoms, good? For the human being, for the diverse uses which his understanding teaches him to make of all these creatures, and he is the ultimate end of the creation here on earth. Other words the representation of were added in the second edition B. Ends Weg C. Letztes Weg. Critique of the teleological power of judgment because he is the only being on earth who forms a concept of ends for himself and who by means of his reason can make a system of ends out of an aggregate of purposively formed things. One could also, with the Chevalier Lin. 9 take the apparently opposite path and say that the plant-eating animals exist in order to moderate the excessive growth of the plant kingdom, by which many of its species would be choked. The carnivores exist in order to set bounds to the voraciousness of the plant-eaters. Finally, humankind exists in order to establish a certain balance among the productive and destructive powers of nature by hunting and reducing the number of the latter, and thus the human being, however much he might be valued as an end in a certain relation, would in another relation in turn have only the rank of a means. If one makes an objective purposiveness of the multiplicity of the genera of earthly species and their external relations to one another, as beings understood as purposive, into a principle, then it is rational to think in turn that there is in this relation a certain organization and a system of all the kingdoms of nature in accordance with final causes. But here experience seems clearly to contradict the maxim of reason, especially in what concerns an ultimate end of nature, which is nevertheless requisite for such a system, and which we cannot place anywhere but in the human being. For in regard to the latter, as one among the many genera of animals, nature has not made the least exception to its generative as well as destructive powers, but has rather subjected him to its mechanism without any end. The first thing that would have to be intentionally established in an order for a purposive whole of natural beings on the earth would have to be their habitat, the ground and the element on and in which they should thrive. But a more precise knowledge of the constitution of this foundation of all organic generating gives no indication of anything except a cause that acts quite unintentionally, indeed one which is rather destructive of than favorable to the generation of causes of order and ends. The land and the sea do not merely contain monuments of ancient, powerful devastations that have affected them and every creature on and in them. Their entire construction, the strata of the land and the boundaries of the sea, have every appearance of the products of wild, all-powerful forces of a nature working in a chaotic state. However purposively arranged the configuration, the structure, and the slope of the land may now appear for the reception of water from the air, for the channels of springs between different layers of the earth, for various products, and the course of the streams. Still a closer investigation of them proves that they have come about merely as the effect of eruptions both fiery and watery, or even of upheavals of the ocean. As far as concerns the first generation of this configuration, critique of the teleological power of judgment as well as especially its subsequent reconfiguration together with the destruction of its first organic productions. Now if the habitat, the maternal soil, the land, and the maternal womb, the sea, for all these creatures yields no signs of anything except an entirely unintentional mechanism for their generation, how and with what right could we demand and assert another origin for those products, even if the human being was not included in these revolutions, as the most meticulous examination of the remains of those natural devastations seems to prove, according to the judgment of Camper. 11 Still he is so dependent on the other creatures that if a mechanism of nature reigning over all the others is conceded, then he too must be included beneath that, even if his understanding was able to save him, at least for the most part, from its devastations. This argument, however, seems to prove more than it was intended to, namely, not merely that the human being is not an ultimate end of nature and, for the same reason, that the aggregate of organized natural things on earth cannot be a system of ends, but rather that even the products of nature that we previously held to be natural ends can have no other origin than that in the mechanism of nature, but in the solution given above for the antinomy of the principles of the mechanical and teleological explanation of organic natural beings. We have seen that since these principles are, with regard to their particular laws, the key to the systematic coherence of which, however, we lack, of formative nature, merely principles of the reflecting power of judgment, which in themselves determine nothing about the origin of these beings, but say only that given the nature of our understanding and our reason we cannot conceive of them except in accordance with final causes, the greatest possible effort, indeed boldness, in attempting to explain them mechanically is not merely allowed, but we are also summoned to it by reason. Even though we know that we can never be successful in this attempt because of subjective reasons in the particular manner and limitation of our understanding, and not, say, because the mechanism of generation itself contradicts an origin in accordance with if the name natural history that has been adopted for the description of 428 nature is to remain in use, then one can call that which it literally means, namely a representation of the ancient condition of the earth, about which, even though there is no hope for certainty, there is reasonable ground for making conjectures. The archaeology of nature, in contrast to that of art, to the former belong fossils, just as to the latter belong carved stones, etc. For since we are really constantly, if also, as is fitting, slowly working on such an archaeology, under the name of a theory of the earth, this name would not be given to a merely imaginary branch of research into nature, but to one to which nature itself invites and summons us. Critique of the teleological power of judgment ends, and, finally, we have also seen that even the unifiability of the two ways of representing the possibility of nature may well lie in the supersensible principle of nature, outside of as well as inside us, since the representation of it according to final causes is only a subjective condition of the use of our reason when reason would not judge of the objects merely as appearances, but rather demands that these appearances themselves, together with their principles, be related to the supersensible substratum in order to find possible certain laws of their unity, which cannot be represented except by means of ends, of which reason too has ones that are supersensible. Section 83. On the ultimate end of nature as a teleological system. In the preceding we have shown that we have sufficient cause to judge be the human being not merely, like any organized being, as a natural end, but also as the ultimate end of nature here on earth, in relation to which all other natural things constitute a system of ends in accordance with fundamental principles of reason, not, to be sure, for the determining power of judgment, yet for the reflecting power of judgment. Now if that which is to be promoted as an end through the human being's connection to nature is to be found within the human being himself, then it must be either the kind of end that can be satisfied by the beneficence of nature itself, or it is the aptitude and skill for all sorts of ends for which he can use nature, external and internal. The first end of nature would be the happiness, the second the culture of the human being. The concept of happiness is not one that the human being has, say, abstracted from his instincts and thus derived from the animality in himself. Rather, it is a mere idea of a state to which he would make his instincts adequate under merely empirical conditions, which is impossible. He outlines this idea himself, and indeed, thanks to the involvement of his understanding with his imagination and his senses, in so many ways and with such frequent changes that even if nature were to be completely subjected to his will it could still assume no determinate universal and fixed law at all by means of which to correspond with this unstable concept, and thus, with the end that each arbitrarily sets for himself 12. But even if we sought either to reduce this concept to the genuine natural need concerning which our species is in thoroughgoing self-consensus, or, alternatively, to increase as much as possible the Beurteilung, angestelt wissen will be Beurteilen, critique of the teleological power of judgment skill for fulfilling ends that have been thought up, what the human being understands by happiness and what is in fact his own ultimate natural end, not an end of freedom, would still never be attained by him, for his nature is not of the sort to call a halt anywhere in possession and enjoyment and to be satisfied. And further, it is so far from being the case that nature has made the human being its special favorite and favored him with beneficence above all other animals, that it has rather spared him just as little as any other animal from its destructive effects, whether of pestilence, hunger, danger of flood, cold, attacks by other animals great and small, etc. 13. Even more, the conflict in the natural predispositions of the human being reduces himself and others of his own species, by means of plagues that he invents for himself, such as the oppression of domination, the barbarism of war, etc., to such need, and he works so hard for the destruction of his own species, that even if the most beneficent nature outside of us had made the happiness of our species its end, that end would not be attained in a system of nature upon the earth, because the nature inside of us is not receptive to that. The human being is thus always only a link in the chain of natural ends, a principle, to be sure, with regard to many ends which nature seems to have determined for him in its predispositions, since he himself makes those his ends, yet also a means for the preservation of the purposiveness in the mechanism of the other members, as the sole being on earth who has reason, and thus a capacity to set voluntary ends for himself. He is certainly the titular lord of nature, and, if nature is regarded as a teleological system, then it is his vocation to be the ultimate end of nature, but always only conditionally, that is, subject to the condition that he has the understanding and the will to give to nature and to himself a relation to an end that can be sufficient for itself independently of nature, which can thus be a final end, which, however, must not be sought in nature at all. In order, however, to discover where in the human being we are at least to posit that ultimate end of nature, we must seek out that which nature is capable of doing in order to prepare him for what he must himself do in order to be a final end, and separate this from all those ends the possibility of which depends upon conditions which can be expected only from nature. Of the latter sort is earthly happiness, by which is meant the sum of all the ends that are possible through nature outside and inside of the human being. That is the matter of all of his ends on earth, which, if he makes them into his whole end, make him incapable of setting a final end for his own existence and of agreeing with that end. Thus among all his ends in nature there remains only a Bestimmung, critique of the teleological power of judgment, the formal, subjective condition, namely the aptitude for setting himself ends at all and independent from nature in his determination of ends, using nature as a means appropriate to the maxims of his free ends in general, as that which nature can accomplish with a view to the final end that lies outside of it and which can therefore be regarded as its ultimate end. the production of the aptitude of a rational being for any ends in general, thus those of his freedom, is culture. Thus only culture can be the ultimate end that one has cause to ascribe to nature in regard to the human species, not its own earthly happiness or even merely being the foremost instrument for establishing order and consensus in a rational nature outside him. But not every kind of culture is adequate for this ultimate end of nature. The culture of skill is certainly the foremost subjective condition of aptitude for the promotion of ends in general, but it is still not sufficient for promoting the will in the determination and choice of its ends, which however is essential for an aptitude for ends. The latter condition of aptitude, which could be named the culture of training, discipline, is negative, and consists in the liberation of the will from the despotism of desires, by which we are made, attached as we are to certain things of nature, incapable of choosing for ourselves, while we turn into fetters the drives that nature has given us merely for guidance in order not to neglect or even injure the determination of the animality in us, while yet we are free enough to tighten or loosen them, to lengthen or shorten them, as the ends of reason require. Skill cannot very well be developed in the human race except by means of inequality among people, for the majority provides the necessities of life as it were mechanically, without requiring any special art for that, for the comfort and ease of others, who cultivate the less necessary elements of culture, science and art, and are maintained by the latter in a state of oppression, bitter work and little enjoyment, although much of the culture of the higher class gradually spreads to this class. But with the progress of this culture, the height of which, when the tendency to what is dispensable begins to destroy what is indispensable, is called luxury, calamities grow equally great on both sides. On the one side because of violence imposed from without, on the other because of dissatisfaction from within. Yet this splendid misery is bound up with the development of the natural predispositions in the human race, and the end of nature itself, even if it is not our end, is hereby attained. 15. The formal condition under which alone nature can attain this its final aim is that constitution. In the first edition, the word freedom, Freiheit, appears in place of the word will, den Willen and Absicht. Critique of the teleological power of judgment in the relations of human beings with one another, in which the abuse of reciprocally conflicting freedom is opposed by lawful power in a whole, which is called civil society. For only in this can the greatest development of the natural predispositions occur. For this, however, even if humans were clever enough to discover it and wise enough to subject themselves willingly to its coercion, a cosmopolitan whole, that is, a system of all states that are at risk of detrimentally affecting each other, is required. 16. In its absence, and given the obstacles that ambition, love of power, and greed, especially on the part of those who are in power, oppose to even the possibility of such a design, war, partly of the kind in which states split apart and divide themselves into smaller ones, partly of the kind in which smaller ones unite with each other and strive to form a larger whole, is inevitable, which, even though it is an unintentional effort of humans aroused by unbridled passions, is a deeply hidden but perhaps intentional effort of supreme wisdom, if not to establish then at least to prepare the way for the lawfulness together with the freedom of the states, and by means of that the unity of a morally grounded system of them, and which, in spite of the most horrible tribulations which it inflicts upon the human race, is nevertheless one more incentive, while the hope for a peaceful state of happiness among nations recedes ever further, for developing to their highest degree all the talents that serve for culture, as far as the discipline of the inclinations is concerned, for which the natural predisposition in respect to our vocation as an animal species is quite purposive, but which make the development of humanity very difficult. Nature still displays, even in regard to this second requisite for culture, a purposive effort at an education to make us receptive to higher ends than nature itself can afford. There is no denying the preponderance of the evil showered upon us by the refinement of taste to the point of its idealization, and even by indulgence in the sciences as nourishment for vanity, because of the insatiable host of inclinations that are thereby aroused. However, there is also no mistaking nature's end of prevailing evermore over the crudeness and vehemence of those inclinations, which belong more to our animality and are most opposed to our education for our higher vocation. The Eburgerliche Gesellschaft in the first edition. There is a comma rather than a period here. See Weltbürgerliches Ganz in the first edition. Kant's sentence again continues with only a comma rather than a period here. Either word perhaps was added in the second edition F. The word and was added in the second edition G. Luxus. Critique of the teleological power of judgment, inclinations of enjoyment, and of making room for the development of humanity. Beautiful arts and sciences, which by means of a universally communicable pleasure and an elegance and refinement make human beings, if not morally better, at least better mannered for society, very much reduce the tyranny of sensible tendencies. Be and prepare humans for a sovereignty in which reason alone shall have power. 18. While the evil that is visited upon us partly by nature, partly by the intolerant selfishness of human beings, at the same time calls forth, strengthens, and steals the powers of the soul not to be subjected to those, and thus allows us to feel an aptitude for higher ends, which lies hidden in us. Section 84. On the final end of the existence of a world, that is, of creation itself. A final end is that end which needs no other as the condition of its possibility. If the mere mechanism of nature is assumed as the basis for the explanation of its purposiveness, then one cannot ask why the things in the world exist, for on such an idealistic system, what is at issue is only the physical possibility of things, which for us to conceive of as ends would be mere sophistry, without any object. Whether one assigns this form of things to chance or to blind necessity, in either case that question would be empty. But if we assume that the connection to ends in the world is real and assume that there is a special kind of causality for it, namely that of an intentionally acting cause, then we cannot stop at the question why things in the world, organized beings, have it is easy to decide what sort of value life has for us if it is assessed merely by what one enjoys, the natural end of the sum of all inclinations, happiness, less than zero. For who would start life anew under the same conditions, or even according to a new and self-designed plan, but one still in accord with the course of nature, which would, however, still be aimed merely at enjoyment? It has been shown above what value life would have if conducted in accordance with the end that nature has set for us, which it contains in itself, and which consists in that which one does, and not merely what one enjoys. Where we are, however, always merely a means to an undetermined final end. Thus nothing is left but the value that we ourselves give to our lives through that which we do not merely do but also do so purposively and independently of nature that even the existence of nature can be an end only under this condition of Fuhr. Gesellschaft. Wenn Gleich den Menschen nicht sittlich besser, doch gesittet machen wie Sinnenhanges. Critique of the teleological power of judgment this or that form, or are placed by nature in relation to this or that other thing. Rather, once an understanding has been conceived that must be regarded as the cause of the possibility of such forms as they are really found in things, then we must also raise the question of the objective ground that could have determined this productive understanding to an effect of this sort, which is then the final end for which such things exist. I have said above that the final end cannot be an end that nature would be sufficient to produce in accordance with its idea, because it is unconditioned. For there is nothing in nature, as a sensible being, the determining ground of which, itself found in nature, is not always in turn conditioned, and this holds not merely for nature outside of us, material nature, but also for nature inside of us, thinking nature, as long as it is clearly understood that I am considering only that within me which is nature. 19a thing, however, which is to exist as the final end of an intelligent cause necessarily, on account of its objective constitution, must be such that in the order of ends it is dependent on no further condition other than merely the idea of it. Now we have in the world only a single sort of beings whose causality is teleological, that is, aimed at ends and yet at the same time so constituted that the law in accordance with which they have to determine ends is represented by themselves as unconditioned and independent of natural conditions but yet as necessary in itself. The being of this sort is the human being, though considered as noumenon, the only natural being in which we can nevertheless cognize, on the basis of its own constitution, a supersensible faculty, freedom, and even the law of the causality together with the object that it can set for itself as the highest end, the highest good in the world, now of the human being, and thus of every rational being in the world, as a moral being, it cannot be further asked why, quem infinem, it exists. His existence contains the highest end itself, to which, as far as he is capable, he can subject the whole of nature, or against which at least he need not hold himself to be subjected by any influence from nature. Now if things in the world, as dependent beings as far as their existence is concerned, need a supreme cause acting in accordance with ends, then the human being is the final end of creation. For without him the chain of ends subordinated to one another would not be completely grounded, and only in the human being, although in him only as a subject of morality, is unconditional legislation with regard to ends to be found, which therefore makes him alone capable at what end. Critique of the teleological power of judgment of being a final end, to which the whole of nature is teleologically subordinated. Section 85. On Physicotheology. Physicotheology is the attempt of reason to infer from the ends of nature, which can be cognized only empirically, to the supreme cause of nature and its properties. 21a. Moral theology. Ethicotheology would be the attempt to infer from the moral ends of rational beings in nature, which can be cognized a priori, to that cause and its properties. The former naturally precedes the latter, for if we would infer teleologically from the things in the world to a world cause, ends of nature must first be given, for which we have subsequently to seek a final end, and then for this the principle of the causality of this supreme cause. Much research into nature can and must take place in accordance with the teleological principle. Without there being cause to inquire into it, would be possible for the happiness of rational beings in the world to be an end of nature, and in that case it would be its ultimate end. At least one cannot understand a priori why nature should not be so arranged, since at least as far as we can understand this effect would be quite possible by means of its mechanism. But morality and a causality subordinated to it according to ends is absolutely impossible by means of nature, for the principle of its determination for action is supersensible, and is thus the only thing possible in the order of ends that is absolutely unconditioned with regard to nature, and its subject alone is thereby qualified to be the final end to which the whole of nature is subordinated. Happiness, in contrast, is, as was shown in the previous section by the testimony of experience, not even an end of nature with regard to human beings in preference to other creatures, let alone a final end of creation. Human beings must always make it into their ultimate subjective end. But if I ask about the final end of creation, why must human beings exist, then the issue is about an objective supreme end, such as the highest reason would require for its creation. Now if one answers, so that beings should exist whom that supreme cause can benefit, then one contradicts the condition to which the reason of a human being subjects even his inmost wish for happiness, namely its correspondence with his own internal moral legislation. This proves that happiness can only be a conditioned end, and that the human being can thus be the final end of creation only as a moral being. As far as his state is concerned, happiness is connected to it only as a consequence, in proportion to the correspondence with that end as the end of his existence. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. The ground of the possibility of purposive action that we find in various of the products of nature. If, however, we would also have a concept of this, then we have absolutely no further insight into this other than the mere maxim of the reflecting power of judgment. The maxim, namely, that if even a single organic product of nature is given to us, then, given the constitution of our cognitive faculty, we can think of no other ground for it except that of a cause of nature itself, whether the whole of nature or even only this piece of it, that contains the causality for it in virtue of understanding, a principle for judging by means of which we are not brought a step further in the explanation of natural things and their origin, but which does open up for us a prospect on nature that may perhaps allow us to determine more precisely the otherwise so fruitless concept of an original being. Now I say that physicotheology, no matter how far it might be pushed, can reveal to us nothing about a final end of creation, for it does not even reach the question about such an end. It can thus certainly justify the concept of an intelligent world cause, as a merely subjectively appropriate concept for the constitution of our cognitive faculty of the possibility of the things that we make intelligible to ourselves in accordance with ends. But it cannot determine this concept any further in either a theoretical or a practical respect, and its attempt does not fulfill its aim of establishing a theology, but always remains merely a physical teleology, because the relation to ends in it always can and must be considered only as conditioned within nature, hence the end for which nature itself exists, the ground for which must be sought outside of nature, on the determinate idea of which the determinate concept of that supreme intelligent world cause and thus the possibility of a theology nevertheless depend, cannot even become a question. How the things in the world are useful to one another, how the manifold in a thing is good for this thing itself, how one even has reason for assuming that nothing in the world is in vain, but that everything in nature is good for something, under the condition that certain things should exist as ends. Hence, for assuming that our reason can provide the power of judgment with no other principle of the possibility of the object for its unavoidable teleological judging be than the principle of subordinating the mechanism of nature to the architectonic of an intelligent world author, the teleological view of the world answers all of this magnificently and extremely admirably. But since the data and hence the principles for determining that concept of an intelligent world cause, as the highest artist, are merely empirical, they are Beurteilungssprinzip be Beurteilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment do not allow us to infer any properties beyond what experience reveals to us in its effects, which, since it can never comprehend the whole of nature as a system, must often hit upon grounds of proof that, to all appearance, contradict one another as well as that concept, but it can never, even if we were capable of having an empirical overview of the whole system as long as it concerns mere nature, elevate us beyond nature to the end of its existence itself, and thereby to the determinate concept of that higher intelligence. If one minimizes the problem that a physical theology is supposed to solve, then its solution seems easy. That is, if one reduces the concept of a deity to that of an intelligent being that can be conceived by us, which may have one or more, or even many of the important properties that are requisite for the establishment of a nature corresponding to the greatest possible ends, but not all of them. Or if one thinks nothing of making good what cannot be proved within a theory by supplementing it with arbitrary additions, and takes oneself to be authorized, where one has reason for assuming much perfection, and what is much for us, to presuppose all possible perfection, then physical teleology can make significant claims to the distinction of establishing a theology 24. But if it is demanded that we show what drives us and even more justifies us in adding those supplements, then we will seek in vain to find anything that justifies us in the principles of the theoretical use of reason, which always demands that no properties be assumed in the explanation of an object of experience that are not to be found among the empirical data. For its possibility on closer examination we would see that there actually lies in us a priorian idea of a highest being, resting on a very different use of reason, its practical use, which drives us to amplify physical teleology's defective representation of the original ground of the ends of nature into the concept of a deity. And we would not falsely suppose that we have produced this idea and a theology along with it by the application of theoretical reason to knowledge of the physical world, let alone proved its reality. The ancients should not be blamed so severely for having conceived of their gods very diversely, as far as both their capacities and their intentions and preferences are concerned, but for having conceived of all of them, even their chief one, as always limited in human ways. For if they considered the arrangement and the course of things in nature, they certainly found sufficient reason to assume something more than the mechanical as their cause, and for suspecting the intentions of certain higher causes, which they could not conceive except as supera in the first edition. This sentence continues with a comma and an and rather than concluding here with a period. B. The first edition has theology rather than teleology here. Critique of the teleological power of judgment human, behind the machinery of this world. But since they found the good and evil in this world, what is purposive and what is contra-purposive, to be very mixed, at least as far as our insight goes, and they could not allow themselves to assume for the sake of the arbitrary idea of a most perfect author that there are nevertheless wise and beneficent ends lying hidden beneath this, the proof of which they did not see. Their judgment of the supreme world cause could hardly come out otherwise, so long, that is, as they proceeded quite consistently in accordance with maxims of the merely theoretical use of reason. Others, who wanted to be both physicists and theologians at the same time, thought that they could satisfy reason by taking care of the absolute unity of the principle of natural things that reason demands by means of the idea of a being in which, as a sole substance, all those things together are only inhering determinations, which substance would not be cause of the world, by means of its intelligence, but in it, as a subject, all the understanding of beings in the world would nevertheless be found, a being, therefore, that would certainly not bring forth anything in accordance with ends, but in which all things, because of the unity of the subject of which they are mere determinations, must still necessarily be purposively related to each other even without any end and intention be. Thus they introduce the idealism of final causes by transforming the unity of a multitude of substances purposively connected to each other, which is so difficult to produce, from causal dependency on one substance into inherence in one substance, which system, as pantheism if considered from the side of the inhering beings in the world, and, later, as Spinozism 25 if considered from the side of the single subsisting subject as original being, did not so much solve the question of the first ground of purposiveness as rather nullify it, by robbing that concept of all its reality and making it into a mere misinterpretation of a general ontological concept of a thing in general. The concept of a deity sufficient for our teleological judging of nature can thus never be produced in accordance with merely theoretical principles of the use of reason on which alone physicotheology is based. For we either declare all teleology to be a mere deception of the power of judgment in the judging of the causal connection of things, and take refuge in the single principle of a mere mechanism of nature which, because of the unity of the substance of which nature is nothing but the manifold of its determinations, merely seems to us to. The first edition here inserts the word single b in the first edition. The sentence continues with a comma and an and rather than concluding with a period here. See Bjothilung d Bjothilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment contain a universal relation to ends, or, if, instead of this idealism of final causes, we would remain attached to the fundamental principle of the realism of this special kind of causality, then, whether we base the natural ends on many or even just one intelligent original being, as long as we have available for the establishment of the concept of this being nothing but principles of experience, derived from the actual nexus of ends in the world, we can, on the one hand, find no help against the discord with regard to the unity of ends that nature presents in many cases, and, on the other, insofar as the concept of a single intelligent cause is produced only as is justified by mere experience, we will never be able to determine it adequately for any usable theology of whatever sort, theoretical or practical, it might be. Physical teleology certainly drives us to seek a theology, but it cannot produce one. However widely we may scrutinize nature through experience and however much we may supplement the nexus of ends discovered in it with ideas of reason which, for physical problems, must be theoretical, what help is it, one may rightly complain, to ground all these arrangements on a great and for us immeasurable intelligence, and have it arrange this world in accordance with its intentions, if nature does not nor ever can tell us anything about the final aim, without which, however, we can form no common reference point for all these natural ends, no teleological principle sufficient for cognizing all the ends together in a single system as well as for forming a concept of the supreme intelligence, as the cause of such a nature, which could serve as a standard for our power of judgment for reflecting upon nature teleologically. In that case I would, to be sure, have an artistic intelligence, for various ends, but no wisdom, for a final end, which, however, must really contain the determining ground of the former, but in the absence of a final end, which only pure reason can provide a priori since all ends in the world are empirically conditioned, and can contain nothing except what is good for this or that as a contingent aim, and nothing that is absolutely good, and which alone would teach me what properties, what degree, and what relation of the highest cause to a nature I must conceive in order to judge it as a teleological system. How and with what right could I arbitrarily expand the very restricted concept of that original intelligence which I can ground on my limited knowledge of the world, of the power of this original being to bring his ideas to reality, of his will to do so, etc., and bring it up to the level of an idea of an all-wise, infinite being? If this were to happen theoretically, it would presuppose omniscience in Meyer Redding, with the first edition, Zer instead of der, of the B in the first edition. The sentence continues instead of ending here with a question mark, and does not include the phrase if this were to happen theoretically. Critique of the teleological power of judgment self in order to have insight into the entire nexus of the ends of nature and to be able to think even further of all other possible plans, in comparison with which the present one could be judged, with reason, as the best. For without this complete knowledge of the effect, I cannot infer to any determinate concept of the supreme cause, which can only be found in that of an intelligence that is infinite in every respect, that is, the concept of a divinity, and thus establish a foundation for theology. Thus, even with all possible expansion of physical teleology, we can still say, in accordance with the fundamental principle that has been adduced above, that, given the constitution and the principles of our cognitive faculty, we cannot conceive of nature, in the purposive arrangements that have become known to us in it, except as the product of an intelligence to which it is subject. But whether this intelligence may have had a final aim in the whole of nature and its production, which in that case would not lie in the nature of the sensible world, can never be revealed to us by theoretical research into nature. Rather, even in the face of all the knowledge of the latter, it remains undetermined whether that supreme cause is its original ground in accordance with a final end throughout rather than through an intelligence determined by the mere necessity of its nature to the production of certain forms, in analogy with that which we call artistic instinct in animals, without it being necessary to attribute to it any wisdom, let alone the highest wisdom combined with all the other properties requisite for the perfection of its product. Thus physicotheology, a misunderstood physical teleology, is usable only as a preparation, propedeutic, for theology, and is adequate for this purpose only with the assistance of another principle, on which it can support itself, but not in itself, as its name would suggest. Section 86. On Ethicotheology 26. If it thinks over the existence of the things in the world and the existence of the world itself, even the most common understanding cannot reject the judgment that all the many creatures, no matter how great the artistry of their arrangement and how manifold the purposive interconnections by which they are related to each other may be, indeed the whole of so many systems of them, which we incorrectly call worlds, would exist for nothing if there were not among them human beings, rational beings in general. That is, the judgment that without human beings the whole of creation would be a mere desert. B. A Buthield B. The phrase a mere desert was added in the second edition. Critique of the teleological power of judgment existing in vain and without a final end. But it is not their cognitive faculty, theoretical reason in relation to which the existence of everything else in the world first acquires its value, so that someone should exist who can consider the world. For if this consideration of the world were to allow him to represent nothing but things without a final end, then no value would emerge from the fact that they are cognized, and a final end would already have to be assumed in relation to which the consideration of the world would itself have a value. Nor is it the feeling of pleasure and the amount of such feeling in relation to which we think of a final end of creation as given. That is, it is not well-being, not enjoyment, whether corporeal or spiritual. In a word, it is not happiness by means of which we estimate that absolute value. For the fact that if the human being exists he makes this itself his final aim does not yield any concept of why he should exist at all, and what value he himself has in order to make his existence agreeable. He must already be presupposed to be the final end of creation in order for there to be a rational ground why nature, if it is considered as an absolute whole in accordance with principles of ends, must agree with his happiness. Hence it is only the faculty of desire, although not that which makes him dependent on nature, through sensible impulses, not that in regard to which the value of his existence rests on what he receives and enjoys. Rather it is the value that he alone can give to himself, and which consists in what he does, in how and in accordance with which principles he acts, not as a link in nature but in the freedom of his faculty of desire. That is, a goodwill is that alone by means of which his existence can have an absolute value and in relation to which the existence of the world can have a final end. Further, the commonest judgment of healthy human reason is in complete agreement with this, namely, that it is only as a moral being that the human being can be a final end of creation. If we but direct its judging to this question and give it occasion to investigate it, what does it help? One will ask, that this person has so much talent, even that he is very active with it, and thereby exercises a useful influence on the common weal, and also has a great value in relation to his own state of happiness as well as to the advantage of others. If he does not possess a goodwill 28 if one considers what is inside him, he is a contemptible object, and if creation is not to be entirely without a final end, then he, who as a human also belongs to it, must nevertheless, as an evil person, in a world under moral laws, be prepared, in accordance with them, to sacrifice his subjective end, of happiness, as the sole condition under which his existence can be congruent with the final end of Buthilang. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Now if we encounter purposive arrangements in the world, and, as reason inexorably demands, subordinate the ends that are only conditional to an unconditioned, supreme end, that is, a final end, then one readily sees, first, that in that case what is at issue is not an end of nature within it, insofar as it exists, but the end of its existence, with all its arrangements, hence the ultimate end of creation, and in this, further, what is actually at issue is the supreme condition under which alone a final end, that is, of the determining ground of a highest understanding for the production of the beings of the world, can obtain. Now since we recognize the human being as the end of creation only as a moral being, we have in the first place a ground, at least the chief condition, for regarding the world as a whole interconnected in accordance with ends and as a system of final causes, but, above all, a ground for a principle for conceiving, for the relation of natural ends to an intelligent world cause that is necessary given the constitution of our reason, of the nature and the properties of this first cause as the supreme ground in the realm of ends, and so for determining the concept of it, which physical teleology, which could only produce concepts that are indeterminate and for that very reason unsuited for both theoretical as well as practical use, could not do. On the basis of the principle of the causality of the original being thus determined, we must not conceive of it merely as an intelligence and as legislative for nature, but also as a legislative sovereign in a moral realm of ends, in relation to the highest good possible under his rule alone, namely the existence of rational beings under moral laws. We will conceive of this original being as omniscient, so that even what is inmost in their dispositions, which is what constitutes the real moral value of the actions of rational beings in the world, is not hidden from him, as omnipotent, so that he can make the whole of nature suitable for this highest end, as omnibenevolent and at the same time just, because these two properties, united as wisdom, constitute the conditions of the causality of a supreme cause of the world as a highest good under moral laws, and likewise all of the remaining transcendental properties, such as eternity, omnipresence, etc., for goodness and justice are moral properties, which must be presupposed in relation to such a final end, must also be thought in such a being. 30 In this way moral teleology makes good the defect of physical teleology, and first establishes a theology, since the latter, if it is to proceed consistently rather than borrowing, unnoticed, from the former, could by itself alone establish the phrase in parentheses was added in the second edition, critique of the teleological power of judgment, nothing more than a demonology, which is not capable of any determinate concept, but the principle of the relation of the world to a supreme cause, as a deity, on account of the moral vocation of certain beings in it, does not do this merely by supplementing the physical teleological basis for proof, and necessarily making this its ground. Rather, it is adequate for that by itself, and urges attention to the ends of nature and research into the inconceivably great art that lies hidden behind its forms in order to provide incidental confirmation from natural ends for the ideas created by pure practical reason. For the principle of beings in the world under moral laws is an a priori principle in accordance with which human beings must necessarily judge. B. Further, that if such an intentionally acting world cause directed at an end exists at all, then that moral relation must be just as necessary a condition of the possibility of a creation as is the relation according to physical laws, if, that is, that intelligent cause also has a final end. See, reason sees this a priori as a fundamental principle that is necessary for it for the teleological judging of the existence of things. Now it comes down only to this, whether we have any sufficient ground for reason, whether speculative or practical, to attribute a final end to the supreme cause acting in accordance with ends. For given the subjective constitution of our reason and even how we must always think of the reason of other beings, it can count as certain for us a priori that this final end can be nothing other than the human being under moral laws, while by contrast the ends of nature in the physical order cannot be cognized a priori at all, nor can it be understood in any way that a nature could not exist with such an end. Remark: consider a person at those moments in which his mind is disposed to moral sensation. If, surrounded by a beautiful nature, he finds himself in peaceful and cheerful enjoyment of his existence, he feels a need to be thankful to someone for it. Or if, on another occasion, he finds himself in the same state of mind under the press of duties which he can and will satisfy only through voluntary sacrifice, he feels a need to have done something that was commanded and to have obeyed an overlord, or if he has in some heedless way acted contrary to his duty, although without having become answerable to other people, nevertheless a strong self-reproach will speak to him as if it were the voice of a judge to whom he must give account for his action. In a word, he needs a moral as Wekbestimmung literally, end determination B. Beurteilung. See the parentheses were added in the second edition D. Beurteilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment intelligence in order to have a being for the end for which he exists, which is the cause of him and the world in a way suitable to this end. Cleverly to dig for incentives behind these feelings would be in vain, for they are immediately connected with the purest moral disposition, since thankfulness, obedience and humiliation, subjection to deserved chastisement, are particular dispositions of the mind toward duty, and the mind that is inclined to the enlargement of its moral disposition here only voluntarily conceives of an object that is not in the world in order, where possible, to demonstrate its duty toward such an object. It is thus at least possible as well grounded in a moral way of thinking to represent B such a purely moral need for the existence of such a being, by means of which our morality acquires either more strength or, at least as we represent it, more scope, namely, by assuming a new object for its exercise, that is, a morally legislative being outside of the world, without any regard to a theoretical proof, but on a pure moral ground, free from all alien influence, and thus, to be sure, only subjective, on the basis of the mere recommendation of a pure practical reason legislating for itself alone, and even if such a disposition of the mind were only rarely forthcoming, or did not last long, but passed by quickly and without an enduring effect, or even without any reflection on the object represented in such a shadowy image and without any effort to bring it under distinct concepts, still the ground of such a disposition, our moral predisposition as the subjective principle not to be content with natural causes in the consideration of the purposiveness of the world but rather to base it in a supreme cause ruling nature in accordance with moral principles, is unmistakable. In addition, there is the fact that we feel ourselves forced by the moral law to strive for a universal highest end, but at the same time feel ourselves and all of nature to be incapable of attaining it. There is the fact that it is only insofar as we strive for this that we feel that we can judge ourselves to be in accord with the final end of an intelligent world cause, if there is one, and there is thus a pure moral ground of practical reason for assuming this course, since this can be done without contradiction, even if for nothing more than avoiding the danger of seeing that effort as entirely futile in its effects and thereby flagging in it. By all of this only this much is here meant to be said, that although fear certainly first produces God's demons, only reason, by means of its moral principles, is capable of having produced the concept of God, even if one were very ignorant in the teleology of nature, as is commonly the case, or even very dubious, on account of the difficulty of balancing contradictory principles in it by means of an adequately confirmed principle, and that the inner moral vocation of human existence has made good that which was wanting in the knowledge of nature, by directing us to conceive of the supreme cause, for the final end of the existence of all things, for which no principle other than an ethical principle of reason is sufficient, with properties by means of which it is in the second edition, Gemuthstimmungen. In the first edition, Gemuthsbestimmungen, determinations of the mind be to represent added in the second edition Wekbestimmung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment capable of subjecting the whole of nature to its sole aim, for which nature is merely its instrument, that is, to conceive of it as a deity. 31 Section 87. On the moral proof of the existence of God, there is a physical teleology which gives our theoretically reflecting power of judgment a sufficient basis B for assuming the existence of an intelligent world cause. But we also find in ourselves, and even more in the concept of a rational being endowed with freedom, of its causality, in general, a moral teleology, which, however, since the relation to an end together with its laws is determined in us a priori, and thus can be cognized as necessary, needs no intelligent cause outside of us for this internal lawfulness, any more than we need to look beyond what we find purposive in the geometrical properties of figures, for all sorts of artistic exercises, to a highest cause which has imparted this to those figures. Yet this moral teleology concerns us as beings in the world and us as beings connected to other things in the world, upon which this very same law prescribes us to direct our judging. See whether as ends or as objects in regard to which we ourselves are ends. D. Now from this moral teleology, which concerns the relation of our own causality to ends and even to a final end that must be aimed at by us in the world, and thus the reciprocal relation of the world to that moral end and the external possibility of its accomplishment, to which no physical teleology can guide us, there arises the necessary question of whether it compels our rational judging to go beyond the world and to seek an intelligent supreme principle for that relation of nature to what is moral in us, in order to represent nature as purposive even in relation to the morally internal legislation and its possible execution. Thus there is certainly a moral teleology, and this is just as necessarily connected with the nomothetic of freedom on the one hand and that of nature on the other as civil legislation is connected with the question of where the executive power should be sought, and with the general question of how reason is to provide a principle of the reality of a certain lawful order of things that is possible only in accordance with ideas. We will first describe the progress of reason from that moral teleology and its relation to the physical to theology, and will suba in the first edition. Theology B. Beweisgrund C. Beurteilung D. in the first edition, either as ends or ourselves as final end in regard to them E. Beurteilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Sequently consider the possibility and the cogency of this sort of inference. If one assumes that the existence of certain things, or even only of certain forms of things, is possible contingently, and hence only through something else, as cause, then one can seek the supreme ground for this causality, thus the unconditioned for that which is conditioned, in either the physical or the teleological order, in accordance with the nexu effectiva or finalia that is. One can ask, what is the supreme productive cause or what is the supreme, absolutely unconditioned end of that is, the final end for the production of this or that of its products in general, in which case, of course, it is assumed that this cause is capable of a representation of ends, hence that it is an intelligent being, or at least must be conceived by us as acting in accordance with the laws of such a being. Now if we follow the latter order, then it is a fundamental principle, to which even the most common human reason is compelled to give immediate assent, that if reason is to provide a final end a priori at all, this can be nothing other than the human being, each rational being in the world, under moral laws. For, so does everyone judge. I deliberately say under moral laws the final end of creation is not the 448 human being in accordance with moral laws, that is, one who behaves in accordance with them, for with the latter expression we would say more than 449 we know, namely, that it is in the power of an author of the world to make it the case that the human being always behaves in accordance with moral laws, which would presuppose a concept of freedom and of nature, for the latter of which alone one can conceive of an external author, that would have to contain an insight far exceeding the insight of our reason into the supersensible substratum of nature and its identity with that which makes causality through freedom possible in the world. Only of the human being under moral laws can we say, without overstepping the limits of our insight, that his existence constitutes the final end of the world. This is also in complete agreement with the judgment of human reason as it reflects upon the course of the world. We believe that we perceive the traces of a wise relation to ends even in someone evil when we see that the wanton criminal would rather not die until he has suffered the well-deserved punishment for his misdeeds. According to our concepts of free causality, good or evil conduct depends upon ourselves, the highest wisdom in the governance of the world. However, we set in the fact that the motivation of the former but the consequences for both depend upon moral laws. Honoring God consists in the latter, which is thus not inaptly named the final end of creation by theologians. It should also be noted that when we use the word creation we do not mean anything according to the nexus of efficient or final causes begedacht. In the first edition, Vorgestalt, represented, critique of the teleological power of judgment. If the world consisted entirely of lifeless beings or even in part of living but non-rational beings, then the existence of such a world would have no value at all, because there would exist in it no being that has the slightest concept of a value. If, by contrast, there were also rational beings, but ones whose reason was able to place the value of the existence of things only in the relation of nature to themselves, to their well-being, and were not able themselves to create such an original value, in freedom, then there would certainly be relative ends in the world, but no absolute final end, since the existence of such rational beings would still always be without an end. The moral laws, however, have the unique property that they prescribe something to reason as an end without a condition, thus do exactly what the concept of a final end requires, and the existence of such a reason, which in the relation to ends can be the supreme law for itself. In other words, the existence of rational beings under moral laws, can alone be conceived of as the final end of the existence of a world. If, on the contrary, this is not the case, then there is either no end at all for the existence of a world in its cause, or it is grounded in an end without a final end. The moral law, as the formal rational condition of the use of our freedom, obligates us by itself alone, without depending on any sort of end as a material condition. 32 Yet it also determines for us, and indeed does so a priori, a final end, to strive after which it makes obligatory for us, and this is the highest good in the world possible through freedom, the subjective condition under which the human being, and, according to our concepts, every rational finite being as well, can set a final end for itself under the above law is happiness. Hence the highest physical good that is possible in the world and which can be promoted, as far as it is up to us, as a final end, is happiness. Under the objective condition of the concordance of humans with the law of morality, as the worthiness to be happy. However, given all of the capacities of our reason, it is impossible for us to represent these two requirements of the final end that is set for us by the moral law as both connected by merely natural causes and adequate to the idea of the final end as so conceived. 34 Thus the concept of the practical necessity of such an end, by means of the except what is said here, namely the cause of the existence of a world or of the things in it, its substances, which is what is implied by the proper concept of this word, actuatio substantiae estate cretio, which does not already imply the presupposition of a freely acting and consequently intelligent cause, whose existence we first of all wish to prove of the realization of substances is creation. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Application of our own powers is not congruent with the theoretical concept of the physical possibility of producing it if we do not connect our freedom with any other causality, as a means, than that of nature. Consequently, we must assume a moral cause of the world, an author of the world, in order to set before ourselves a final end, in accordance with the moral law, and insofar as that final end is necessary, to that extent, that is, in the same degree and for the same reason is it also necessary to assume the former, namely, that there is a God. This proof, which one could easily adapt to the form of logical precision, is not meant to say that it is just as necessary to assume the existence of God as it is to acknowledge the validity of the moral law. Hence that whoever cannot convince himself of the former can judge himself to be free from the obligations of the latter. No. All that would have to be surrendered in that case would be the aim of realizing the final end in the world, a happiness of rational beings harmoniously coinciding with conformity to the moral law, as the highest and best thing in the world. By conformity to the moral law, every rational being would still have to recognize himself as forever strictly bound to the precept of morals, for its laws are formal and command unconditionally, without regard to ends, as the matter of the will, but the one requirement of the final end, as practical reason prescribes it to beings in the world, is an end irresistibly imposed upon them by their nature, as finite beings, which reason would subject to the moral law as an inviolable condition, and would also have universally known in accuracy. This moral argument is not meant to provide any objectively valid proof of 450 the existence of God, nor meant to prove to the doubter that there is a God. Rather, it is meant to prove that if his moral thinking is to be consistent, he must include the assumption of this proposition among the maxims of his practical reason. Thus it is also not meant to say that it is necessary to assume the happiness of all rational beings in the world in accordance with their morality for morals, but rather that it is necessary through their morality. Hence it is a subjective argument, sufficient for moral beings. 35 See this note was added to the second edition of this sentence is translated according to the third edition rather than the first two, which reverse former and latter be das hochste Weltbest die Moralität sittlichkeit. Critique of the teleological power of judgment dance with that law, and thereby makes the promotion of happiness, in consensus with morality, into the final end. Now for us to promote this, as far as happiness is concerned, as far as lies in our power to do so is commanded by the moral law, let the outcome of this effort be whatever it will. The fulfillment of duty consists in the form of the earnest will, not in the intermediate causes of success. Suppose then, that a person were to convince himself, partly because of the weakness of all the speculative arguments that have been praised so highly, and partly by the weight of the many irregularities that he has encountered in nature and in the world of Mors, of the proposition that there is no God, he would still be worthless in his own eyes if on that account he were to hold the laws of duty to be merely imaginary, invalid, and non-obligatory, and were to decide to transgress them without fear. Such a person, even if he could subsequently convince himself of that which he had initially doubted, would still always remain worthless with such a way of thinking, even though he fulfilled his duties as punctiliously as might be demanded of him because of fear or the aim of reward, but without the disposition of reverence for duty. Be conversely, if as a believer he follows his conscience uprightly and unselfishly, yet nevertheless believes, whenever he considers the case, that if he could ever be convinced that there were no God, then he would be free from all moral obligation, then his inner moral disposition could only be bad. We can thus assume a righteous man, like Spinoza, who takes himself to be firmly convinced that there is no God, and since with regard to the object of morality it has a similar consequence, there is also no future life, how would he judge his own inner purposive determination by the moral law, which he actively honors? He does not demand any advantage for himself from his conformity to this law, whether in this or in another world. Rather, he would merely unselfishly establish the good to which that holy law directs all his powers. But his effort is limited, and from nature he can, to be sure, expect some contingent assistance here and there, but never a law-like agreement in accordance with constant rules, like his internal maxims are and must be, with the ends to act in behalf of which he still feels himself bound and impelled. Deceit, violence, and envy will always surround him, even though he is himself honest, peaceable, and benevolent, and the righteous ones sit and welter in the first edition. There is a comma rather than a period here. Be bewustzien sie Büchelen dies Wegbestimmung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Besides himself, that he will still encounter will, in spite of all their worthiness to be happy, nevertheless be subject by nature, which pays no attention to that, to all the evils of poverty, illnesses, and untimely death, just like all the other animals on earth, and will always remain thus until one wide grave engulfs them all together, whether honest or dishonest, it makes no difference here, and flings them, who were capable of having believed themselves to be the final end of creation, back into the abyss of the purposeless chaos of matter from which they were drawn, the end, therefore, which this well-intentioned person had and should have had before his eyes in his conformity to the moral law, he would certainly have to give up as impossible, or, if he would remain attached to the appeal of his moral inner vocation and not weaken the respect, by which the moral law immediately influences him to obedience, by the nullity of the only idealistic final end that is adequate to its high demand, which cannot occur without damage to the moral disposition, then he must assume the existence of a moral author of the world, that is, of God, from a practical point of view, that is, in order to form a concept of at least the possibility of the final end that is prescribed to him by morality, which he very well can do, since it is at least not self-contradictory. Section 88. Restriction of the validity of the moral proof. Pure reason, as a practical faculty, that is, as a faculty for determining the free use of our causality by means of ideas, pure concepts of reason, not only contains a regulative principle for our actions in the moral law, but at the same time also thereby provides a subjectively constitutive one, in the concept of an object that only reason can think and which is to be made actual by means of our actions in the world in accordance with that concept. The idea of a final end in the use of freedom in accordance with moral laws thus has subjectively practical reality. We are determined a priori by reason to promote with all of our powers what is best in the world, which consists in the combination of the greatest good for rational beings in the world with the highest condition of the good for them, that is, the combination of universal happiness with the most lawful morality. In this final end the possibility of one part, namely that of happiness, is empirically conditioned, that is, dependent on the constitution of nature, whether it Korea das Weltbest. Critique of the teleological power of judgment spawns with this end or not, and is problematic from a theoretical point of view, while the possibility of the other part, namely morality, with regard to which we are independent of the cooperation of nature, is established a priori and is dogmatically certain. For the objective theoretical reality of the concept of the final end of rational beings in the world, it is thus requisite not merely that we have a final end that is set before us a priori, but also that the existence of creation, that is, the world itself, has a final end, which, if it could be proven a priori, would add objective reality to the subjective reality of the final end. For if creation has a final end at all, we cannot conceive of it except as having to correspond to the final end of morality, which alone makes possible the concept of an end. But we certainly find ends in the world, and physical teleology presents them in such measure that if we judge rationally we will ultimately have reason to assume as the principle for research into nature that there is nothing in nature at all without an end. Yet we try in vain to find the final end of nature in nature itself. Just as even the objective possibility of its idea is based only in reason, the final end of nature can and must be sought only in rational beings. The practical reason of the latter, however, does not merely provide this final end, but also determines its concept with regard to the conditions under which alone a final end of creation can be conceived by us. Now here the question is whether the objective reality of the concept of a final end of creation cannot be adequately established for the theoretical requirements of pure reason, if not apodictically, for the determining power of judgment, then at least adequately for the maxims of the theoretically reflecting power of judgment. This is the least that one can expect of speculative philosophy, which undertakes to connect the moral end with natural ends by means of the idea of a single end. But even this little is still far more than it can accomplish. On the principle of the theoretically reflecting power of judgment we would say, if we have reason to assume a highest cause of nature for the purposive products of nature, whose causality with regard to the latter, the creation, must be conceived of as different from the mechanism of nature, namely as that of an intelligence, then we would have in this original being sufficient reason to think not merely that there are ends everywhere in nature, but also that there is a final end, not to prove the existence of such a being, but at least, as was the case in physical teleology, to convince ourselves that we can make the existence of such a world comprehensible to ourselves not merely according to ends, but only by ascribing a final end to its existence. But a final end is merely a concept of our practical reason, and can neither be deduced from any data of experience for the theoretical critique of the teleological power of judgment judging of nature nor be derived from any cognition of it. No use of this concept is possible except solely for practical reason in accordance with moral laws. And the final end of creation is that constitution of the world which corresponds only to that which we can give as determined in accordance with laws, namely the final end of our pure practical reason, insofar as it is to be practical. Now in virtue of the moral law, which imposes this final end upon us, we have a basis for assuming, from a practical point of view, that is, in order to apply our powers to realize it, its possibility, its realizability. Hence also a nature of things corresponding to that end, since without the accession of nature to a condition that does not stand within our own power its realization would be impossible. Thus we have a moral ground for also conceiving of a final end of creation for a world. Now this is not yet the inference from moral teleology to a theology, that is, to the existence of a moral author of the world, but only the inference to a final end of creation, which is determined in this way. Now that for this creation, that is, the existence of things, in accordance with a final end, there must be assumed, first, an intelligent being, but second, not merely an intelligent being, as is necessary for the possibility of the things in nature that we are forced to judge be as ends, but also a moral being as author of the world, that is, a God, is a second inference, which is so constituted that one sees that it is made merely for the power of judgment, in accordance with concepts of practical reason, and that as such it is made for the reflecting and not for the determining power of judgment. For we cannot presume to understand that just because the principles of morally practical reason are essentially different from those of technically practical reason in us, they must also be so in the supreme cause of the world if it is assumed to be an intelligence, and that it needs a special and different kind of causality for the final end than for mere ends of nature. Hence we cannot presume that in our final end we have not merely a moral ground for assuming a final end of creation, as an effect, but also for assuming a moral being as the original ground of the creation. But we may well say that given the constitution of our faculty of reason, We could not even make comprehensible the kind of purposiveness related to the moral law and its object that exists in this final end without an author and ruler of the world who is at the same time a moral legislator. The reality of a highest morally legislative author is thus adequately established merely for the practical use of our reason, without determining anything in regard to its existence theoretically. For reason a beurteilung be beurteilen. Critique of the teleological power of judgment requires for the possibility of its end, which is in any case imposed upon us by its own legislation, an idea by means of which the obstacle arising from the incapacity for conforming to it given mere natural concepts of the world is removed, adequately for the reflecting power of judgment, and this idea thereby acquires practical reality, even if all means for providing it with theoretical reality, for the explanation of nature and the determination of the supreme cause, are entirely absent from speculative cognition. For the theoretical power of reflecting judgment, the physical teleology from the ends of nature was sufficient to prove an intelligent world cause. For the practical power of reflecting judgment, this is accomplished by moral teleology by means of the concept of a final end which it is compelled to attribute to creation from a practical point of view. Now the objective reality of the idea of God as the moral author of the world cannot of course be established by means of physical ends alone. Nevertheless, if the cognition of those ends is connected with that of the moral end, then the former, because of the maxim of pure reason to seek unity of principles as far as is possible, is of great significance for assisting the practical reality of that idea by means of the reality that it already has for the power of judgment from a theoretical point of view. Now in order to avoid a misunderstanding that can easily arise, it is most necessary to mention here, first, that we can think these properties of the highest being only by means of analogy, for how would we investigate its nature, nothing similar to which can be shown to us by experience? Second, that by means of this analogy we only think this being, and do not thereby cognize it and attribute anything to it theoretically, for that would be something for the determining power of judgment, from the speculative point of view of our reason, in order to have insight into what the supreme world cause is in itself. But what is at issue here is only what sort of concept we are to form of it given the constitution of our cognitive faculty, and whether we have to assume its existence in order to provide even practical reality for an end that pure practical reason, without any such presupposition, enjoins us a priori to realize by the use of all of our powers, that is, only in order to be able to think of an intended effect as possible. That concept may always be excessive for speculative reason, and the properties that we attribute to the being that is thereby conceived may, if used objectively, conceal in themselves a certain anthropomorphism. Yet our aim in using them is not that of determining its nature, which is unattainable for us, but of determining ourselves and our will in accordance with them. Thus just as we name a cause after the concept that we have of its effect though only with regard to its relation to the latter, without thereby meaning to determine its internal constitution intrinsically by means of the properties that are all that we know about such critique of the teleological power of judgment causes and which must be given to us by experience. For example, just as we would attribute to the soul among its other properties a vim locomotivum, because real movements of the body arise whose causes lie in the soul's representations, without thereby meaning to ascribe to the soul the only ways in which we are acquainted with moving forces, namely, through attraction, impact, repulsion, hence movement that always presupposes an extended being. So we must assume something that contains the ground of the possibility and the practical reality, that is, the realizability, of a necessary moral final end. But given the constitution of the effect that is expected from it, we can conceive of it as a wise being ruling the world according to moral laws, and in accordance with the constitution of our cognitive faculties we must conceive of it as a cause that is distinct from nature, only in order to express the relation of this being transcending all of our cognitive faculties to the object of our practical reason, without on that account theoretically attributing to it the only kind of causality of this sort that is known to us, namely an intelligence and a will. Indeed, without meaning to make an objective distinction between the causality that we conceive in this being itself with respect to what is a final cause for us and its causality with respect to nature, and its purposive determinations in general. Rather, we can assume this distinction only as subjectively necessary for the constitution of our cognitive faculty, and as valid for the reflecting but not the objectively determining power of judgment. But when it comes to the practical sphere, such a regulative principle, for prudence or wisdom, namely, to act in conformity with something, as an end, which given the constitution of our cognitive faculties can only be conceived by us as possible in a certain way, is at the same time constitutive, that is, practically determining, for the very same thing which is by no means theoretically determining as a principle for judging be the objective possibility of things, the principle, namely, that the only kind of possibility that pertains to our faculty for thinking also pertains to the object, is rather a merely regulative principle for the reflecting power of judgment. Remark, this moral proof is not any newly invented argument, but at most only a newly articulated one, for it lay in the human faculty of reason even before its earliest germination, and with the progressive cultivation of that faculty has merely become more developed, as soon as human beings began to reflect on right and wrong, at a time when they still indifferently overlooked the purposiveness or locomotive force, that is, a power to initiate motion. B. Buthelin. Critique of the teleological power of judgment of nature, taking advantage of it without thinking that to be anything more than the usual course of nature, the judgment must inevitably have occurred to them that it could not in the end make no difference if a person has conducted himself honestly or falsely, fairly or violently, even if to the end of his life he has found at least no visible reward for his virtues or punishment for his crimes. It is as if they heard an inner voice that things must come out differently, hence there must have lain hidden in them the representation, even if obscure, of something they felt themselves obligated to strive for which would not be compatible with such an outcome, or which, if they regarded the ordinary course of the world as the only order of things, they did not in turn know how to reconcile with that inner vocation of their mind. Now they may have represented the way in which such an irregularity, which must be far more enraging to the human mind than the blind chance that one might assume as the principle for judging nature, could be straightened out in many if still quite crude ways. Yet they could never have thought up any principle of the possibility of the unification of nature with their inner moral law other than a supreme cause ruling the world in accordance with moral laws, because a final end within them that is imposed upon them as a duty and a nature outside them that has no final end but in which that end is nevertheless to become real is a contradiction. Now they could have hatched up a lot of nonsense about the inner constitution of that world cause, but that moral relation in the government of the world always remained the same, universally comprehensible for the most uncultivated reason as soon as it considers itself as practical, even though speculative reason is far from being able to stay in step with it. Further, in all probability this moral interest would first have aroused attention to the beauty and the ends in nature, which would then have served admirably to strengthen that idea, but could not have founded it, let alone made it dispensable, because it is only in relation to that final end that even the investigation of the ends of nature acquires that immediate interest that displays itself in such great measure in the admiration of them without regard to any advantage to be drawn from them. Section 89. On the utility of the moral argument, that, with regard to our ideas of the supersensible, reason is restricted to the conditions of its practical use has the unmistakable utility concerning the idea of God that it prevents theology from rising to theosophy, in extravagant concepts that confuse reason or sinking to demonology, an anthropomorphic way of representing the highest being, and that it prevents religion from lapsing into theurgy, an enthusiastic delusion that we can feel other supersensible beings and can in turn have influence on them, or into idolatry. 36. A superstitious anatabuthilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment delusion that the highest being can be satisfied by means other than a moral disposition. For if anyone would make any concession to the vanity or presumptuousness of the sophistical attempt to determine anything at all with regard to what lies beyond the sensible world in a theoretical way, enlarging cognition, if anyone would pride himself on insight into the existence and the constitution of the divine nature, into its intelligence and will and into the laws of both of these and the properties which flow from them to the world, then I would very much like to know where and at what point he would limit the pretensions of reason. For from wherever those insights come, from there more are certainly to be expected, if only, one supposes, one thinks hard enough. Yet such claims must be limited by a certain principle, not merely because we find that all our attempts at them thus far have gone awry, for that proves nothing against the possibility of a better result, But here no principle is possible except to assume either that absolutely nothing at all can be determined about the supersensible theoretically except strictly negatively, or else that our reason contains in itself a font of who knows what great and informative knowledge reserved for ourselves and our posterity. But as far as religion is concerned, that is, morals in relation to God as legislator, if theoretical cognition of God had to come first, then morals would have to conform to theology, and not merely would an external arbitrary legislation of a supreme being be introduced instead of an internal necessary legislation of reason. But further, because of this, everything that is defective in our insight into nature would also spread itself to the ethical precept, and thus religion would be made immoral and perverted, with regard to the hope for a future life. If, instead of making the final end which in accordance with the precept of the moral law we ourselves have to fulfill into the guideline for reason's judgment about our vocation, which can thus be considered as necessary or worthy of being assumed only in a practical relation, we consult our faculty of theoretical cognition, then in this respect the theory of the soul, just like theology above, yields nothing more than a negative concept of any religion is idolatry in a practical sense, which conceives of the highest 459 being as having properties according to which human beings can be in accord with its will by any means other than morality, which could be an adequate condition by itself. For however pure and free from sensible images such a concept may be from a theoretical point of view, from a practical point of view it is still represented as an idol, that is, the property of its will is represented anthropomorphically. The first edition reads ideal critique of the teleological power of judgment our thinking being, namely, that none of its actions nor the appearances of inner sense can be explained materialistically, therefore that absolutely no informative determining judgment based on speculative grounds concerning its separate nature and the duration or non-duration of its personality after death is possible for our entire faculty of theoretical cognition. 38. Therefore, since everything is left to the teleological judging of our existence from a practically necessary point of view and to the assumption of our continuance as a necessary condition for the final end that is absolutely imposed upon us by reason, the utility, which on first glance certainly seemed to be a net loss, is displayed, namely, that just as theology can never become theosophy for us, so rational psychology can never become pneumatology as an informative science, yet at the same time is also secured against the danger of lapsing into materialism. Rather, it is really merely an anthropology of the inner sense, that is, knowledge of our thinking self in life. And as theoretical cognition it also remains merely empirical, while as far as our external existence is concerned, rational psychology is not a theoretical science at all, but rests on a single inference of moral teleology, and its entire use is necessary solely on account of the latter as our practical vocation. Section 90. On the kind of affirmation be involved in a moral proof of the existence of God. 39. The first thing that is required of any proof, whether, as in the case of a proof by observation of the object or by experiment, it proceeds by the immediate empirical presentation of that which is to be proved or is conducted by reason a priori from principles, is that it not persuade but convince, see or at least have an effect on conviction. That is, what is required is that the basis of the proof, or the inference, not be merely a subjective aesthetic determining ground for assent, mere appearance, but rather objectively valid and a logical ground for cognition, for otherwise the understanding is bewitched but not brought to conviction. 40. It is that sort of pseudo-proof that is conducted in natural theology, perhaps with a good intention, but with deliberate concealment of its weakness. A whole host of evidence for the origin of natural Abuthilang Halton, literally, holding to be true, the modern notion of a propositional attitude might be the closest equivalent to Kant's term "cu buried, u berzuj d shiny u berfu hrt." Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Things in accordance with the principle of ends is adduced, and advantage is taken of the merely subjective ground of human reason, namely its native tendency to conceive of one principle instead of many as long as it can do so without contradiction, and, where only one or several of the requisites for the determination of a concept are found in this principle, to complete the concept of the thing by means of an arbitrary addition of the others. Indeed, if we encounter so many products in nature that are signs of an intelligent cause for us, why should we not think of a single cause rather than many such causes, and indeed conceive of this cause as having not merely great understanding, might, etc., but rather omniscience, omnipotence. In a word, conceive of it as containing the sufficient ground for such properties in all possible things, and why not further ascribe to this single all-powerful original being not merely understanding merely for the laws and products of nature, but also, as a moral world cause, the highest ethical practical reason, since by this completion of the concept a sufficient principle for insight into nature together with moral wisdom would be provided, and not even the least well-grounded objection can be made against the possibility of such an idea. Now if here the moral incentives of the mind are also set into motion and a lively interest is added to the latter with rhetorical force, of which they are quite worthy, then from that there arises persuasion of the objective sufficiency of the proof and even a healthy, in most cases of its use, illusion that entirely supersedes any examination of its logical acuity and in fact abhors and resists any such examination, as if it were based in a malicious doubt. Now against this there is nothing to be said, as long as one is considering strictly popular usefulness, but still the separation of this proof into the two different parts that its argument contains, namely that which belongs to physical teleology and that which belongs to moral teleology, cannot and should not be rejected, since fusing the two together makes it hard to recognize where the real nerve of the proof lies and how and in which part it must be reworked in order for its validity to withstand the most acute examination, even if one is compelled to concede the weakness of our rational insight into one part. Thus it is a duty for the philosopher, assuming that he takes no account of the claim of sincerity, to unmask even such a healthy illusion, which can cause such confusion, and to separate what belongs merely to persuasion from that which leads to conviction, two types of approval that differ not merely in degree but in kind, in order to exhibit the state of mind in this proof in complete clarity and to subject it to the most stringent and open-minded examination. A Bestimungen Begemuthsfassung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. A proof, however, that aims at conviction can be in turn of two different kinds, either one that would determine what the object is in itself or else one that would determine what it is for us, human beings in general, according to the necessary rational principles for our judging. A proof cat ali h 9258 Greek letter epsilon h 9259 or cat Greek letter nu h 9258 Greek letter o h 9275. B. Taking the latter Greek letter alpha word in the broadest sense to stand for human beings in general. In the first case it is grounded on sufficient principles for the determining power of judgment. In the second merely on sufficient principles for the reflecting power of judgment. In the latter case it can never produce conviction, resting as it does on merely theoretical principles, but if it is based on a practical principle of reason which is thus universally and necessarily valid, then it can make a sufficient claim of conviction from a purely practical point of view, that is, moral conviction. A proof, however, tends to conviction without actually convincing if it is merely led onto the path to conviction, that is, if it contains only objective grounds for that, which, although they are not sufficient for certainty, are nevertheless of the sort that do not serve merely as subjective grounds of the judgment d for conviction. Now all theoretical grounds for proof suffice: either 1. For proof through logically strict rational inferences, or, where this is not the case, 2. For inferences from analogy, or, if this too does not obtain, then still, 3. For probable opinion, or finally, what is the least, f. 4. For the assumption of a merely possible explanatory ground as an hypothesis. Now I say that no grounds for proof tending to theoretical conviction at all can produce any of these sorts of affirmation, from the highest to the lowest, if the proposition of the existence of an original being, as a God, is to be proven in a sense adequate to the complete content of this concept, namely as a moral author of the world, through which the final end of creation is given. 1. As far as logically correct proof, proceeding from the general to the particular, is concerned, it has been sufficiently demonstrated in the critique that since the concept of a being that is to be sought beyond nature corresponds to no intuition that is possible for us, and thus that its concept itself, insofar as it is to be theoretically determined by synthetic predicates, always remains problematic for us, there is absolutely no cognition of it, through which the scope of our theoretical Nolabuthilang be proof based on truth or proof aimed at the person, that is, ad hominem. See, the word merely was inserted in the second edition de Desertheles. In the first edition, Deserthelans, of judging even sse, often translated as syllogisms. This phrase was inserted in the second edition. Critique of the teleological power of judgment would be in the least extended, and the particular concept of a supersensible being cannot be subsumed under the general laws of the nature of things in order to infer from the former to the latter, since those principles are valid solely for nature, as object of the senses too. One can, of course, think of one of two dissimilar things, even on the very point of their dissimilarity, by means of an analogy with an analogy, in a qualitative sense, is the identity of the relation between 464 grounds and consequences, causes and effects, insofar as that identity obtains in spite of the specific difference between the things or those of their properties that contain in themselves the ground for similar consequences, that is, their difference outside of this relation. Thus, in comparing the artistic actions of animals with those of human beings, we conceive of the ground of the former, which we do not know, through the ground of similar effects in humans' reason, which we do know, and thus as an analogue of reason, and by that we also mean to indicate that the ground of the artistic capacity in animals, designated as instinct, is in fact specifically different from reason, but yet has a similar relation to the effect. Comparing, say, construction by beavers with that by humans, yet from the fact that the human being uses reason in order to build, I cannot infer that the beaver must have the same sort of thing and call this an inference by means of the analogy. Yet from the comparison of the similar mode of operation in the animals, the ground for which we cannot immediately perceive, to that of humans of which we are immediately aware, we can quite properly infer in accordance with the analogy that the animals also act in accordance with representations, and are not, as Descartes would have it, machines, and that in spite of their specific difference, they are still of the same genus as human beings, as living beings. The principle that authorizes such an inference lies in the fact that we have the same ground for counting animals, with respect to the determination in question, as members of the same genus with human beings, as humans, insofar as we compare them with one another externally, on the basis of their actions. There is par ratio B likewise, in the comparison of the purposive products of the causality of the supreme world cause in the world with the artworks of human beings. I can conceive of the former in an analogy to an understanding, but I cannot infer to this property in the world cause by means of the analogy, because here the principle of the possibility of such an inference is precisely what is missing, namely the peritus rationi for counting the highest being as part of one and the same species along with human beings, with regard to their respective causalities. The causality of the being in the world, which is always sensibly conditioned, even its causality through understanding, cannot be transferred to a being that has no generic concept in common with the former except that of a thing in general. Following the first edition in reading Analogon, the second edition has Anlage, or predisposition B equal reason C parity of reason. Critique of the teleological power of judgment the other, but from that respect in which they are dissimilar we cannot draw an inference by means of the analogy, that is, transfer this characteristic of the specific difference from the one to the other. 42 Thus, in analogy with the law of the equality of effect and counter-effect in the mutual attraction and repulsion of bodies, I can also conceive of the community of the members of a commonwealth in accordance with rules of justice, but I cannot transfer the specific determinations of the former, the material attraction and repulsion, to the latter and attribute them to the citizens in order to conceive of a system which is called a state. 43 Likewise, we can very well conceive of the causality of the original being with regard to the things in the world, in analogy with an intelligence as the ground of the forms of certain products that we call artworks, as natural ends. For this occurs only for the sake of the theoretical or the practical use we have to make of this concept by our cognitive faculty, with regard to the natural things in the world, in accordance with a certain principle, but from the fact that among beings in the world the cause of an effect that is judged B as artistic has to be attributed to intelligence, we can by no means infer by an analogy that the very same causality that we perceive in humans must also pertain to the being who is entirely distinct from nature in regard to nature itself, because this touches the very dissimilarity in their effects that must be conceived between a sensibly conditioned cause and the supersensible original being, and thus cannot be transferred from the former to the latter, in the very fact that I am to conceive of the divine causality only in analogy with an intelligence, a faculty with which we are not acquainted in any being other than the sensibly conditioned human being. lies the prohibition against attributing this intelligence in a strict sense to the supersensible original being. 3. Opinion has no place at all in a priori judgments. By their means one either knows something as entirely certain or knows nothing at all. 44. But if the given grounds of proof from which we set out, as in this case ends in the world, are empirical, then by their means one cannot form any opinion about what lies beyond the world of the senses, and one cannot grant such rash judgments the slightest claim to probability. For probability is part of a certain series of grounds of one does not thereby lose anything in the representation of the relation of this being to the world as far as either theoretical or practical consequences are concerned. To wish to investigate what it is in itself is a pretension that is as purposeless as it is futile. A Rechts B. Bierfield. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Possible certainty. The grounds of probability compare to the grounds of certainty as parts compare to a whole, in which the insufficient grounds of probability must be capable of being augmented. 45. But since both, as determining grounds of the certainty of one and the same judgment, must be similar, because otherwise they would not jointly constitute a single magnitude, like certainty, one part of them cannot lie within the bounds of possible experience while another lies outside all possible experience. Thus, since merely empirical grounds of proof do not lead to anything supersensible, the defect in the series of them cannot be augmented by anything. Thus the attempt to arrive at the supersensible and cognition of it through them does not make the slightest progress, and there is consequently no probability in a judgment about the supersensible made on the basis of arguments derived from experience. 4. If something is meant to serve as an hypothesis for the explanation of the possibility of a given appearance, then at least its possibility must be completely certain. 46. It is enough if I forswear nor legio of actuality in the case of an hypothesis, which is still asserted in the case of an opinion that is put forth as probable. I cannot surrender anything more. The possibility of that on which I base an explanation must at least be subject to no doubt, otherwise there will be no end to empty figments of the brain. But to assume the possibility of a supersensible being determined in accordance with certain concepts would be a completely groundless presupposition, since in this case none of the requisite conditions of a cognition which depend upon intuition are given, and thus nothing is left as a criterion of this possibility but the mere principle of contradiction, which can prove nothing but the possibility of thinking, not that of the object which is thought itself. The result of this is that for human reason any theoretical proof of the existence of the original being as a divinity or of the soul as an immortal spirit is absolutely impossible from a theoretical point of view, even if only to produce the slightest degree of affirmation, and this for the entirely understandable reason that we have no material at all for the determination of the idea of the supersensible, since we would have to derive any such material from things in the sensible world, but nothing of the sort is adequate for such an object, and thus, in the absence of any determination of the latter, nothing is left but the concept of a nonsensible something that contains the ultimate ground of the world of the senses, which does not constitute a Kantness. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. Any cognition, as an enlargement of the concept, of its inner constitution. Section 91. On the kind of affirmation produced by means of a practical faith. If we look merely to the way in which something can be an object of cognition, res cognoscibilis, for us, in accordance with the subjective constitution of our powers of representation, then the concepts are not compared with the objects, but merely with our cognitive faculties b and the use that these can make of the given representation, in a theoretical or a practical respect. And the question whether something is a cognizable entity or not is a question that pertains not to the possibility of the things themselves but rather to our cognition of them. Now there are three kinds of cognizable things: matters of opinion, opinabile, c facts, cibile, d, and matters of faith e, mere credibile. f1, objects of mere ideas of reason, which cannot be represented for theoretical cognition in any sort of possible experience at all, are to that extent also not cognizable things at all. Hence with regard to them one cannot even have an opinion, because to have an opinion a priori is absurd on its face and is a straight road to pure figments of the brain. 47. An a priori proposition is thus either certain or it affirms nothing at all. G. Thus matters of opinion are always objects of an at least intrinsically possible experiential cognition, objects of the sensible world, that, however, merely because of the degree of capacity that we possess, are impossible for us. Thus the ether of recent physicists, an elastic fluid penetrating all other materials completely permeating them, is a mere matter of opinion, although always still of the sort that could be perceived if the outer senses were sharpened to the highest degree, but which can never be exhibited in any observation or a cognizable thing. B. This is singular in the first edition. C. Things that can be opined. D. Things that can be known. E. Glaubensichen. This expression could be translated as matters of belief, and in many contexts, especially in the critique of pure reason, Glauben must be translated as belief. It is being translated as matters of faith in this section because at below Kant will equate it with the Latin expression res fidei, which cannot be translated otherwise. F. Things that are genuinely credible. G. Enthl't gar nichts zum Vorurteiln. Critique of the teleological power of judgment experiment. 48. To assume rational inhabitants of other planets is a matter of opinion. For if we could approach more closely to other planets, which is intrinsically possible, we could determine by means of experience whether they exist or not, but we never will come close enough to other planets, so this remains a matter of opinion. 49. But to have the opinion that there are pure, bodiless, thinking spirits in the material universe, if we ignore, as is appropriate, certain actual appearances that have been passed off as such, is fiction, not a matter of opinion at all, but a mere idea left over if one takes everything material away from a thinking being but still leaves it the power of thought. But whether in that case thought remains something we are acquainted with only in human beings, that is, only in connection with a body, we cannot determine. Such a thing is a sophistical B entity, ens rationis ratius inantis. C. Not an entity of reason, ens rationis ratius inati. D. For the latter of which it is still possible adequately to establish the objective reality of its concept, at least for the practical use of reason, because the latter, which has its own special and apodictically certain principles a priori, even demands, postulates, this too, objects for concepts the objective reality of which can be proved, whether through pure reason or through experience, and whether in the first case through theoretical or practical data for reason, but in all cases by means of intuitions corresponding to the concepts, are, res facti, e facts. The mathematical properties of magnitudes, in geometry are of this sort, since they are capable of an a priori presentation for the theoretical use of reason. Further, things, or their properties, which can be established by means of experience, one's own experience or the experience of others, by means of testimony, are likewise facts. But what is quite remarkable, there is even one idea of reason, which is in itself incapable of any presentation in intuition, thus incapable of theoretical proof of its possibility, among the facts, and that is the idea. Here I extend the concept of a fact, as seems to me right, beyond the usual 468 meaning of this word, for when the issue is the relation of things to our cognitive capacities, it is not necessary, indeed not even feasible, to restrict this expression merely to actual experience, since a merely possible experience is already sufficient for speaking of them merely as objects of a determinate kind of cognition. The word wirklich was added in the second edition. B. Vernunft. C. An entity of reason rationalizing, that is, engaging in sophistical ratiocination. D. An entity reasoned by reason, that is, rationally inferred. E. Matters of fact. In the first edition, this phrase follows the German word Tatsachen rather than preceding it. Critique of the teleological power of judgment of freedom, the reality of which, as a particular kind of causality, the concept of which would be excessive from a theoretical point of view, can be established through practical laws of pure reason, and, in accordance with these, in real actions, and thus in experience. It is the only one among all the ideas of pure reason whose object is a fact and which must be counted among the Sibyllae. 53. Objects that must be conceived a priori in relation to the use of pure practical reason in accordance with duty, whether as consequences or as grounds, but which are excessive for its theoretical use, are mere matters of faith. Of this sort is the highest good to be achieved in the world through freedom, the objective reality of the concept of which cannot be proved adequately in any experience possible for us, and hence for the theoretical use of reason, but the use of which is nevertheless commanded by practical pure reason for the best possible realization of that end, and which must thus be assumed to be possible. This commanded effect, together with the sole conditions of its possibility that are conceivable for us, namely the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, are matters of faith. res fidei, and are indeed the only ones among all objects that can be so designated. For although we can have faith in that which we can learn only from the experience of others by means of testimony, it is not on that account intrinsically a matter of faith. For in the case of one of those witnesses it was still real experience and fact, or presupposed to be such. Further, it must be possible by means of this root of historical faith, to arrive at knowledge, and the objects of history and geography, be like everything else that it is at least possible for us to know given the constitution of our cognitive faculties, belong not among matters of faith but among facts. Only objects of pure reason can be matters of faith in any case, but not as objects of mere pure speculative reason, for then they could not even safely be counted among the matters, that is, objects, of possible cognition for us. They are ideas, that is, concepts, for which one but matters of faith are not for that reason articles of faith. If by the latter one means those matters of faith to the confession of which, whether internal or external, one can be obligated, the likes of which, therefore, are not contained in natural theology, for, as matters of faith, they cannot like matters of fact, be grounded in theoretical proofs. Thus they are to be affirmed freely see and only as such are they compatible with the morality of the subject to things that can be known b. The words and geography were added in the second edition see so ists in Fries Haltens. Critique of the teleological power of judgment cannot secure objective reality theoretically. In contrast, the highest final end that is to be realized by us, that through which alone we can become worthy of being ourselves the final end of a creation, is an idea that has objective reality for us in a practical relation, and is an object. But since we cannot provide objective reality for this concept from a theoretical point of view, a mere matter of faith of pure reason, together with God and immortality, as the conditions under which alone we can, given the constitution of our human reason, conceive of the possibility of that effect of the lawful use of our freedom. The affirmation involved in matters of faith, however, is an affirmation in a purely practical respect, that is, a moral faith, which proves nothing for the theoretical cognition of pure reason, but only for its practical cognition, directed at the fulfillment of its duties, and does not extend speculation or the rules of practical prudence in accordance with the principle of self-love at all. If the supreme principle of all moral laws is a postulate, then the possibility of its highest object and thus also of the condition under which we can conceive of this possibility is thereby also postulated along with it. Now the cognition of the latter does not thereby become either knowledge or opinion of the existence and the properties of these conditions, as a theoretical kind of cognition, but is merely an assumption in the practical use of our reason and the relation that is commanded for its moral use. Even if we could plausibly ground a determinate concept of an intelligent world cause on the ends of nature, which physical teleology lays before us in such rich measure, the existence of this being would still not be a matter of faith. For since it would not be assumed for the sake of the fulfillment of my duty, but only for the explanation of nature, it would merely be the opinion and hypothesis that is most appropriate for our reason. Now that teleology by no means leads to a determinate concept of God, which to the contrary can be found only in that of a moral author of the world. Since this alone provides the final end that we can take ourselves to be only insofar as we conduct ourselves in accordance with that which the moral law imposes on us as the final end, and to which it thus obligates us. Consequently, the concept of God acquires the distinction of counting as a matter of faith in our affirmation only through its relation to the object of our duty, as the condition of the possibility of attaining the final end of that duty. By contrast, the very same concept can still not make its object valid as a fact, because although the necessity of duty for the practical reason is quite clear, still the attainment of its final end, insofar as it is not entirely in our own power, is assumed only for the sake of the assash. Critique of the teleological power of judgment practical use of reason, and is thus not practically necessary like duty itself. Faith, as habitus, not as actus, is reason's moral way of thinking in the affirmation of that which is inaccessible for theoretical cognition. It is thus the constant fundamental principle of the mind to assume as true that which it is necessary to presuppose as a condition for the possibility of the highest moral final end, on account of the obligation to that, although we can have no insight into its possibility the final end, the promotion of which is imposed upon us by the moral law, is not the ground of duty, for this lies in the moral law, which, as a formal practical principle, guides us categorically, regardless of the object of the faculty of desire, the matter of the will, hence regardless of any end. This formal property of my actions, in which alone their inner moral worth consists, is entirely in our power, and I can perfectly well abstract from the possibility or unrealizability of the ends that I am obliged to promote in accordance with that law, because only the external value of my actions consists in them, as something that is never completely in my power, in order to see only that which is my own doing. Yet the aim of promoting the final end of all rational beings' happiness, insofar as it is consistent with duty, is still imposed precisely by the law of duty. But speculative reason cannot understand the realizability of this final end at all, either on the part of our own physical capacity or on the part of the cooperation of nature. Rather, on the basis of such causes, as far as we can rationally judge, it must hold the assumption of such a success of our good conduct in mere nature, inside and outside of us, without the assumption of God and immortality, to be unfounded and empty even if well intended, and, if it could be completely certain of this judgment, it would regard the moral law itself as a mere deception of our reason in a practical respect. But since speculative reason is fully convinced that the latter can never happen, but by contrast those ideas the object of which lies beyond nature can be conceived without contradiction, it must acknowledge those ideas as real for its own practical law and the task that is thereby imposed, thus as real in a moral respect. In order not to contradict itself, it is a matter of trusting the promise of the moral law. See, not a promise that is contained in the moral law, but one that I put into it, and indeed on a morally adequate basis. For a final end cannot be commanded by any law of reason without reason simultaneously promising its attainability, even if uncertainly, and hereby also justifying the affirmation of the only conditions under which our reason can conceive this. The word fides already expresses this, and it can only seem questionable how this expression and this particular idea enter into as a habit or disposition, not as an individual act. Be reading flicht with the first edition rather than absicht, aim. With the second, see the remainder of this sentence was added in the second edition. Critique of the teleological power of judgment or into its impossibility. Faith, simply so called, is trust in the attainment of an aim the promotion of which is a duty but the possibility of the realization of which it is not possible for us to have insight into. And the same goes for the only conditions of this that are conceivable for us. The faith, therefore, which is related to particular objects that are not objects of possible knowledge or opinion, in which case, especially if historical, it would have to be called credulity and not faith, is entirely moral. It is a free affirmation, not one for which dogmatic proofs for the theoretically determining power of judgment are to be found, nor one to which we hold ourselves to be obligated, but one which we assume for the sake of an aim in accordance with the laws of freedom, yet not like an opinion, without a sufficient ground, but as adequately grounded in reason, although only in regard to its practical use, for that aim. For without it the moral way of thinking has no way to persevere in its collision with theoretical reason's demand for a proof of the possibility of the object of morality, but vacillates between practical commands and theoretical doubts. To be incredulous means to stick to the maxim not to believe testimony at all, but he is unbelieving who denies those ideas of reason any validity because there is no theoretical foundation for their reality. He thus judges dogmatically. A dogmatic unbelief, however, is not compatible with a moral maxim governing the manner of thinking, because reason cannot command the pursuit of an end which is known to be nothing but a phantom of the mind, but dubiety, for which the lack of conviction on the basis of grounds of speculative reason is only an obstacle, is, because a critical insight into the limits of speculative reason can deprive this obstacle of influence on conduct and substitute for it a practical affirmation that outweighs it moral philosophy, since they were first introduced along with Christianity, and the assumption of them may perhaps seem to be a flattering imitation of the language of the latter, but that is not the only case where this wonderful religion in the great simplicity of its expression has enriched morality with far more determinate and pure concepts than morality itself could previously supply, but which, once they exist, are freely approved by reason and assumed as ones that it could have arrived at and which it could and should have introduced by itself. Alleged ubigkeit be unglar ubig sie glauben die unglar ubig unglob f zweifel glob. Critique of the teleological power of judgment. If in place of certain unsuccessful attempts in philosophy one would introduce a different principle and make it influential, then it is very satisfying to understand how and why the former had to go wrong. God, freedom, and immortality of the soul are those problems at the solution of which all of the apparatus of metaphysics aims as its final and sole end. 51. Now it was believed that the doctrine of freedom is necessary for practical philosophy only as a negative condition, while the doctrine of God and of the constitution of the soul, belonging to theoretical philosophy, would have to be demonstrated by themselves and separately in order to be subsequently connected with that which the moral law, which is possible only under the condition of freedom, commands, in order to establish a religion. But one can immediately see that these attempts had to go wrong. For absolutely no concept of an original being determined by means of predicates that can be given in experience and thus serve for cognition can be formed from merely ontological concepts of things in general or of the existence of a necessary being. But that concept which would be grounded on the experience of the physical purposiveness of nature could not in turn provide a sufficient proof for morals and hence for the cognition of a God, just as little could knowledge of the soul provide a concept of its spiritual, immortal nature, adequate for morals, by means of experience, which we have only in this life. Theology and pneumatology, as problems for the sciences of a speculative reason, cannot be established by means of any empirical data and concepts, because their concept exceeds all of our cognitive faculties. The determination of both concepts, the concept of God as well as that of the soul, with respect to its immortality, can only come about by means of predicates which, although they are themselves only possible on the basis of a supersensible ground, must nevertheless have their reality proven in experience. For only in this way can they make possible any cognition of an entirely supersensible being. Now the only concept of this sort to be encountered in human reason is the concept of the freedom of human beings under moral laws, together with the final end that reason prescribes by means of this law, the first of which is suitable for ascribing to the author of nature and the second of which is suitable for ascribing to human beings those properties that contain the necessary condition for the possibility of both. So that the existence and the constitution of this being who is otherwise entirely hidden from us can be inferred from this very idea. Thus the reason for the failure of the attempt to prove God and immortality by a merely theoretical route lies in the fact that by this critique of the teleological power of judgment route that of concepts of nature, no cognition of the supersensible is possible at all, or the reason that it succeeds in the moral route that of the concept of freedom, by contrast, lies in the fact that in this case the supersensible, that is the ground, freedom, by means of a determinate law of causality arising in it, not only provides matter for the cognition of the other supersensible things, the moral final purpose and the conditions of its realizability, but also demonstrates the fact of its reality in actions, although for that very reason it cannot yield a basis for any proof except one that is valid from a practical point of view, which is also the only one that religion needs. It remains quite remarkable in this that among the three pure ideas of reason, God, freedom, and immortality, that of freedom is the only concept of the supersensible that proves its objective reality, by means of the causality that is thought in it, in nature, through its effect which is possible in the latter, and thereby makes possible the connection of the other two ideas to nature, as well as the connection of all three to each other in a religion, and that we thus have in ourselves a principle that is capable of determining the idea of the supersensible in us and by that means also the idea of the supersensible outside us into one cognition, although one that is possible only in a practical respect, of which merely speculative philosophy, which can also provide a merely negative concept of freedom, had to despair. Hence the concept of freedom, as the foundational concept be for all unconditionally practical laws, can extend reason beyond those boundaries within which every theoretical concept of nature had to remain restricted without hope. General remark on the teleology. If the question is, how does the moral argument, which proves the existence of God only as a matter of faith for practical pure reason, rank against all the others in philosophy, then the entire stock of the latter may readily be assessed, and it turns out that there is nothing to choose from here, but philosophy itself must surrender all claims for its theoretical capacity in the face of an impartial critique. All affirmation must ultimately be grounded in fact if it is not to be fully groundless, and the only difference among proofs is thus whether affirmation of the consequence drawn from this fact can be grounded on it as knowledge, for theoretical cognition, or mere faith. For practical cognition 52 all facts are in the first edition there was a comma and an and instead of a period here be Grundbegriff. Critique of the teleological power of judgment belong either to the concept of nature, which proves its reality in the objects of the senses that are given, or can possibly be given, prior to all concepts of nature, or to the concept of freedom, which sufficiently proves its reality through the causality of reason with regard to certain effects in the sensible world possible by means of it, and which are irrefutably postulated in the moral law. The concept of nature, belonging merely to theoretical cognition, is either metaphysical and completely a priori, or physical, that is, a posteriori, and necessarily conceivable only by means of determinate experience. The metaphysical concept of nature, which presupposes no determinate experience, is therefore ontological. Now the ontological proof of the existence of God from the concept of an original being either infers the absolutely necessary existence of the original being from ontological predicates by which alone it can be conceived as thoroughly determinate, or else infers the predicates of the original being from the absolute necessity of the existence of anything, whatever it might be. For if an original being is not to be derived, the absolute necessity of its existence must belong to its concept, and, in order to represent this, its existence must be completely determined by its concept, and now both requirements were believed to be satisfied by the concept of the ontological idea of a supremely real being, and so arose two metaphysical proofs. The proof based solely on the metaphysical concept of nature, the ontological proof properly so called, inferred from the concept of the supremely real being to its absolutely necessary existence, since so it held, if that being did not exist, it would lack a reality, namely existence. The other proof, which has also been called the metaphysical cosmological proof, inferred from the necessity of the existence of any sort of thing, which, since an existence is given to me be in self-consciousness, must always be conceded, to its thoroughgoing determination, as a supremely real being, since everything that exists is thoroughly determined, but the absolutely necessary, that is, that which we are to cognize as such, and hence cognize a priori, must be thoroughly determined by its concept, which is something that can be found only in the concept of a supremely real being. It is not necessary here to expose the sophistry in both inferences, which has already been done elsewhere. 53 It is necessary only to remark that such proofs, even if they are defended with all sorts of dialectical subtlety, can never reach beyond the schools to the public and have the least influence on the merely healthy understanding. The proof that is founded on a concept of nature, which can only be empirical but which is nevertheless to lead beyond the boundaries of nature as the sum of the objects of the senses, can be none other than the proof from the ends of nature, the concept of which, of course, can never be given a priori, but only through experience, but which nevertheless promises a concept of the original ground of nature which among everything that we can conceive fits only the supersensible, namely, the concept of a highest understanding as in the first edition. Mere concept be reading mere with the first edition rather than with the second. The latter must be a misprint because Kant would have had to use uns if he meant to us. Critique of the teleological power of judgment world cause, which this proof in fact provides completely according to principles of the reflecting power of judgment, that is, in accordance with the constitution of our human cognitive faculty. But now whether on the basis of these data this proof is also in the position to furnish the concept of a supreme, that is, independent intelligent being as that of a god, that is, an author of a world under moral laws, thus a concept sufficiently determined for the idea of a final cause of the existence of the world, that is a question on which everything depends. Whether we demand a theoretically adequate concept of the original being for the sake of the whole a cognition of nature or a practical one for religion. This argument taken from physical teleology is worthy of honor. 54 It produces the same conviction in the common understanding and the most subtle thinker, and Ariamarus, who fully expounded this proof in his still unsurpassed work with the thoroughness and clarity characteristic of him, has thereby earned immortal merit. 55 But how does this proof win such powerful influence over the mind, leading it to calm and completely yielding agreement, especially in its judging be through cold reason? For the emotion and exaltation of the mind through wonder at nature could be counted as persuasion? It is not the physical ends, which all point to an unfathomable understanding in the world cause, for these are inadequate, since they do not satisfy the need of inquiring reason. For why reason asks, do all these artful things in nature exist? Why does the human being himself exist, at whom we must stop as the ultimate end of nature that we can conceive? Why does the whole of nature exist? And what is the final end of such great and varied art? That it be created for enjoyment, or to be intuited, contemplated, and admired, which if it does not go any further is also nothing but a particular kind of enjoyment, cannot satisfy reason as the final end for which the world and the human being himself exist. For reason presupposes a personal value, which the human being alone can provide, as a condition under which alone he and his existence can be a final end. See, in the absence of such a final end, which alone admits of a determinate concept, the ends of nature cannot satisfy human inquiry, since they cannot provide any determinate concept of the highest being as an all-sufficient, and for that very reason unique, properly so called, highest, being, and of the laws in accordance with which and intelligence is cause of the world, that the physico-teleological proof is convincing, just as if it were at the same time a theological proof, thus does not rest on the employment of the ideas of ends of nature, as so many empirical grounds of proof of a highest intelligence. Rather, without noticing it, it mixes into the inference the moral ground of proof, which is present in and so deeply moving for every human being, in accordance with which we attribute to the being that reveals itself. For the word whole was added in the second edition B Buthilang C in the first edition. The sentence continues with a comma here dien. In the first edition sane. His E following the first edition in reading Binut Sung, rather than the second, which has Binu Hung. Effort. Critique of the teleological power of judgment with such incomprehensible artistry in the ends of nature a final end as well, and hence wisdom, although without being justified in so doing by the perception of the ends of nature, and thus arbitrarily make up the defect that still in that argument. In fact, therefore, only the moral ground of proof carries conviction, and only in a moral respect, assent to which everyone feels most deeply. The physico-teleological argument, however, has only the merit of guiding the mind on the path of ends in the contemplation of the world, and thereby to an intelligent author of the world, where the moral relation to ends and the idea of such a moral legislator and author of the world, as a theological concept, B seems to develop on its own from that ground of proof, although it is a pure addition. Here things can also be left as they are usually put, for if their separation requires much reflection, then it is usually difficult for the common and healthy understanding to distinguish between the different principles that it mixes together, but from only one of which it can correctly make its inference. The moral basis for the proof of the existence of God, however, does not properly merely supplement the physico-teleological proof, thereby making it into a complete proof. Rather, it is a special proof that makes good the lack of conviction in the latter, for the latter proof can in fact do nothing but let reason in the judging sea of the ground of nature and its contingent but admirable order, which is known to us only through experience, to the causality of a cause that contains its ground in accordance with ends, and which given the constitution of our cognitive faculties we must conceive as an intelligent cause, and make us attentive to this and thus more receptive to the moral proof. For that which is requisite for the latter concept is so essentially different from everything that concepts of nature can contain and teach that it needs a basis for proof and a proof that are entirely independent of the former in order to state the concept of an original being adequately for a theology and to infer to its existence the moral proof, which of course proves the existence of God only in a practical respect, although one that is also indispensable for reason, would thus always remain in force even if we found in the world no material for physical teleology at all, or only ambiguous material for it. We can conceive of rational beings who see themselves surrounded by a nature that gives no clear trace of organization but reveals only effects of a mere mechanism of raw matter, and who on that account, and given the alterability of some merely contingently purposive forms and relations, seem to have no ground to infer an intelligent author, in which case there would also be no suggestion of a physical teleology. Nevertheless, reason, which in this case gets no guidance from concepts of nature, would still find in the concept of freedom and the moral ideas that are grounded upon that a practically sufficient ground for postulating the concept of an original being in accordance with these. That is, as this is singular in the first edition B following the first and third editions, the second edition reads theoretical instead of theological C Buthilang. critique of the teleological power of judgment, the concept of a divinity, and for postulating nature, even our own existence as a final end in accordance with that concept and its laws. And of course with respect to the indispensable command of practical reason, but now the fact that the rational beings in the actual world find ample material for physical teleology there, although this was not necessary, serves as the desired confirmation of the moral argument, insofar as nature is thus capable of displaying something analogous to the moral ideas of reason, for the concept of a supreme cause that has understanding, which is, however, far from sufficient for a theology, thereby acquires reality sufficient for the reflecting power of judgment, but it is not necessary in order to ground the moral proof, nor does the latter serve to supplement the former, which by itself does not refer to morality at all, in order to make it into a proof by means of an inference continued in accordance with a single principle. Two such dissimilar principles as nature and freedom can only yield two different kinds of proof, since the attempt to derive from the former what is to be proved will be found to be inadequate, if the physico-teleological basis for a proof sufficed for the proof that is sought. That would be very satisfying for speculative reason, for it would give hope of producing a theosophy, for thus would one have to call the theoretical cognition of the divine nature and its existence, which would simultaneously suffice for the explanation of the constitution of the world and the determination of the moral laws. Likewise, if psychology sufficed for attaining cognition of the immortality of the soul, it would make possible a pneumatology that would be equally welcome to speculative reason. But no matter how dear these might be to our arrogant lust for knowledge, neither can fulfill reason's wish with respect to theory, which must be based on acquaintance with the nature of things. However, whether the first, as theology, and the second, as anthropology, might not better fulfill their objective final purpose if they were grounded on the moral principle, that is, the principle of freedom, and hence in accordance with the practical use of reason, is another question, which it is not necessary for us to pursue further here. The physico-teleological basis for proof, however, does not suffice for theology, since it neither does nor can provide a concept of the original being sufficiently determined for this purpose, and one must instead obtain this concept from someplace completely different or else make its defect good by an arbitrary addition. You make an inference from the great purposiveness of natural forms and their relation to an intelligent world cause, but to what degree of this intelligence? Doubtless you cannot presume to infer to the highest possible intelligence, for to do that it would be necessary for you to see that a greater intelligence than that the evidence for which you perceive in the world is inconceivable, which would mean attributing omniscience to yourself. 56 Likewise, you infer from the magnitude of the world to the very great might of its author, but you will grant that this has meaning only in comparison to your power of comprehension, and that since you do not know everything that is possible, in order to compare it with the magnitude of the world so far as you know that, you cannot infer the omniscience of its author from so small a standard, etc. Thus by this means you cannot arrive at any determinate concept of an original being suitable for a theology, for this can be found only. Critique of the teleological power of judgment in the totality of perfections united with an intelligence, for which merely empirical data can give you no help at all. But without such a determinate concept you also cannot infer to a single intelligent being, but can rather, for whatever purpose be, only assume one. Now it could certainly well be conceded, since reason has nothing well founded to say against it, that you can arbitrarily add that where so much perfection is found one may as well assume that all perfection is united in a single world cause, since reason can do better, both theoretically and practically, with a principle thus determined. But you cannot then pride yourself on having proved this principle, since you have only assumed it for the sake of a better use of reason. All complaint or impotent rage over the supposed enormity of putting into doubt the conclusiveness of your chain of reasoning is idle bluster, which would gladly have it that the doubt that is freely expressed about your argument is a doubting of sacred truth, so that the weakness of this argument can be slipped past behind this curtain. Moral teleology, by contrast, which is no less firmly grounded than physical teleology, but rather deserves preference because it rests a priori on principles that are inseparable from our reason, leads to that which is required for the possibility of a theology, namely to a determinate concept of the supreme cause as author of the world in accordance with moral laws, and hence to a concept that satisfies our moral final end, for which nothing less than omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, etc., are requisite as the natural properties belonging to it, which must be conceived as connected with and hence as adequate to the moral final end, which is infinite, and which can thus alone provide the concept of a single author of the world that is suitable for a theology. In this way a theology also leads immediately to religion, that is, to the recognition of our duties as divine commands. 57 Since the cognition of our duty and the final end which is therein imposed upon us by reason is what could first produce the determinate concept of God, which is thus in its very origin already inseparable from our obligation to this being. Whereas even if a determinate concept of the original being could be found by a merely theoretical route, namely, as a mere cause of nature, it would still be difficult or even impossible subsequently to connect this being with a causality according to moral laws ascribed to it by means of a sound proof rather than an arbitrary interpolation, without which, however, that supposed theological concept cannot constitute the foundation for religion. Even if a religion could be established by this theoretical route, with respect to the disposition, which is, however, what is essential, it would really differ from that in which the concept of God and the practical conviction of his existence springs from the fundamental ideas of morality. For if we had to presuppose the omnipotence, omniscience, etc., of an author of the world as concepts given to us from elsewhere in order subsequently to apply our concepts of duty to our relation to him, this a reading huge with the first and third editions rather than Ock. Also, with the second B behaf sie Vorgeblichen. In the first edition, Vergeblichen, vain or futile. Critique of the teleological power of judgment would have a strong air of compulsion and enforced submission, whereas if respect for the moral law represents the final end of our vocation to us quite freely, as the precept of our own reason, we will then accept this end and the cause that agrees with its accomplishment into our moral perspectives with the most genuine reverence, which is entirely distinct from pathological fear, and willingly subject ourselves to it. If one asks why it is so important to us to have a theology at all, then it becomes clear that it is not necessary for the expansion or improvement of our knowledge of nature and, in general, for any sort of theory, but is necessary in a subjective respect strictly for religion, that is, for the practical, that is, the moral use of reason. Now if it turns out that the only argument that leads to a determinate concept of the object of theology is itself moral, then this will not merely not seem strange, but also one will not lack anything necessary for the affirmation of the final end on this basis if it is admitted that such an argument demonstrates the existence of God in a way that is adequate only for our moral vocation, that is, in a practical respect, and that in such an argument speculation by no means proves its strength or extends the scope of its domain. Further, what seems strange, or the apparent contradiction between the possibility of a theology that is asserted here and what was said about the categories in the Critique of Speculative Reason, namely, that they can produce cognition only when applied to objects of the senses, but by no means when they are applied to the supersensible, disappears, when one sees that they are used here for a cognition of God, but not from a theoretical point of view, concerning what his nature which is inscrutable for us might be in itself, but strictly from a practical point of view, in order to take this opportunity to put an end to the misinterpretation of that doctrine of the critique which is very necessary but which also, to the distress of the blind dogmatists, relegates reason to its bounds. I here add the following elucidation of it. If I attribute moving force to a body, thus conceive of it by means of the category of causality, then I thereby also cognize it, that is, I determine its concept as an object in general through that which pertains to it, as condition of the possibility of that relation, as an object of the senses. For if the moving the admiration of the beauty see as well as the emotion aroused by the so 482 diverse ends of nature, which a reflective mind is able to feel even prior to any clear representation of a rational author of the world, have something similar to a religious feeling about them, hence they seem to act on the mind, by means of a kind of judging that is analogous to the moral, primarily through the moral feeling of gratitude and veneration toward the cause that is unknown to us, and thus by the arousal of moral ideas, when they inspire that admiration which is connected with far more interest than mere theoretical contemplation can produce. This note was added in the second edition, B in the first edition, accompanying C in the first edition. Beauties die Beurteilung. Critique of the teleological power of judgment force that I attribute to it is a repulsive force, then, even if I do not yet place another one beside it, against which it acts. It acquires a location in space, an extension, that is, space within itself, a filling of this space by means of the repulsive forces of its parts, and, finally, the law of this filling, that the basis for the repulsion of the parts must decrease in proportion to the increase in the extension of the body and to the expansion of the space which by means of this force the body fills with these parts. 58. In contrast, if I conceive of a supersensible being as the prime mover, thus conceive of it by means of the category of causality with regard to the same determination in the world, the motion of matter, then I must not conceive of it as existing in some location in space, nor as extended. Indeed, I may not even think of it as existing in time and simultaneously with other things. 59. Thus I do not have any determinations at all that could make the condition of the possibility of motion grounded in this being intelligible. Consequently, I do not have any cognition of it through the predicate of cause, as prime mover. Rather, I have only the representation of something that contains the ground of motions in the world, and the relation of these motions to this something, as their cause, since it tells me nothing else about the constitution of this thing, which is the case, leaves the concept of it completely empty. The reason for this is that with predicates that find their object only in the sensible world, I can certainly progress to the existence of something which must contain the ground of those predicates, but I cannot progress to the determination of its concept as a supersensible being, which excludes all those predicates. Thus, by means of the category of causality, if I determine it by the concept of a prime mover, I do not cognize what God is at all. But perhaps it would go better if I took occasion from the order of the world not merely to think his causality as that of a supreme intelligence, but also to cognize him by means of this determination of the concept in question, because then the burdensome condition of space and extension would drop out. The extensive purposiveness in the world certainly forces us to think of a supreme cause and its causality by means of an intelligence, but we are not thereby authorized to attribute these to it. So, for example, we think of the eternity of God as existence at all times, because otherwise we could form no concept of mere existence as a magnitude, that is, as a duration, at all. Or we think of the divine omnipresence as existence at every location, in order to make comprehensible to ourselves his immediate presence for things that are outside of one another. Yet we do so without being able to attribute any of these determinations to God as something that is known about him. If I determine the causality of the human being with regard to certain products that are explicable only by means of intentional purposiveness by thinking of it as an understanding, I do not have to stop there, but can attribute this predicate to him as a well-known property, and I have cognition of him by this means. For I know that intuitions are given to the human senses, and brought under a concept and thereby under a rule by the understanding, that this concept contains only the common characteristic, leaving out what is particular, and is thus discura zwekma sigpete. In the first edition, Zwickverbindung connection to an end be etwas an emerkens. Critique of the teleological power of judgment Shiva, that the rules for bringing given representations under one consciousness in general are given to the understanding prior to those intuitions, etc. I therefore attribute this property to the human being as one by means of which I have cognition of him. But now if I would think of a supersensible being, God, as an intelligence, then in this respect the use of my reason is not merely permitted, but is also unavoidable. But I am by no means permitted to attribute an understanding be to it, and thereby to flatter myself with being able to cognize it by means of its property, because in this case I must leave out all the conditions under which alone I have knowledge of an understanding, and thus the predicate which serves only for the determination of the human being cannot be related to a supersensible object at all, and thus what God is cannot be cognized at all by means of a causality so determined. And so it goes with all the categories, which can have no significance for theoretical cognition at all if they are not applied to objects of possible experience. However, in a certain other respect I can and indeed must conceive even of a supersensible being in analogy with an understanding, although without thereby wanting theoretical cognition of it, namely, if this determination of its causality concerns an effect in the world, which contains an aim that is morally necessary but unobtainable for sensible beings. For in this case a cognition of God and of his existence theology is possible merely by means of properties and determinations of his causality thought in him by means of analogy, which in a practical relation, but also only in respect to this, as moral has all the requisite reality. An ethical theology is thus quite possible, for morals and their rule can very well exist without theology, but the final purpose that morality imposes upon us cannot exist without theology, for then reason would be at a loss with regard to that final end. However, a theological ethics of pure reason is impossible, because laws that reason does not ultimately give itself, and compliance with which it does not produce as a pure practical faculty, cannot be moral. A theological physics would likewise be an absurdity, because it would not expound natural laws, but ordinances of a supreme will, whereas a physical properly physico-teleological theology can at least serve as a propedeutic to theology proper, since by means of the consideration of natural ends, for which it provides us with rich material, it suggests to us the idea of a final end, which nature cannot do. Hence it certainly makes palpable the need for a theology that can adequately determine the concept of God for the highest practical use of reason, although it cannot produce it and adequately ground it in its evidence or intelligens beverstand. Here and in the following sentences Kant seems to be contrasting the determinate concept of human understanding with the indeterminate conception of divine intelligence. Method of citation and abbreviations. All citations of Kant's published writings, correspondence, posthumous notes and fragments, and lectures, with the exception of the Critique of Pure Reason, are identified by the volume and page number of their appearance in the Academy edition of Kant's works. Kant's Gesammeltschriften, edited by the Königliche Preußischen, later Deutschen, and most recently Berlin-Brandenburgischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, 29 volumes, no volume 26 Berlin. Georg Reimer, later Walter de Gruyter and Company, 1900, the Academy edition pagination for the translations of Kant's first draft of the Introduction, Volume 20, and the text of the Critique of the Power of Judgment, Volume 5, is supplied in the margins of the present volume, although our translation is not based on those editions. In the endnotes, citations to the Academy edition give simply the volume number followed by a colon and the page number. The Critique of Pure Reason is cited, as is customary, by the page numbers of the first A and second B editions of 1781 and 1787, all 20th century English translations of the first critique, including Immanuel Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, edited and translated by Paul Guyer and Alan W. Wood, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998. Supply that pagination. A passage cited either by A or by B is found only in the corresponding edition. Passages cited by both A and B occur in both editions. The Critique of the Power of Judgment and its introductions are cited in the following notes by the relevant section number and Academy edition pagination. The following abbreviations have often been used for other frequently cited works by Kant. Any works not included on this list are cited by their complete titles. Universal Natural History, Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, 1755. Only possible basis for a proof of the existence of God, 1763. Beautiful and Sublime Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime, 1764. Form and Principles on the Form and Principles of the Sensible and Intelligible World, Inaugural Dissertation, 1770. Pure Reason, Critique of Pure Reason, 1781 and 1787. Method of citation and abbreviations. Universal History, Idea for a Universal History from a Cosmopolitan Point of View, 1784. Groundwork for the Metaphysics of Morals, 1785. Practical Reason, Critique of Practical Reason, 1788. Teleological Principles on the Use of Teleological Principles in Philosophy, 1788. Religion within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, 1793. Theory and Practice on the Common Saying, that may be right in theory but is of no use in practice, 1793. Jarscher Logic, Immanuel Kant's Logic, a Manual for Lectures, edited by Gottlob Benjamin Jarscher, 1800. Our reflection followed by number, as given in volumes 15 through 19 of the Academy edition. The Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, 1798, is always cited by its full title, To avoid confusion with the recently published transcriptions of Kant's lectures on anthropology from 1772-73 to 1788-89, these lectures, published in volume 25 of the Academy edition 1997, and not yet translated into English, are cited by the German titles, in all but one case the name of the auditor by or for whom the notes were originally taken, given to them by the editors of that volume. For the sake of symmetry, the titles of Kant's lectures on Logic Volume 24, Metaphysics, Volume 28, Ethics, Volume 27, and Theology, Volume 28, are also given by their commonly used German titles. Where an English translation of a passage from any of these lectures exists, that has been cited in the notes, those translations are found in Immanuel Kant, Religion and Rational Theology, edited and translated by Alan W. Wood and George D. Giovanni, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1996. Lectures on Logic, edited and translated by J. Michael Young, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1992. Lectures on Ethics, edited by Peter Heath and J. B. Sknewind, translated by Peter Heath, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1997, and Lectures on Metaphysics, edited and translated by Karl Amerix and Steve Nerrigan, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1997. Kant's correspondence has been cited by the numbers given in the second edition 1922, of the correspondence in the Academy edition volumes 10-13, where a letter has been included in Immanuel Kant, Correspondence, translated by Arnulf Zweig, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1999, that has been indicated by the name Zweig followed by the page number of that edition. Opus Posthumum refers not to the whole of Kant's posthumous literary remains, volumes 14 through 23 in the Academy edition, but to the method of citation and abbreviations specific texts from Kant's last years, drafts of an intended but never completed final work, that are included in volumes 21 and 22 of the Academy edition. A selection of these has been translated in Immanuel Kant, Opus Posthumum, edited by Eckhard Forrester, translated by Eckhard Forrester and Michael Rosen, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1993. Editorial Notes Editor's Introduction 1 Karl Leonard Reinhold, Brief über die Kantische Philosophie, Die Tuchmerker, August, 1786, January-August, 1787, in revised book form under the same title at Leipzig, Goshen, Volume 1, 1790, Volume 2, 1792, to Letter 313. To Karl Leonard Reinhold, 28–31 of December, 1787, 16, at pages 514–15. Translation slightly modified from Immanuel Kant, Correspondence, translated and edited by Arnulf Zweig, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1999, page 272. In two letters earlier during 1787, Kant had announced his intention to begin working on a Foundations of the Critique of Taste without intimating any connection between aesthetics and teleology. See Letter 300, to Christian Gottfried Schuh-TZ, the 25th of June, 1787-90, Zweig, pages 261–2, and Letter 303, to Ludwig Heinrich Jacob, the 11th of September, 1787-5, Zweig, pages 262–3. Baumgarten first introduced the term aesthetics in his 1735 dissertation Meditations Philosophicae de Annullis ad Poema Pertinentibus, Philosophical Meditations on Some Matters Pertaining to Poetry CXVI, and then published the first treatise simply entitled Aesthetics in his Aesthetica of 1750–58, section 1 of which defines aesthetics as the theory of the liberal arts, the logic of the inferior faculties of cognition, the art of beautiful thinking and the art of intuitive thinking, analogous to rational thinking, in sum, the science of intuitive cognition, Aesthetica, Theoria Liberalium Artium, Nociologia Inferia, Ars Pulcher Cogitandi, Ars Analogi Rationalis, est scientia cognitionis sensitivi. The meditations were translated into English as Reflections on Poetry. A. G. Baumgarten's Meditations Philosophici de Annullis ad Poema Pertinentibus, by Carl Aschenbrenner and W. B. Holder, Berkeley and Los Angeles, University of California Press, 1954, and have been published in a modern Latin-German edition by Heinz Petzold, Hamburg, Felix Meiner Verlag, 1983. The Aesthetica was printed in a modern Latin edition Bari, La Terza, 1936, as well as in a facsimile, Hildesheim, Georg Olms, 1961, and selections from it were translated into German in Hans Rudolf Schweizer, Aesthetik als Philosophie der sinnlichen Erkenntnis Basel, Schwabe, 1973, but it has never been translated into English, for this definition of teleology comes from Wolff's Latin Logica of 1728-85. Wolff had completed the series of German works in which he first presented his philosophy between 1714 and 1724 with a whole volume on teleology, Vernunftgedanken von den Absichten der Naturalistinnen, Rational Thoughts on the Intentions of Natural Things, Halle, 1724. 5. Kant's very first work, The Thoughts on the True Estimation of Living Forces of 1747, essentially his senior thesis at the university in Königsberg, was printed by a publisher who went bankrupt, and never properly distributed. Notes to pages 1516 and 1755. He published a major cosmological work, The Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, in which he first presented the theory of the origin of the solar system from a nebular dust cloud, as well as a master's thesis Meditationum quirandum de igni succinta dall'initio, a succinct outline of some meditations concerning fire, and another Latin thesis, Principium Primorum Cognitionis Metaphysici Nova Delucidatio, a new exposition of the first principles of metaphysical cognition, which gave him the right to work as an unsalaried lecturer, Privatdozent, at TTHE University, paid directly by the students who took his courses. These works were followed in 1756 by another one that brought together Kant's philosophical and scientific interests, Metaphysici cum Geometriae Iuncti in Philosophia Naturali, Quis Specimeni Continet Modellogium Physicum, the joint use of metaphysics and geometry in natural philosophy, whose first example contains the physical monadology, as well as several German essays on earthquakes. The physical monadology would be Kant's penultimate work in Latin, the last being his mandatory inaugural address on being appointed to a professorial chair in Königsberg in 1770, De Mundi Sensibilis at Intelligibilis Forma et Principiis. On the form and principles of the sensible and intelligible world. 6. See only possible basis. Section 2. Fourth reflection. -16. In Immanuel Kant. Theoretical Philosophy 1755-1779. Translated and edited by David Walford. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 1992. Pages 157. 7. Inquiry concerning the distinctness of the principles of natural theology and ethics. -86. 8. Attempt to introduce the concept of negative magnitudes into philosophy. 2. 165-104. 9-56. English translation by John T. Goldthwaite. Berkeley and Los Angeles, University of California Press. 1960. 10 London. Robert Dodsley, 1757. Second edition with additional introduction on taste. 1759. Modern editions by J.T. Bolton, London. Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1958. And Adam Phillips, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1990. Burke's book was reviewed and described by Moses Mendelssohn in 1758, so its outlines would already have been known to Kant in 1764. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing started but abandoned a translation of it, and Christian Gav's translation of it was finally published in 1773. 11. Georg Friedrich Meyer, Auszug aus der Vernunftlehre, Halle, Johann Justinus Gebauer, 1752. Reprinted in Volume 16 of the Academy Edition 12. M. Immanuel Kant's announcement of the program of his lectures for the winter semester 1765-66. -13. At -12. Translation from Walford. Page 297. 13. See especially the transcription known as the Logic Philippi, especially -71, as well as the published handbook to Kant's Logic Lectures, published only after the end of Kant's career in 1800, and known after its editor as the Jascha Logic, -3. The latter only has been included in J. Michael Young's edition of Kant's Lectures on Logic, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1992. Pages 567-8. See also the early transcription known as Logic Blombard, -54, in Young. Pages 38. Notes to pages 16, 19, 14, 7. Complete transcriptions of 6 of Kant's courses on anthropology from the winter semester of 1772-73. When Kant first gave this course, see his letter to Marcus Herz written at the end of 1773, in which he says that he is that winter, that is, the winter of 1773-74, giving his course on anthropology for the second time. Letter 79-6, at page 145, in Swide, page 141, to that of 1788-89 were recently published as volume 25 of Kant's Gesammeltschriften, edited by Reinhard Brandt and Werner Stark for the Berlin-Brandenburgischen Akademie der Wissenschaften Berlin, Walter de Gruyter and Company, 1997. At the end of his career, Kant published his own handbook for these lectures under the title of Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, 1798-333, English translation by Mary J. Gregor, The Hague, Martinus Nijhoff, 1974. Both the lecture transcripts and the published handbook will be referred to frequently in the notes to the text. For the extensive treatment of subjects in aesthetics in the very first series of Kant's lectures, see Anthropology Collins, -7, 172-204. 15. The first edition of Baumgarten's Metaphysica was published in Halle in 1739. It went through 3 further editions during Baumgarten's lifetime and 3 posthumous editions, the last in 1779. Baumgarten's colleague Georg Friedrich Meyer, already mentioned as the author of the textbook for Kant's logic classes, also published a German translation of the work in Halle in 1766, in which he condensed Baumgarten's paragraphs and thus altered the numbering. The text of the Metaphysica is reprinted in volumes 15 and 17 of the Academy edition of Kant's works. The material on empirical psychology 504-699 in Baumgarten's original numbering is contained in volume 15, which publishes the notes on those sections that Kant made over a period of years in preparation for his Anthropology Lecture 16. Alexander Gerard, An Essay on Genius, London, 1774. Translated as Versuch über das Genie, Leipzig, 1776. 17. See the Anthropology Lectures from 1775-76, known as Friedlander, Pillar, from 1777-78, and the lectures from 1781-82, known as the Menschenkunde, Knowledge of Mankind, from their full title as first published in 1831. Immanuel Kant's Menschenkunde oder philosophische Anthropologie, nach Handschriftlichen Vorlesungen herausgegeben von Fr. Ch. Stark, especially -1109. 18. Although the earliest surviving record of Kant's intention to use that title does not appear until a letter to Herz of 5 years later, see letter 120, the 20th of August, 1777, Swide. Page 164, 19. Letter 70, the 21st of February, 1772, -35, at 129:30, Swide. Pages 132-3, 20. See the preface to the first edition of the Critique, A21. 21. The title Transcendental Aesthetic was new in 1781, but the theory of space and time and the chief arguments for it were not, having been anticipated in Kant's inaugural dissertation of 1770. See Form and Principles, section 313-15, -406, Walford, pages 391-400. 22. Critique of Pure Reason, A21, in the translation by Paul Geyer and Alan Wood, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998. Page 156. Judging has been substituted for estimation as the translation of Beurteilung. Notes to pages 19-26-23. See Logic Philippi. -9. 354-5. Anthropology Collins. Anthropology Perrow. -7. 24. Critique of Pure Reason. B 35-6. Geyer and Wood. Page 173. 25. For this claim, see Paul Geyer. Kant on Freedom, Law, and Happiness. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 2000. Chapter 6. The Strategy of the Groundwork. 26. Critique of Practical Reason. In Immanuel Kant. Practical Philosophy. Translated and edited by Mary J. Gregor. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 1996. Page 268. 27. C. Menschenkund. Again, these lectures date from the winter semester of 1781-82, just months after the publication of Pure Reason. 28. See below, section 34-6, and section 47-9. In the lectures, see, for example, Logic Philippi, Anthropology Collins, -5, Metaphysic L1. Mid-1770s, in Immanuel Kant, Lectures on Metaphysics, translated and edited by Karl Amerix and Steve Nerrigan, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1997. Page 67, and Metaphysic K2, Sclap 29. On why there are two introductions to the work. See section 3 of this introduction. 30. See the first draft of the introduction, section V, and the published introduction, section IV. 31. Introduction, section 9. 32. See Paul Geyer, Kant and the Claims of Taste. Cambridge, Mass. Harvard University Press, 1979. Second edition. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1997. And Kant and the Experience of Freedom. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1993. 33. See section 3 in both versions of the introduction, -8 in the first draft of the introduction and -9 in the published version. 34. C and 35. First introduction, section V, published introduction, section IV, 36. C section V in the first draft, -15, and section V, in the published introduction. The examples of crystallization and reproduction are Kant's own. See 58 and 81 below. 37. First introduction, section V. 38. Published introduction, section V, -6. 39. Published introduction, section 6, -8. 40. C introduction, section 6, 41. Published introduction, section 7. Kant's idea of subjective purposiveness is a criticism not only of the aesthetic theory of the Leibnizian school of Wolf, Baumgarten, and Moses Mendelssohn, who regarded judgments of taste as based on an indistinct perception of the perfection of the world order in which particular objects fit, but also of the aesthetic theory of the pioneering psychologist and novelist Carl Philipp Moritz 1756-93, who regarded objects of taste as having an intrinsic purposiveness distinct from those of the universe as a whole and also from any purposes of our own, which we enjoy by a kind of sympathy. For references on the Leibnizian theory, see Note 19 to the first draft of the Notes to pages 26-34 Introduction and Note 34 to section 15 of the main text, below. For Moritz, see his essay Versuch einer Vereinigung aller schönen Künste und Wissenschaften unter den Begriff des in sich selbst Verlendeten, attempt at a unification of all the beautiful arts and sciences under the concept of that which is perfected in itself. Berlinische Monatsschrift 5, March, 1785, reprinted in Carl Philipp Moritz, Work, ed. Horst Guenther, Frankfurt am Main, Insel Verlag, 1993, Volume 2, pages 543-8, 42. See First Introduction, Section 8, -3, 224-5, and Published Introduction, Section 7, -90, 43. See the first draft of the introduction, section 8, and the published introduction, section 644. Published introduction, section 845. Published introduction, section 9, -6, 46. See especially 83-4 below. 47. First draft, section 1248. See Geyer, Kant and the Experience of Freedom, Chapter 2, 4950 Section 1351 Section 1452 See especially Section 49-17, 53 Section 1754 Section 1955 See especially 46-7, 56 At the start of the 18th century, well before Burke, grandeur had been established as one of the fundamental categories of aesthetics by Joseph Addison in his famous essays on the pleasures of the imagination. In the Spectator numbers, 411 to 461 Saturday, the 21st of June to Thursday the 3rd of July, 1712. 57 Section 2458 Section 2659 Section 2660 See Critique of Practical Reason, -8, 61 See Section 28, -2, 62 See Section 2963 For a few examples, see Jean-Francois Lyotard, Lessons on the Analytic of the Sublime, translated by Elizabeth Rottenberg, Stanford University Press, 1994, Jeffrey S. Liberet, ed., of the Sublime, Presence in Question, Albany, State University Press of New York, with essays by Philippe Lacan-Labarge, Lyotard, Jean-Luc Nancy, and others, and Francis Ferguson, Solitude and the Sublime, New York and London, Routledge, 1992, 64 General Remark following Section 2965 Section 3066 Section 38, 5, 290 N67 Section 4068 Section 42, 69 As noted earlier, in his lectures on anthropology, Kant frequently refers to Alexander Gerard's essay on Genius London, 1774, the popularity of notes to pages 34xl which had been demonstrated by its almost immediate translation into German in 1776, 70 Section 49-14, 71 Section 49 72 Section 49-18, 73 Section 46 74 See for example Anthropology Pillar, 1777-78, 75 Section 56. Full stop. The clash between two commonplaces seems to be an echo of Hume's debate between two species of common sense in his famous essay of the Standard of Taste, 1757, 76 Section 57 77 Section 57 78 Section 59 79 Section 60, 80 R. A. C. Macmillan, The Crowning Phase of the Critical Philosophy, A Study in Kant's Critique of Judgment London, Macmillan, 1912, 81 Section 64-2, 82 Section 65 83 Section 67. Kant repeats this crucial point at Section 75, 84 Section 70 85 Section 78, -15, 86 Section 87 87 See also Section 88 88 This is the argument that leads to the postulate of God as the author of the laws of nature in the dialectic of the Critique of Practical Reason, 5, 124 5, 89 Section 86 90 See Pure Reason, A 820 30/B 848 58, Practical Reason, -46, and Jascha Logic, -7, 91 The French name of this prominent Berlin publisher, a descendant of the Huguenots who had been invited to Berlin after their expulsion from France in 1685, has been variously spelled. The Academy edition of Kant's correspondence uses the form de Lagarde, but since the title page of both of the first two editions of the third critique use the form Lagarde, the first lists the publisher as Lagarde and Friedrich, the second as F.T. Lagarde. It seems reasonable to suppose that the publisher preferred this form. 92 CR 992, -7, 93 letter 315, -18, 94 letter 362, -55, Swide. Pages 311-12, 95 letter 385 96 letter 387, -98, 97 letter 391, -10, at 108, 98 letter 399, -4, 99 letter 400 100 letter 402, -9, 101 letter 405 102 letter 406. Notes to pages 41 45 103 letter 412, -4, 104 letter 414, -6, 105 letter 415, -8, 106 letter 349 107 This hypothesis was originally developed by Michel Sérieux, in Le Jugement réfléchissant dans la philosophie critique de Kant, Paris, Alcan, 1926, and most fully expounded by Giorgio Tonelli, in La formation del testo della critique der Urteilskraft, Revue Internationale de Philosophie 30, 1954, 463-48. It has most recently been revived by John H. Zamito, The Genesis of Kant's Critique of Judgment, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1992. Pages 48, 108 see letter 413a, not in the Academy edition, but in the 1986 supplement to Kant's correspondence edited by R. Malta and J. Copper, translated in Swide. Pages 339-40, 109 letter 549, -6, at 396, see Swide. Page 446. The account given in this paragraph follows Norbert Hinsk's history of the text in Immanuel Kant, Erste Einleitung in die Kritik der Urteilskraft, facsimile and transcription, ed. Norbert Hinsk, Wolfgang Müller-Lauter, and Michael Thunessen, Stuttgart Bad Cannstatt, Frommenholzbud, 1965. Pages 312. The translation of the first introduction in this volume is based on this edition 110 letter 584, see Swide. Pages 464-5, 111 Rigger, Hartknopf, 1794, especially pages 541-90, 112 Immanuel Kant's Kritik der Urteilskraft, Herausgegeben von Benno Erdmann Leipzig, Leopold Voss, 1880, 113 Immanuel Kant's work, edited by Ernst Cassirer in cooperation with Hermann Cohen, Arthur Buchenor, Otto Buch, Albert Go-Roland, and B. Kellerman, Volume 5, Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, edited by Benjamin Kellerman, and Erste Einleitung in die Kritik der Urteilskraft and Kritik der Urteilskraft, edited by Otto Buch Berlin, Bruno Cassirer, 1914, 114 except for the Critique of Pure Reason, which uses the pagination of Kant's first, A, and second, B, editions, as is customary in secondary literature. That practice for citing pure reason is followed here 115 letter 409, -40, at 138-9, 116 letter 419, -5, at 154, 117 see again R 992, -7, 118 section 30 119 This was done by J. H. Bernard in his translation, originally published in 1892, and by J. C. Meredith, in his translation of the Critique of Aesthetic Judgment, originally published in 1911. In his 1987 translation, Werner S. Pluher avoids this confusion by using a separate running head for each of Kant's numbered sections, which Kant did not do. Details on all of these translations will be found in the bibliography to this introduction 120 letter 374, 15/26 August, 1789, -4. Perhaps he had found a copy of his father's letter to Kant of the 6th of January, 1788, referred to in note 93 above 121 letter 379 122 letter 385. Notes to pages 45-11 123 Although we may be missing a letter that Kant had written to him on the 12th of April, 1790, see 124 letter 457, the 20th of October, 1790, -3, at 233, 125 letter 476, -72, at 270, 126 letter 480 127 letter 494 128 letter 509, 129 letter 516 130 letter 533 to Lagarde 131 see letters 551, the 21st of December, 1792, and 555, the 4th of January, 1793, -4, 132 Jean-Jacques Barthélemy, Reisen des Jungeren Anarchasis durch Griechenland, translated by Johann Erich Biester, 7 volumes Berlin, Lagarde, 1789-93. Biester was Kant's longtime editor at the Berlinische Monatsschrift, where many of Kant's most important essays, such as the 1793 essay on theory and practice, were published. 133 Michel de Montaigne's Gedanken und Meinungen über Ehrliche Gegenste NDE, 6 volumes Berlin, Lagarde, 1793-95, 134 Paris, 1793, apparently not one of Lagarde's own publications. 135 letter 643, -32, 136 letter 658 to Lagarde, 15, 137 C letter 733 from Lagarde, the 20th of December, 1796, -2, 138 Immanuel Kant, Practical Philosophy, translated by Mary J. Gregor, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1996, 139. This was also done by Karl Ameriks and Steve Nerrigan in their translation of Kant's lectures on metaphysics. 1 Kant refers to groundwork. Section 2, 15. 2 Here Kant refers to Wolff's famous doctrine that all powers of the soul reduce to different manifestations of a single cognitive power of representation. See Wolff, Vernunftige Gedanken von Gott, der Welt und der Seele des Menschen, Halle. Karl Hermann Hemedy, 1720, and many later editions. Chapter 3. Kant criticized this doctrine at Pure Reason A 648-9/B 676-7, as well as in his lectures on metaphysics. See Metaphysik Dona, -5. 3 in his last major work, the Morgenstunden of 1785. Moses Mendelssohn had rejected the single faculty theory of mind of the Wolffian tradition and instead insisted on 3 fundamental mental faculties: the faculty of cognition, the faculty of desire, and the faculty of approval, of assent. The satisfaction of the soul, which is properly quite distinct from desire. Morgenstunden, Chapter 7, in Dominique Berel, ed. Morgenstunden oder Vorlesungen über das Dasein Gottes, Stuttgart, Philipp Reclam, 1979. Page 71. 4 Kant refers to his doctrine that the determination of the will by pure practical reason produces a feeling of respect, which is at least partly pleasurable, or a feeling of moral self-contentment, which is wholly pleasurable. See Groundwork, Section 9, 401 N, and Practical Reason, -89 and 11619. Notes to pages 1327. 5 The doctrine that the feeling of pleasure or displeasure reflects the relation of an object to the subject rather than the properties of the object by itself is one of Kant's most entrenched views. See Observations, R 1780, 1764-8, R 1809, 1769-70, Logic Philippi, 5, 358, Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Perau, Anthropology Rongovius, Metaphysic L1, -7, Metaphysic L2, and Metaphysics of Morals, -12 N6 for a similar list. See Pure Reason, A 652/B 680. 7 Kant introduces a precursor to the distinction between the determining and reflecting uses of the power of judgment, in the form of a distinction between apodictic and problematic uses of reason. At Pure Reason, A 646/B 674. 8 Here Kant makes explicit the claim, already implied in his note at 12, that the possibility of the logical form of a system in our concepts of nature presupposes the transcendental principle that nature itself is systematic. See previous statements of this view in Pure Reason, A 648/B 676, A 651/B 678-9. A 653/4/B 681-2, and A 656/B 684. 9 On the contrast between classification and specification. See Pure Reason, A 653/61/B 681-9. 10 Here of course Kant refers to the transcendental aesthetic in the Critique of Pure Reason. CA 1949/B 3373. 11 See Note 5 above and Section 1 of the main text below. 12 For the kind of fallacy that Kant means by subreption. See Form and Principles 2329. 17, and pure reason, on the amphiboly of the concepts of reflection, A 26092/B 31649-13. Here Kant refers to the section of the Critique of Pure Reason entitled On the Schematism of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding, A 13747/B 17687-14. See section 3, and note 5.15. In many of Kant's early accounts of the experience and judgment of beauty, he explained our pleasure in beauty as arising from the agreement of an object with the laws of our sensibility alone. For example, in the Notes on Anthropology, R711, Car 1771-16, R764 between 1772 and 1775, R851, 1776-78, R856, 1776-78, R878, 1776-78. In the Notes on Logic, R1793, 1769-70, R1797-99, 1769-70. In the Logic Lectures, Logic Blombard, and Wiener Logic, -7. And the idea remains in Jarcher's edition of Kant's Logic Lectures, 1800, at -7. However, the thesis that our pleasure in beauty results from a free play of the imagination that somehow satisfies the demands of both sensibility and understanding without being mechanically governed by the normal rules of either, which is to become Kant's preferred view in the present work, also made its initial appearance quite early. See for example, in the Anthropology Notes, R618, 1769, -7, R779, 1773-75, R806, 1773-75, -8, R983, 1776-78 or later, and R988, 1783-84, -3. In the Logic Notes, R1810, 1769-70, -4, R1812, 1770-71, R1841, 1775-78, -5, R1845, 1776-78, R1904, 1776-79, R1907, 1780s, R1909, 1780s, and R1935, 1790s, -2. Notes to pages 27-28 in the Logic Lectures, Logic Philippi, and Wiener Logic. In the Anthropology Lectures, Anthropology Pera, 1772-73, -80, Anthropology Friedlander, 1775-76, -6, 560, Anthropology Pilor, 1778-79, -63, Menschenkind, 1781, -9. In Kant's published Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, 1798, section 67, -1. Yet the view that beauty involves agreement with the laws of sensibility alone still appears in Kant's lectures on metaphysics quite late, including Metaphysik L2, 1790-91, and Metaphysik Dona, 1792-93. Finally, both views appear in Metaphysik K3, Vigilantius, 1794-95, the first at and the latter at -12. See also note 18 to the published introduction below 16 for a precursor of this distinction. See Metaphysik L1, mid-1770s. This claim was part of Kant's view on judgments of taste from the outset of his lectures on anthropology in 1772-73. References will be given in notes to section 8 and section 18 of the main text below 18. See section 15 of the main text 19. Here Kant refers to the account of aesthetic response and judgments of taste developed by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, Christian Wolff, Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten, and Georg Friedrich Meyer. Leibniz characterized sensory perception as the clear but confused cognition of that which the intellect could perceive clearly in Meditations on Knowledge, Truth and Ideas. Published in the Acta Eruditorum in 1684. See Leibniz. Philosophical Papers and Letters. Tr and ed. Leroy E. Lohnke. 2nd ed. Dordrecht. D. Rydell. 1969. Pages 291-95. He characterized taste as distinguished from understanding, as a confused perception for which one cannot give an adequate reason in 1712 Notes on Shaftesbury. Published in 1715 in the Histoire critique de la République des Lettres, Lohnke. Pages 629-35. At page 634, he characterized pleasure as the sensory and therefore confused cognition of perfection in an unpublished paper, on wisdom. See Lohnke. Page 465, and applied this doctrine to the case of music in the 1714 paper on the principles of nature and grace. Section 17. Lohnke. Page 641, which, unlike on wisdom, was widely known in the 18th century. Leibniz's characterization of sense perception as well as his incipient theory of aesthetic response were taken over by Wolff in his Vernunftige Gedanken von Gott, der Welt, and der Ziel des Menschen. Halle, Renger, 1720, the former at, for example, 198-9, 214, 278, and 282, the latter at section 404, where he writes that when we intuit perfection pleasure arises in us, which is accordingly nothing other than an intuition of perfection. Baumgarten took over the Leibniz-Wolffian conception of sense perception, Metaphysica, section 521, and defined aesthetics as the science of sensory cognition and presentation in both the Metaphysica, which first appeared in 1739-533, on which Kant based his metaphysics and anthropology lectures, as well as in his incomplete Aesthetica, 1750-58-1, with which Kant may not have been directly acquainted. All the relevant passages are reproduced in Latin as well as translated into German in Baumgarten. Text zur Grundlegung der Ästhetik, ed. Hans Rudolf Schwizzer, Hamburg, Felix Meiner, 1983. See also Baumgarten's 1735 thesis Meditations Philosophicae d'un Analyse ad Poema Pertinentibus 1415. Modern edition by Notes to pages 28-38 Heinz Petzold, Hamburg, Felix Meiner, 1983, and English translation by Karl Aschenbrenner and William B. Holder, Reflections on Poetry, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1954. Finally, Baumgarten's disciple Meyer, whose logic text was the basis for Kant's logic lectures, published similar views in his Anfangsgründe aller schönen Künste und Wissenschaften, Halle, Karl Hermann Hemedy, 1748, and its abridgment, Auszug aus den Anfangsgründen aller schönen Künste und Wissenschaften, Halle, Karl Hermann Hemedy, 1758. For example, Section 7. See also Note 34 to Section 15 of the main text 20 on Kant's fundamental distinction between concepts and intuitions, restated in this footnote. See Form and Principles, Section 8-5, and Pure Reason, A19/B33 and A43/6/B69-63. 21. Kant will expand upon the contrast between our understanding, which is discursive, that is, does not know objects by either intuitions or concepts alone, but only by applying concepts to intuitions. See Pure Reason, A501/B74-5, and our idea of an intuitive understanding, which we conceive of as knowing objects through concepts that also produce the objects, and therefore does not need intuitions. In section 77 of the main text, Kant's use of this contrast to elucidate the character of human knowledge predates the 1780s. See, for example, R 1832, 1772-7522. See again Practical Reason, 82. 23. The note to page 16 of the preface to the Critique of Practical Reason to which Kant refers extends from page 15 to page 17 of the original edition, and may be found at 5-9-24. Kant often repeated this characterization of pleasure solely in terms of its effects. CR 556. which could be from the 1780s but could also be from 1776-79. Anthropology Friedlander, Anthropology Pilor, Metaphysik L1, Metaphysik L2, Metaphysik Mrongovius, Metaphysics of Morals, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 60. However, he also frequently departed from the claim that pleasure and displeasure can be explained only by their effects, and explained pleasure as the feeling of the promotion of life and displeasure as the feeling of a hindrance to life. Metaphysik Mrongovius, for instance, follows its statement of the present definition with that explanation. C-1. Further references to this additional explanation will be reserved for Note 3 to Section 1 of the main text, where Kant explicitly alludes to it. 25. Here Kant seems to allude to the concept of a figurative synthesis introduced in the second edition of the Transcendental Deduction of the Categories in the Critique of Pure Reason, B 151. 26. Here Kant alludes to the strategy of his Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, 1786, in which he attempted to derive the laws of Newtonian physics by applying the synthetic a priori principles of empirical thought deduced in the Critique of Pure Reason to the empirical specification of the concept of substance as matter in motion. 27. Edmund Burke, A Philosophical Enquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, London, Robert Dodsley, 1757, second edition with new introduction on taste, 1759. There are modern editions by J.T. Notes to pages 3856. Bolton, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1958, and Adam Phillips, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1990. Moses Mendelssohn published an extensive review of the first English edition in Bibliothek der Schönen Wissenschaften, Volume 3, Part 2, 1758, reprinted in Moses Mendelssohn, Ästhetische Schriften in Auswahl, ed. Otto F. Best, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1974, pages 247-65, and the book was published in an anonymous German translation, actually by Christian Garve, in 1773. 28. The background to this sentence is Kant's long struggle over the proper use of the word aesthetic in the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, 1781. Kant had claimed that the word aesthetic, which Alexander Baumgarten had introduced into modern German usage as a term for the science of beauty in his 1735 dissertation Meditations concerning some matters pertaining to poetry, and elevated to the name of a discipline in his Aesthetics, 1750-8, should not be used in this sense at all, because, taste having only merely empirical principles, there could be no such science. Instead, the term could be used to designate Kant's own study of the contribution of sensibility and its pure form to cognition in general, under the name Transcendental Aesthetic. See Critique of Pure Reason, A21n. In the second edition of the first critique, as Kant came closer to writing the Critique of the Power of Judgment, he moderated his criticism of Baumgarten and conceded that the word aesthetic might be used in two senses, one of which, a psychological sense, would connote the study of judgments about feelings rather than of the contributions of sensibility to knowledge in general. Critique of Pure Reason, B35-6n. Kant was clearly still struggling to define this new sense of aesthetic in the present passage as well as earlier in the first introduction. See above, Section 8, 3. 29. Here Kant is alluding to the doctrine of schematism in the first critique, which holds that judgment must supply an appropriate form of intuition in order to apply pure concepts of the understanding to objects of actual experience, but that judgment does not use any special rules of its own in so doing, being instead completely guided by the pure concepts of the understanding on the one hand and the pure forms of intuition on the other. See Critique of Pure Reason, A 137-46/B 176-81. 30. In fact, Kant does not divide the critique of the teleological power of judgment as this suggests, but instead places what he intended for the discussion of the relative purposiveness of nature into the appendix on the doctrine of method in this part of the work. The dialectic of the aesthetic power of judgment to which Kant refers to next follows the analytic of the teleological judgment of internal purposiveness. Preface and Introduction 1. Here of course Kant refers to the Critique of Pure Reason, first published in 1781 and published in a second, substantially revised edition in 1787. 2. Here Kant refers to the Critique of Practical Reason published in 1788. Kant began work on this as part of the revisions for the second edition of the Notes to pages 56-70 Critique of Pure Reason, but then decided to publish it as a separate work. This decision was made sometime between the 7th of April, 1786, when he wrote to Johann Behring that he would write his systematic metaphysics as soon as he finished the revisions for the second edition of the first critique, and thus envisaged neither a second nor a third critique. See letter 266-2. In Immanuel Kant. Correspondence. Tr and ed. Arnulf Swide. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 1999. Letter 73. Page 249. And the 25th of June, 1787, when he wrote to Christian Gottfried Schutz that he was within a week of sending the Critique of Practical Reason to the printer. See letter 300-90. In Swide. Letter 78. Pages 261-2. As Kant's letter of 28 and the 31st of December, 1787, to Carl Leonard Reinhold makes clear, it was only later in that year, after finishing the Critique of Practical Reason, that Kant decided to write the third critique, the present Critique of the Power of Judgment. See letter 313-16. Swide. Letter 83. Pages 271-3. 3. Kant makes a similar argument about judgment at pure reason. A 132 4b 171 3. See also Menschenkund. -7. 4. Here Kant refers to his solution to the third antinomy of pure reason, his version of the conflict between freedom and determinism. See Pure Reason. A 444-51/B 472-9. A 491-515/B 519-43. And A 532-58/B 560-86. 5. Kant's reference to page 16 of the original edition of the Critique of Practical Reason refers to 5.9n. See Kant's footnote to the first introduction, and our note 23 that 2.6. Kant anticipated this distinction by distinguishing between apodictic and problematic uses of reason at pure reason. A 646/B 674. In his logic notes, the present distinction is also found at R 3287, which was written at some time after 1776. 7. For a similar point, see Pure Reason A 653-4/B 681-2. 8. At Pure Reason, A 681/B 709. Kant argues that we must conceive of the systematic unity of the empirical laws of nature as grounded in a being of reason ens rationis ratiocinity, which we must assume problematically rather than absolutely. This is a precursor of the present idea that we must assume an understanding more powerful than our own for purposes of reflection but not for determining. But in the first critique passage he does not yet argue that we must conceive of this ground of systematicity as an understanding. 9. For Kant's earlier statement of this view, see Pure Reason. A 687-92/B 715-20. 10. It is by the specification of the concept of the pure concept of substance as matter as that which is movable in space that Kant introduces the additional empirical premise that is to be added to the pure principles of understanding in order to arrive at the metaphysical first principles of natural science. See the preface to the Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science. -7. 11. See Pure Reason. A 652/B 680. 12. This is a reference to Kant's doctrine of schematism. See Pure Reason. A 137-47/B 176-87. 13. For Kant's earlier attempt to reconcile the necessity of natural laws with the contingency of the existence of nature, see his 1763 work The Only Notes to pages 70-76 Possible Argument in Support of a Demonstration of the Existence of God. Section 2. Third Reflection, especially -8. 14. See Kant's exposition of the laws of classification, specification, and affinity in the appendix to the Transcendental Dialectic of the Critique of Pure Reason. A 651-63/B 680-91. 15. See Pure Reason. A655-7/B683-5, 16 in a rare early, 1769-70. Application of this argument to the case of aesthetic judgment. R 1807 states that aesthetic perfection must bear the mark of the contingent, and thus must not be studied. 17 Kant frequently stresses that the feeling of pleasure and pain represents the effect of objects on our own subject rather than objective properties of things. Citations for this claim will be provided in Note 2 to Section 1 of the main text, where Kant makes it the starting point of his whole analysis of the experience and judgment of the beautiful. 18 in Note 15 to the first introduction. Above, an extensive list of citations to Kant's earlier statements of this idea has been provided, along with a list of passages showing him to have also considered a simpler view that our pleasure in beauty arises from the agreement of an object with laws of sensibility alone. One early note, which explicitly advocates that beauty arises from the agreement of an object with laws of sensibility, is unusually explicit about what Kant means by this. In everything that is approved by taste, there must be something that facilitates making distinctions in the manifold, something that stands out, something that promotes comprehensibility, relations, proportions, something that makes interconnection possible, unity, and finally something that promotes the distinction from everything possible. Beauty has a subjective principium, namely conformity with the laws of intuitive cognition, but this does not hinder the universal validity of its judgments for people, if the cognitions are all the same. R 625, 1769. It is not clear that Kant's substantive conception of how representations furnished by the imagination can playfully satisfy the expectations of the understanding ever undergoes any major change, even as his abstract characterization of the experience does. Another important early characterization of what actually constitutes the basis for the feeling of pleasure can be found in R 806. 1773-75, where Kant notes that something pleases, intuition, pleases, facility, constitution, magnitude, and later states that everything that facilitates our intuitions, by means of which one gently brings the objects of the concepts of the understanding close or gives sensibility to what is intellectual, what yields a free play of our faculties, that pleases subjectively, appearance, insofar as it corresponds with the idea, constitutes that which is essentially beautiful, although, as noted in the earlier note, traces of Kant's laws of sensibility approach linger in some of his lecture courses into the 1790s. His mature view of the harmony of the faculties is fully formed by 1783-84, when he writes, "How is an objectively valid judgment possible, which yet is not determined by any concept of the object, if the judgment expresses the relation of all the cognitive faculties in correspond?" Notes to pages 76-89 dense with the cognition of an object in general, hence expresses only the mutual promotion of the cognitive powers by each other, as it is felt. For in that case then no concept of an object can bring forth such a feeling, but only concepts. If the judgment is related to the object, and only by means of the concept of it to the subject, yet if at the same time the judgment does not make necessary any determinate concept of any object, nor any relation of it, the concept, to the subject that is determinable in accordance with rules, then it must be related to the object in general through the cognitive powers of the mind in general. For then there is no determinate concept, but what contains the ground of the judgment is only the feeling, through concepts in general, of a movement of all the cognitive powers that is capable of communication. R 988. Another important statement of what the harmony or free play of the cognitive powers actually consists in may be found at Anthropology Perrow 19 following Joseph Addison C. on the pleasures of the imagination. Spectator numbers 411-21. Especially number 412, Monday, the 23rd of June, 1712, Burke, and numerous other writers. For the Classical Survey, see Samuel H. Monk, The Sublime, A Study of Critical Theories in 18th Century England, New York, Modern Languages Association of America, 1935. Kant divided the aesthetic into the beautiful and the sublime as early as his 1764 work Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime, -10, and his 1770-71 Logic Lectures, Logic Blombard. However, there are also many notes in which Kant argued that the sublime was not a matter for a genuine judgment of taste. These will be cited in Note 1 to Section 23, below. What seems to be an early outline for the present book, written sometime between 1785–89, shows that Kant had by then clearly accepted the division of aesthetic judgment into judgments on the beautiful and sublime. Cr 992-7. Analytic of the Beautiful 122. Much of the content of the Analytic of the Beautiful was developed from 1770 onward in Kant's lectures on logic, where Kant was stimulated by Mayer's contrast between logical and aesthetic perfection, and in his lectures on anthropology, which were based on the chapter on empirical psychology in Baumgarten's Metaphysica and which responded to Baumgarten's brief presentation of his own aesthetic theory there. References to Kant's early treatments of many of the themes and theses of the Analytic will be given in the notes that follow. Kant experimented with a variety of forms for the presentation of this material. See his treatments of the conditions of taste in some of the early anthropology lectures, such as Anthropology Collins, 1772-73-87, Anthropology Perrow, also 1772-73-80, and Anthropology Pilor, 1777-78, and in his logic lectures, such as Wiener Logic, around 1780-10, and the Jarscher Logic, which was published in 1800 but was based on much earlier materials. In Kant's Anthropology Notes, the earliest note that appears to do anything like sketch out a systematic treatment of taste is R 806-8, which could be from as early as 1773-75 but which might also be from as late as the 1780s. Among Kant's logic notes, one that attempts to use the four notes to pages 89–90 headings of quality, relation, quantity, and modality, in that order, to organize a treatment of taste is R 1918-7, which might be from the 1780s but could be as early as 1776-79. To the argument that aesthetic judgments concern the relation of objects to the human subject rather than properties of the objects themselves, that feelings of pleasure and displeasure express this relation, and that aesthetic judgments therefore concern the pleasure or displeasure that the perception of objects produce in us is the chronological as well as logical starting point of Kant's analysis of aesthetic judgments, and was present in his comments on aesthetics from the outset to the end. Cr 630, 1769, R 1780, 1764-68, R 1790, 1769-70, R 1809-10, 1769-70, Observations on the Feelings of the Beautiful and the Sublime, 1764, Logic Blombard, 1770-71, Logic Philippi, -5, 358, Jarscher Logic, -7, Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Perrow, Anthropology Rongovius, 1784-85, -16, Metaphysic L1, mid-1770s, -7, Metaphysic L2, 1790-91, and Metaphysics of Morals, -12n. See also Note 5 to the first draft of the introduction, above 3 in the first draft of the introduction, -1. Kant held that the feelings of pleasure and displeasure could not be analyzed, but could be characterized only by their effects, the desire to remain in a pleasurable state or to remove oneself from an unpleasant one. In a large number of other passages, however, Kant explained pleasure as the feeling that expresses a condition that promotes life and its activity, while the feeling of displeasure expresses a hindrance to life or a check to its activity. This conception is presupposed by Kant's conception of the pleasure in the free play of the cognitive faculties, especially at section 9, below. Cr 567. 1776-78, R 586, 1775-78, R 1838, 1773-75, R 1839, 17738. Logic Blombard. Anthropology Collins. -8. 181. Anthropology Friedlander. 1775-76. 559-61. Anthropology Pilor. Menschenkund. 1781-82. Anthropology Busold. 1788-89. Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 60. Metaphysic L1. Metaphysic Mrongovius. And Metaphysic L2. For the thesis that the pleasure which is the basis of the judgment of taste is pleasure not in the existence but in the representation of its object is also an early and constant theme in Kant's thought. Cr 550, 1776-78, R 557, 1780s 1776-79, which is one of the few places where Kant helpfully explains that what he means by pleasure independent of the existence of an object is pleasure not dependent on the consequences of that existence. R 988, 1783-4, -3, R 1931, 1790s, Anthropology Collins, -8, Anthropology Perau, Anthropology Friedlander, Anthropology Busold, 1508, Metaphysic Mrongovius, Metaphysic L2, Metaphysic K3, Vigilantius, 1794-95, and Metaphysics of Morals. In several places, Kant adopts the more straightforward view of Shaftesbury that pleasure in beauty is independent of the possession of an object. Cr 704, 1771, and Metaphysic Mrongovius, -8, 892-3. For Shaftesbury's view, see The Moralists. Part 2, Section 2, in Anthony Ashley Cooper, 3rd Earl of Shaftesbury, Notes to pages 90-95. Characteristics of Men, Manners, Opinions, Times, ed. John M. Robertson, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1964, Volume 2, pages 126-7. Finally, Kant occasionally says specifically that beauty is independent of the utility of an object. Cr 983, 1776-80s, and R 1820, 1771-72, Anthropology Collins, -8, and Anthropology Perau 5. Kant first used this example at Logic Philippi. Kant apparently drew it from Francois Xavier Charlevoix's Histoire et description générale de la Nouvelle France, Paris, 1744, Volume 3, page 322. Iroquois who went to Paris in 1666 and who were shown all the royal houses and all the beauties of this great city admired nothing of this and would have preferred the villages to the capital of the leading monarchy of Europe if they had not seen the Rue de la Hachette, where they were immensely pleased with the grill stalls that are there festooned with every kind of meat all the time. An allusion to the anecdote is perhaps also to be found at Metaphysic L1,6. This remark has not been traced to any specific passage in Rousseau, but Kant undoubtedly had in mind Rousseau's second discourse, the discourse on the origin and foundations of inequality among men of 1755. See for example Note 7. Where Rousseau says that the beauties and luxuries of capital cities are purchased at the cost of the abandoned countryside. In the Collected Writings of Rousseau, Volume 3, edited by Roger D. Masters and Christopher Kelly, Hanover, University Press of New England, 1992, page 79. 7 Cr 1796, 1769-70, R 1891, 1776-78, Logic Philippi, -51, especially page 348, and Anthropology Busold. See also Note 8 to Section 5, below 8 to this paragraph. Compare Anthropology Collins, Logic Philippi, Metaphysic L1, Metaphysic Mrongovius, -2, and Metaphysic Dona, 1792-93. 9. The tripartite division of kinds of pleasure that Kant establishes in this section was another early and constant theme in his thought. See Kant's famous letter to Marcus Herz of the 21st of February, 1771-35, at page 129, R 673, 1769-70, R 681. 1769-70, R 712, 1771, R 715, 1771, R 806, 1776 80s, -8, at page 351, R 989, 1785-89, -4, R 1487, 1776-78, -26, at page 724, R 1512, 1780-88, -8, at page 836, R 1513, 1780-88, -43, at page 838, Logic Philippi, Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Perau, Anthropology Pilor, -9, Menschenkund, Anthropology Rongovius, 1332, Metaphysic L1, -50, and Metaphysic L2, for a general account of the concepts of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, see Metaphysic Rongovius, 1. 10. For Kant's claim that there are not phenomenologically different kinds of pleasure or displeasure but rather different relations of feelings of pleasure or displeasure to their objects, see Practical Reason, and R 1488, 1775-77, 9. 11. For similar formulations, see R 1829, 1772-5, -1. Anthropology Collins, Metaphysic L1, and Metaphysic Rongovius, 3. Notes to pages 95-102. See Anthropology Collins, Menschenkund, and Anthropology Busold. 13. Kant paraphrased this definition at Metaphysic K3, Vigilantius, 14. That the judgment of taste is a universally valid judgment about the pleasure produced in the human subject by an object, and beauty that in virtue of which an object produces a universally valid pleasure, was also part of Kant's thinking about aesthetics from the outset. See R 627, 1769-1770, R 640, 1769, -2, R 647, 1769-70, R 686, 1769-70, R 721, 1771, R 1793, 1769-70, R 1850, 1776-78, R 1854, 1776-78, R 1872, 1776-78, Logic Philippi, -7, Anthropology Collins, -1, 197, Anthropology Perau, 378, 390, Anthropology Pilor, Menschenkund -1, 1095-6, Anthropology Busold, Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 67, Metaphysic L1, 251-3, Metaphysic Rongovius, 3. 15. For specific contrasts between the idiosyncratic validity of judgments of agreeableness and the universal validity of judgments of beauty, see Logic Philippi, -7, Anthropology Collins, Menschenkund, Anthropology Rongovius, Metaphysic L1, 251, 253, and Metaphysic Rongovius, -2. An interesting variant of the claim is found at Menschenkund, where Kant says that the agreeable has the approval of some, the beautiful, that of more, and the good, that of all. See also Anthropology Busold 16. See the first introduction, and note 16 the 217 for the distinction between objective and subjective universal validity. CR 993, 1785-89, R1820, 1771-73, and Metaphysic L1, 252-3, 18 for a striking variation on this theme. See Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 67, where Kant describes the judgment of beauty as an invitation, Inladung, to others to experience the pleasure one has oneself felt in an object. 19 See Menschenkund, and Anthropology Rongovius 20. This sentence appears to assert that it is the universal communicability of a feeling, or even the fact of our actual agreement about it, that causes our pleasure in it, rather than that a feeling of pleasure produced by the free play of imagination and understanding in the way that Kant described in the introduction, section 8, and is about to describe again. This is not an isolated claim, but one that can be found in a number of Kant's earlier comments. For example, R653, 1769-70, R683, 1769-70, -5, R701, 1770-71, -11, R1791, 1769-70, Logic Blombard, -6, Logic Philippi, -5, Anthropology Collins, 80, and Metaphysic L1, -1. Even in the published Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Kant explains the pleasure in the beautiful as pleasure in the fact of agreement with others. See section 69. Likewise, Metaphysics of Morals, a rare note in which Kant clearly says that pleasure in a universally communicable movement of the cognitive powers is the basis for a judgment of taste without saying that the pleasure is in the fact of this communicability is R988, 1783-84, 3. In Anthropology, notes to pages 102-108 Rongovius, which is from around the same time. Kant also argues that our inclination to taste, Geschmacksneigung, is strengthened by society without saying that the pleasurableness, actually, an Ähnlichkeit, or agreeableness, of taste is a product of society. C 21 CR 1812, 1770-71, R 1841, 1773-78, -5, and R 1845, 1776-78. 22 for the numerous antecedents to this passage. See Note 15 to the first draft of the introduction and Note 18 to the published version of the introduction. 23 By this reference to the critique, Kant clearly means the critique of pure reason. For the schematism, CA 137-47/B 176-87. 24 On pleasure as the feeling of life or animation. See Note 3 to Section 1 above. 25 See the first draft of the introduction, -1. And Note 24 that 226 Compare this to Kant's definitions of the will at groundwork, Section 2, and Section 327 See Practical Reason, -89, especially, where Kant explains that the feeling of respect is both negative, and thus unpleasant, insofar as it strikes down self-conceit, but also positive, or pleasurable, because in so doing it reveals the power of our own practical reason to govern our conduct. 28 In the 1764 Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime, Kant said that the sublime moves, ruht, us, while the beautiful charms, reist, us. This is clearly the precursor of a claim like that in the general remark following section 29 of the present work, where he says that the beautiful prepares us to love something, even nature, without interest, the sublime, to esteem it, even contrary to our sensible interest. But Kant quickly came to reject the characterization of beauty as charming, and he took great pains to distinguish the beautiful from the charming from 1769 on. CR 1789, 1769-70, R 1806, 176,970, R 1864, 1776-78, R 1868, 1776-78, -4, R 1898, 1776-79, Logic Philippi, -51, Anthropology Collins, -9, 184-5, 196-7, Menschenkind. -9. Anthropology Rongovius. Anthropology Dussault. And Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 6729. Up to this point, Kant has argued that our pleasure in the beautiful is a response to the form of purposiveness, or the appearance of purposiveness in the absence of a concept of a specific purpose served by an object. Only at this point does he reverse his formula and assert that beauty is purposiveness of form, where form is to be understood in ordinary spatio-temporal terms. Perhaps because the second thesis is introduced into the argument in this less than explicit manner, Kant does not pause to offer any proper definition of form. In addition to the general definition of form in pure reason, A20/B34, there is a definition of form as the way in which free, productive imagination arranges this matter of sensation, inventively in anthropology from a pragmatic point of view. Section 67-1. That passage immediately goes on to claim that only form can lay claim to a universal rule for the feeling of pleasure. Other passages that assert the universal validity of pleasure in response to form include R627, 1769, notes to pages 108, 111, 1770, R672, 1769-70, R1796, 1769-70, -19, R1891, 1776-78, Logic Philippi, 351, 360, Anthropology Collins, Metaphysic Rongovius, and Metaphysic K3, Vigilantius, 1230. It seems preferable to follow the third rather than the first two editions here, given Kant's favorable references elsewhere to Euler's theory of light and color. See Digny, Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, 4, 520n, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Although in the last place Kant also observes that light rays allow us to pinpoint the location of their sources in a way that sound waves do not, which may be a reference to an advantage of Newton's emission theory of light rather than Euler's wave theory. Leonhard Euler, 1707-83, a Swiss mathematician and physicist, was one of the most accomplished scientists in the 18th century and was the second president of the Academy of Sciences in Berlin. He presented a popular compendium of his scientific and philosophical views in Lettres une princesse d'Allemagne, 1770, first translated into English as Letters of Euler to a German Princess, on different subjects in physics and philosophy. Tr. Henry Hunter, 2 volumes, London, for H. Hunter and H. Murray, 1795. Euler discusses his wave theory of light in Letters 1936, originally written from June to August, 1760, Volume 1, pages 83,169. See also below, section 51-5, where Kant argues that in spite of the rapidity of the vibrations of the light or air in the perception of colors or tones, we nevertheless do seem to be capable of judging and not merely sensing them, and thus of experiencing music or color as beautiful and not merely agreeable. 31 in R733, 1771. Kant argues that the objects of the senses are alone capable of beauty, because they come closest to pure intuition. Since they represent the object through an appearance which contains the least sensation, he immediately went on to emphasize that color detracts from the purity of visual representation. Hence colors as salient sensations belong more to charm than to beauty. A couple of years later, however, Kant at least once asserted the more plausible view that colors can be part of the materials of beauty, that is, part of what imagination and understanding play with in their free play. See Anthropology Perau 32. Kant attacks an inclination to strong impressions of color as a sign of poor taste in R713, 1771. 33. Kant also mentions the example of architecture in Anthropology Collins, actually an insertion from another transcription. Hamilton 34. This phrase, as well as Kant's reference at Anthropology Pillar, -6, makes it clear that Kant is referring to the aesthetic theory of the Wolffian school, which defined beauty as the sensory presentation of perfection, where sensory representation is in turn defined as clear but confused perception. See Christian Wolff, Vernunftgedanken über Gott, Die Welt und die Ziel des Menschen, Rational Thoughts on God, The World and the Soul of Man, the so-called German Metaphysics, Halle, 1720 316, 319, 321, 404, 417. Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten, Aesthetica, Frankfurt and der Oder, 1750-58, Section 1, and Metaphysica, Halle, 1739. Part 3, Notes to pages 111-114 especially 510, 520-21, 531-33, and 607-8, and Georg Friedrich Meyer, and Fangstgruen die alle schönen Künste und Wissenschaften, First Principles of All Fine Arts and Sciences, Halle, 1748, Section 23. Meyer, who based his work on Baumgarten's lectures although he preceded Baumgarten's publication of the Aesthetica, summed up the tradition when he wrote that beauty is in general a perfection, insofar as it is indistinctly or sensitively known. Nowadays needs no proof. Kant may well have based his conception of this tradition in aesthetic theory on Meyer's text rather than a first-hand acquaintance with Baumgarten's, since he draws no distinction between the view of Wolff and Meyer that beauty is a perfection known through the senses and Baumgarten's subtler view that beauty is the perfection of sensory cognition itself, that is, it arises from the distinctive features of sensory as contrasted to intellectual representation. Moses Mendelssohn, whom Kant may also have had in mind in the present section, aligned himself with the tradition of Wolff and Meyer in his early brief Über die Empfindungen, Letters on the Sensations Berlin, 1755. See for example, the second letter, but synthesized this view with that of Baumgarten, arguing that in a work of art we can enjoy both the perfection of what is represented by the senses and the perfection of the representation itself. In the Rhapsodie oder Süße Tze zu den Briefen über die Empfindungen, Rhapsody, or supplement to the Letters on Sensations, that accompanied the earlier work in Mendelssohn's Philosophische Schriften Berlin, 1761. A number of Kant's earliest logic notes could be read as if they were endorsements of the rationalist view. For example, R 1748, 1750s, R 1753, 1750s, -2, R 1758, 1750s, R 1783, 1764-68, and R 1799-1809 1769-70, -23. However, it is more likely that these were simply notes that Kant made in order to expound a view he would be criticizing. Certainly Kant rejected the identification of the distinction between sensibility and understanding with that between distinct and confused cognition and therefore distinguished aesthetic response from confused cognition by the early 1770s. See Anthropology Collins, -2, and Metaphysic L1. See also Note 19 to the first draft of the Introduction 35 CR 5245, 1776-78 36. There are not many precursors to this distinction in Kant's earlier notes and lectures. One exception is R 639, 1769, -9, which distinguishes between the sensibly beautiful, das sinnlich Schöne, which is defined as a play of sensation or a form of intuition, immediate, and the self-sufficient beauty, Selbstständige Schönheit, defined as a means to the concept of the good. Kant also uses the term self-sufficient beauty in R 1814, 1770-71. But in both of these passages what Kant calls self-sufficient beauty seems more like what he here calls adherent or dependent beauty rather than free beauty. See also Anthropology Perau, -4. 37. The phrase la grecque was used to refer to the neoclassical style in architecture and interior decoration that became popular in the second half of the 18th century, especially after the beginning of excavations at Pompeii in 1748. Notes to pages 115, 126, 38 at a number of places in his lectures. Kant says that beauty must be distinguished from usefulness but must also be compatible with the usefulness of an object. See Menschenkund, -1, Anthropology Mrongovius, and Anthropology Busold 39. Kant asserted that there is an ideal of beauty as early as Logic Blombard, but without any explanation of what he meant. The first attempt at a definition of an ideal of beauty is in Anthropology Collins, -100. 40. The numerous antecedents for this claim will be cited in note 45 to section 18 below. 41. See Logic Blombard, -1, and Anthropology Mrongovius, 1. 42. According to Pliny, Natural History, Book 34, the bronze sculpture of a Doryphorus or spear-bearer by Polyclitus of Argos 5th century BC, a copy of which was found at Pompeii and can be seen in Naples, was regarded as exemplifying the perfect proportions for a human being. Likewise, the bronze cow by Myron of Eleuthery, FL 480-445 BC, was regarded as the model for animal sculpture. This sculpture is thought to be reproduced in a bronze statuette in the Cabinet des Médailles of the Louvre. Myron's Discobolus or discus thrower survives in several Roman copies. 43. Kant made this claim as early as 1769, CR 626, -3, at page 271. 44. Kant reiterates this definition at Metaphysik K3, Vigilantius 45. See Logic Philippi, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View section 67. 46. That aesthetic judgment must be based on exemplary models rather than rules was a constant theme in Kant's notes and lectures, CR 1823, 177275, R 1851 and 1853, 1776-78, R 1869. 1776-78, Logic Blombard, Logic Philippi, and Wiener Logic, 812. See also section 47 below. 47. In the Aristotelian tradition, the sensus communis was regarded as the mental faculty that recognizes that representations supplied by the different senses belong to a common object. In the Cartesian tradition, and to this extent Kant certainly belongs to the latter, this recognition would require a concept of an object. In Kant's case, the categories or concepts of pure understanding would supply the framework for such a concept. Anyone making a cognitive judgment about an object is bringing these concepts to bear on his sensory inputs, whether he is aware of this or not. Thus even the most common cognitive experience depends upon concepts. 48. The idea of a common sense first appears in Kant's treatments of aesthetics at Menschenkant. 49. Kant introduces the distinction between the reproductive and productive syntheses of imagination in the transcendental deduction of the categories in the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, CA 102 and A 118. 50. For similar language, CR 1923, 1780s, and R 1935, 1790s, -2. See also Metaphysik Dona, -6. 51. William Marsden 1754-1836, was a distinguished British Orientalist, who compiled the first Malay-English dictionary. Kant refers to his history of notes to pages 126-135. Sumatra, London, 1783, translated into German as Naturalische und Buchrechtliche Beschreibung der Insel Sumatra, Leipzig, 1785. Kant also cites Marsden in Metaphysics of Morals, section 40, Analytic of the Sublime 2329. 1. Kant followed the British tradition in distinguishing between the beautiful and the sublime in his 1764 observations on the feeling of the beautiful and sublime. But this work focuses on issues such as the differences in the responses to the beautiful and sublime between the genders, different nations, etc., and has little to offer by way of detailed analysis of either the beautiful or the sublime. See also Logic Blombard. Because Baumgarten did not address the sublime in his chapter on empirical psychology in the Metaphysica, Kant had far less to say about the sublime than about the beautiful in his anthropology lectures and the notes for them. So we have fewer sources for the development of his views on the sublime than for his views on the beautiful. Moreover, when he did address the sublime, Kant often said that because the sublime moves us or stirs our emotions, it is not the subject of an objective and universally valid judgment like the beautiful. See Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Perau, -9, 391, and even Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 67. The first of the anthropology notes that clearly reveal Kant's intention to organize the critique of aesthetic judgment around the distinction between the beautiful and the sublime are 992 and 993-9. Both of these notes are from the late 1780s. To see Note 3 to Section 1 of the Analytic of the Beautiful. Above 3 for the complex character of the feeling of respect. See Practical Reason. 5. 72-3. For it may sometimes seem as if Kant holds that only objects in nature may produce the experience of the sublime, but this passage at least tacitly acknowledges that there can be at least a representation of the sublime in art. See also Section 52 below, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 68.5. See also Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 68. Where Kant draws this distinction as that between responses to size and to intensity. 6. In Section 30, Kant will say that the judgment on the sublime does not need a separate deduction, because it makes a claim only about our own state of mind, not about any object in nature, and thus its exposition already is its deduction. So here he must mean only to refer to the further exposition of the sublime in the immediately following Section 7 on the claim that all ordinary measurement is based on arbitrarily chosen units and is therefore relative rather than absolute. CR 5727 and 5729-9. Both from the 1780s. 8. Leibniz had famously established that there can be no greatest number. See for example, New Essays Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, Chapter 17 1. 3. In the translation by Peter Remnant and Jonathan Bennett. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 1981. Pages 157. 8. Further statements. Notes to pages 135-148 on this issue can be found in Die Philosophischen Schriften von G. W. Leibniz, ed. C. J. Gerhardt, Berlin. 1875-90, I 388, 2, 345, v 144, and 6, 629. These references are from Bertrand Russell, A Critical Exposition of the Philosophy of Leibniz, 2nd edition, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1937, page 109. 9. Nicholas Savary, 1750-1788, Orientalist, Egyptologist, and translator of the Quran. His Lettres sur l'Égypte oul en offer l'appareil les des mers anciennes et modernes de ses habitants, to which Kant refers, was published in Paris in 1787. The passage reads, having arrived at the foot of the pyramid, we circled it, contemplating it with a sort of terror. When considered up close, it seems to be made of blocks of rock, but from 100 feet, the magnitude of the stones is lost in the immensity of the structure, and they seem very small. Page 189. 10. This is not to say, however, that Kant thinks there is no sublime in art, or at least no artistic representation of the sublime. See Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 68. 11. Kant gives a similar definition of the monstrous in Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 68.12. For Kant's account of how the imagination schematizes the concept of magnitude to produce determinate numbers. See Pure Reason. A 142.3/B 182 and A 162.3/B 202.4. 13. In Wiener Logic, Kant says that one can also count with 4 numerals, as Leibniz did in his note to the latter passage. Gerhard Lehmann says that Kant may be making a mistaken reference to Leibniz's dyadic system for counting, using 0 and 1. See, however, in a transcription of early mathematics lectures made by J.G. Herder, and edited by Lehmann more than 2 decades after his edition of the Logic Lectures, Kant correctly ascribes the dyadic system to Leibniz and the tetradic system to Valentin Weigel, 1533-88. C. Kant presumably got the reference to Weigel from Christian Wolff's Mathematisches Lexikon, Halle, 1716. We owe this reference to Frank and Zanetti. Pages 1332-3. 14. Compare this passage to Kant's Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, 1755, Chapter 7-8, in the translation by W. Hasty, reprinted Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1969, page 137. 15 for this aspect of Kant's treatment of the feeling of respect. See Practical Reason. -9. 87-8. 16 See also Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Section 68. 17 Kant frequently contrasted what he considered the craven attitude of fear of God's threats and hopes of his rewards with the more noble thought that moral rectitude is intrinsically honorable and therefore pleasing to God. See, among many such passages, Moral Philosophy Collins, -310. 18 Kant refers here to the Voyages dans les Alpes. Précèdes d'un essai sur l'histoire naturelle des environs de Genève. 4 volumes. Geneva, 1779-86, by Horace Benedict de Saussure, 1740-99, the Genevan geologist and physicist who made the second ascent of Mont Blanc in 1787. A German translation of the whole work was published in Leipzig from 1781-88, and abbreviated as Nachricht von einer Alpenreise des Herrn von Saussure in Berlin in 1789. Notes to pages 149-155-19. In spite of this comment, Kant was also willing to say that while aesthetic experience does not actually improve, verbessern, a person, it does refine, verfeinern, him. See Menschenkund, and Anthropology Mrongavius. 20 For comparison of this note to an earlier version of Kant's account of the bearing of aesthetics upon our moral development, see the section on the utility of the culture of taste. Vom Nutzen der Kultur des Geschmacks. In Anthropology Collins -96. 21 See Practical Reason. 22 Kant's use of the 4 headings of the categories here to distinguish between the agreeable, the beautiful, the sublime, and the good differs strikingly from his use of the same 4 headings to organize the discussions of the aspects of the judgments on the beautiful and the sublime in the Analytic of the Beautiful and section 24 of the Analytic of the Sublime, respectively. For some other examples of the flexibility of Kant's use of this organizing scheme, see Practical Reason, and Religion within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, -223 to the foregoing argument. Compare R 1928, 1780s, Anthropology Perau, Menschenkund, Anthropology Mrongavius, Metaphysics of Morals, Doctrine of Virtue, Section 17, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 69-24. See Note 38 to Section 16. Above 25 for some comments on Kant's conception of enthusiasm. See What Does It Mean to Orient Oneself in Thinking, 1786. Practical Reason, 6. Religion within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, 83, 101, 174-5, and Anthropology Collins, 8. 26 For other passages on the contrast between affects and passions, see Kant's Handbook Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View 73-4-3, and the following lecture transcriptions. Anthropology Collins, 1772-73-18, Anthropology Perau, 1772-73-26, Anthropology Friedlander, 1775-76, -92, Menschenkund, 1781-82, -25, Anthropology Mrongavius, 1784-85, -6, Anthropology Busold, 178,889, -27. 27 See Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 75, where Kant says that the principle of apathy, namely, that the sage man must never be in a state of emotional agitation, not even in that of sympathetic sorrow over his best friend's misfortune, is a quite correct and sublime moral principle of the Stoic school. 28 On Astonishment. See Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 78. 29 Kant contrasts the affects of timidity and fortitude in Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 77, -8. 30 See Metaphysics of Morals, Doctrine of Virtue, Section 34, -7, where Kant argues that feelings of sympathy are useful only when we can do something for another, for otherwise one just adds to the unhappiness in the world. 31 Kant frequently attacked the idea that human beings could please God by any forms of cult or prayer rather than by actions motivated simply by notes to pages 155-159 Respect for the moral law itself. See for example, Moral Philosophy Collins, 32, Moral Wrong-Obvious, -8, and Religion Within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, -75. 32 Exodus 20, 4. 33 Kant's repeated use of this term in what looks like an English rather than a German form, enthusiasmus, suggests a British origin. Locke contrasted assent based on reason to that based on enthusiasm in the essay concerning human understanding, Book IV, Chapter 19, and the first work in Shaftesbury's Characteristics is a letter concerning enthusiasm, in the edition by Robertson, Vol. 1, pages 539-34. By the inscrutability of the idea of freedom, Kant usually means the doctrine that we can be certain of the reality of freedom on the practical basis of our awareness of our obligation to comply with the moral law, but cannot give any theoretical explanation of the reality of freedom. See Groundwork, -62. Practical Reason, where Kant refers to the freedom that is deduced from the moral law as an inscrutable faculty, and Religion, where he says that freedom, as the ground of the moral law, is inscrutable to us since it is not given to us in cognition. 35 Here Kant refers, of course, to Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, 1719, which spawned many imitations in both British and German popular literature in the 18th century. 36 See Note 18 above. 37 See Note 27 to the first draft of the introduction. Kant gives page references to Garve's 1773 translation of Burke's A Philosophical Enquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful. We will cite the modern edition, edited by J.T. Bolton, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1958, which reprints Burke's second edition 38 in Burke's original words. If the pain is not carried to violence, and the terror is not conversant about the present destruction of the person, as these emotions clear the parts, whether fine or gross, of a dangerous and troublesome encumbrance, they are capable of producing delight, not pleasure, but a sort of delightful horror, a sort of tranquility tinged with terror. Part IV, Section 7, Bolton, page 136, 39 in Burke's original words, with their whole original context. Beauty acts by relaxing the solids of the whole system. There are all the appearance of such a relaxation, and a relaxation somewhat below the natural tone seems to me to be the cause of all positive pleasure. Who is a stranger to that manner of expression so common in all times and in all countries, of being softened, relaxed, enervated, dissolved, melted away by pleasure? Part IV, Section 19, Bolton, pages 149-50. 40 Kant also made this claim about Epicurus in Anthropology Collins, actually from Hamilton. Epicurus, 341-171 BC, does not appear to assert that all pleasure or pain is corporeal explicitly in the extant writings, but it would not be unnatural to attribute such a thesis to him on the basis of statements like these two, attributed to the Lost Book on the End of Life. 10. I know not how I can conceive the good, if I withdraw the pleasures of taste, and withdraw the pleasures of love, and withdraw the pleasures of hearing, and withdraw the pleasurable emotions caused to. Notes to pages 159-160 cite by Beautiful Form 11. The stable condition of well-being in the body and the sure hope of its continuance holds the fullest and surest joy for those who rightly calculated. Translation by C. Bailey, in Whitney J. Oates, ed. The Stoic and Epicurean Philosophers, New York. The Modern Library, 1940, page 46. Diogenes Laertius, ca. 200 AD, in his Life of Epicurus, says that Epicurus admits both kinds of pleasure, those that are static and those consisting in motion both in the soul and in the body, as he says in the work on choice and avoidance and in the book on the end of life. Oates, page 63. But since Epicurus also says that the soul is a body of fine particles distributed throughout the whole structure of a person. Letter to Herodotus, Oates, page 10. The statement in Diogenes Laertius, which was probably known to Kant, would not have undermined Kant's claim. Deduction and Theory of Fine Art 3053 and Remark 1 in the first edition. The heading Third Book, Dritter's book, stood over this title. Kant's manuscript said not third book but third section, Deduction of Aesthetic Judgments. The change to third book was made at the instance of his former student and friend Johann Gottfried Karl Christian Kiesewetter, who was overseeing the production of the Critique in Berlin. See Kiesewetters' letter to Kant of the 3rd of March, 1790. Kant did not see this letter until the 18th of April, because it had been included with a packet of proofs sent to him from Berlin that he set aside, wanting to read the proofs only once they had all arrived. On the 20th of April, he wrote to Kiesewetter, saying that the latter's change was quite appropriate, schicklich, and asking him to reflect the change in the work's table of contents, which had reflected Kant's original division of the Critique of the Aesthetic Power of Judgment into only the two books on the Beautiful and the Sublime, if there was still time, and to note the altered title at the end of the volume. Among the errata, letter to Kiesewetter, the 20th of April, 1790. What was printed in this list, however, was not that the original title had been altered, but rather that the new title should be omitted. File LT, WEG, see the first edition, list of Druckfehler following page 476. In the second edition, which was based on a corrected copy of the first that Kant sent to the publisher, after numerous delays, on the 10th of June, 1792, see Kant's letter to Francois Theodore de Lagarde, the 12th of June, 1792. The heading Third Book is indeed omitted, nor is the original heading, Third Section restored. Nothing in Kant's surviving correspondence indicates how this result, a surprise given Kant's initial acceptance of Kieswetter's change, came about, although Kant did thank de Lagarde for his excellent work on the printing and correction of the second edition when he received his copies of it in December, 1792. See his letter to de Lagarde of the 21st of December, 1792. So the change may have reflected Kant's intentions, but may also have been simply the result of the printer following the errata list from the first edition. However it came about, the omission of any such heading has confused some into reading the deduction of pure aesthetic judgments as a continuation of the analytic of the sublime. Thus in their notes to pages 160-165 translations both J. H. Bernard and J. C. Meredith continue the title Analytic of the Sublime as the right running head throughout the remainder of the Critique of Aesthetic Judgment, but this is not justified by either of Kant's original editions of the work, both of which use only the title Part 1 Critique of the Aesthetic Power of Judgment as left and right running heads throughout the entire first half of the book. Nor does it make any sense, since Kant now argues that it is only the judgment on the beautiful and not the judgment on the sublime that needs a deduction to. See also Metaphysik K3, Vigilantius. As we will see in the discussion of Genius 4650, there are many passages in which Kant stresses that successful works of art cannot be mere imitations of what has gone before. This is one of the few passages that parallels his present insistence that aesthetic judgments must also be genuine self-expressions and not imitations of the responses of others. 3. While Kant warns against the use of empirical examples of actual conduct for the derivation of moral principles in groundwork, Section 2-8, he stresses the positive role of examples of virtuous conduct in moral education at practical reason, -6. In the religion, he stresses that the humanity rather than the divinity of Christ must be emphasized in order for him to serve as an example of realizable moral conduct for human beings. Part 2, Section 1-6. 4. Kant frequently stressed this point, in addition to the passages cited at note 46 to section 18 of the Analytic of the Beautiful. See also R 1787, 1766-69, R 1823, 1772-75, Wiener Logic and Anthropology Collins, -80, 194. 5. Charles Batoux, 1713-1780, French aesthetician, whose most famous work, Les Beaux-Arts we do it a unme Principe, Paris, 1746, German translation as Einstrom der schönen Kunst der Aufeinereinzigen Grundsatz, Leipzig, 1751, argues that all beautiful art is an imitation of nature. This view was attacked by Mendelssohn in his essay Über die Hauptgrundsätze der schönen Künste und Wissenschaften, on the fundamental principles of the fine arts and sciences, in the Bibliothek der schönen Wissenschaften und der freien Künste, Leipzig, 1757, and could have been known to Kant through this essay if not directly. A translation of Mendelssohn's essay appears in Moses Mendelssohn, Philosophical Writings, translated by Daniel Dahlstrom, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1997. See page 170. 6. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, 1729–1781. German dramatist and critic. Published numerous works of criticism, including the brief Die neueste Literatur betreffend, Letters concerning the newest literature, with Friedrich Nicolai and Moses Mendelssohn, Leipzig, 1759–65, and the Hamburgische Dramaturgie, as articles, 1767–68, in book form, first in Bremen, J. H. Kramer, 1769, but the most famous among his critical works was Laocoön, oder, über die Grenzen der Malerie und Poesie, Laocoön, or On the Bounds of Painting and Poetry, Berlin, Christian Friedrich Voss, 1766. Kant's comment on sculpture at section 51 strongly suggests that Kant was familiar at least with Laocoön. Kant also refers to Lessing as a playwright a number of times, taking his plays as paradigmatic dramatic successes and arguing that if they do not conform to traditional rules of dramaturgy, that shows the invalidity. Notes to pages 165–175 of such rules, not the failure of the plays. See Anthropology Collins, and Anthropology Perau 7. See also Metaphysik K2, Orsazugskla, where Kant argues that in matters of taste rules cannot be prescribed despotically, but approval must be free. 8. In addition to the passages cited in note 46 to section 18 of the Analytic of the Beautiful, see also Logic Philippi, Anthropology Collins, -5, Anthropology Perau, Anthropology Rongovius, Metaphysik L1, and Metaphysik K2. Orsazugskla 9. Kant refers here to Hume's essay The Skeptic, where Hume writes, "There is something approaching to principles in mental taste, and critics can reason and dispute more plausibly than cooks or performers. We may observe, however, that this uniformity hinders not, but that there is a considerable diversity in the sentiments of beauty and worth, and that education, custom, prejudice, caprice, and humor frequently vary our taste of this kind." See David Hume, Essays Moral, Political and Literary, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1963, page 165. Hume also refers to the great resemblance between mental and bodily taste in Of the Standard of Taste, Essays Moral, Political and Literary, page 240. Hume's essays were translated into German as early as 1755 by Johann Georg Sulzer, although this edition did not include Of the Standard of Taste, which was not published until 1757. 10. The deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding, or the transcendental deduction, is at the heart of Kant's analysis of the conditions of the possibility of experience in the first critique, the part of the work which Kant himself said cost him the most effort. A16. The deduction, which is found at A84–130 in the first edition 1781, was extensively rewritten for the second edition 1787, CB 116–169. Kant's aims and success in the deduction of the categories have remained highly controversial. For a survey of some of the problems, see Paul Guyer, The Transcendental Deduction of the Categories, in Guyer ed., The Cambridge Companion to Kant, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1992. Pages 123–60. 11. This passage clarifies Kant's earlier claims that judgments of taste are simply a posteriori. See, for example, R623–4, 1769, and Logic Philippi. An alternative view, that aesthetic judgments are straightforwardly a priori, is suggested at Menschenkund. Kant does not seem to have arrived at the present view that aesthetic judgments have both an a posteriori and an a priori aspect until writing the third critique 12. See Menschenkund, and Anthropology Busold. 13. Kant formulates these as enlightened maxims of reason and enlarged thought quite early. CR 1486, 1775–77, -16, at page 715. See also R 1508, 1780–84, -22. which also catalogues various forms of unmundigkeit, immaturity, and thus looks as if it might have been a study for what is enlightenment. 1784. See next note 14. Compare this to Kant's famous definition of enlightenment as the human being's emergence from his self-incurred minority, unmundigkeit, where Kant emphasizes that enlightenment depends on the use of one's own. Notes to pages 175-182. Understanding without direction from another. What is enlightenment? 15. Kant makes a stronger claim in anthropology from a pragmatic point of view when he says that choice in terms of this satisfaction of taste comes, according to its form, under the principle of duty. 69-16. This section represents Kant's attempt to sort out some of the long-standing issues in his conception of the relation between taste and society. As we saw in note 20 to section 9 of the Analytic of the Beautiful, Kant had long held the view that our pleasure in something beautiful is actually generated by the fact of our agreement about it, so that this pleasure cannot even exist in the absence of society. See for example, Logic Philippi, -5. This is to be distinguished, however, from the view that the existence of society is necessary to help us form our taste, that making universally valid judgments of taste is of interest to us only in society, and conversely that the development of taste helps make us sociable. See Anthropology Collins, 191. And that taste and the existence of society can amplify the pleasure that we take in a beautiful object by adding the pleasure of agreement with others to it. For the last point particularly, see Menschenkund, -7, and Anthropology Mrongovius. Kant does not give any reason to deny the last claim in this section, although he diminishes its importance on the ground that it is merely an empirical fact about us, dependent on our inclination to sociability, rather than something connected to an a priori principle of morality. 17 cr 1931. 1790s 1776-78. 18. Kant repeats this claim numerous times, including at Metaphysic L1, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 67. 19. Rauku was a dye obtained from the tree Bixa orellana by the native inhabitants of the Caribbean and coastal South America, the use of which for body painting was widely described in both travelogues and pharmacological works of the 17th and 18th centuries. Cinnabar is the red, crystalline form of mercuric sulfide, applied more broadly to the most common form of mercury ore. The term was also used from at least the 14th century to designate the red dye produced from this ore. 20. Kant actually formulated this thought quite early. Cr 1820, 1771-2, where he wrote that beautiful things indicate that the human being fits into the world. 21. See especially the appendix to the Critique of Teleological Judgment, especially 81-84 and section 87. 22. This section follows the preceding ones without any indication of a major break in the text, but it is clear that Kant is now changing the subject, since he has previously been discussing the interest in natural rather than artistic beauty but now turns to give his theory of art in the next dozen sections. It is not at all clear that these sections should be regarded as a continuation of the deduction of pure judgments of taste, perhaps by dropping the heading Third Book above section 30, where the deduction began. Kant meant to lessen the impression that the topic of the following sections is continuous with that of the preceding ones. Notes to pages 183-187. 23 cr 1892, 1776-78, where Kant uses a similar formulation. See also R 2704, 1776, 1780, s, where Kant even suggests that the word Kunstart comes from können, to be able, as well as, from the same period, R 2707. 24 Peter Camper, 1728-1789, Dutch anatomist and naturalist. Kant refers to his Abhandlung über die best Form der Schuh, treatise on the best forms for shoes, Berlin, 1783. 25 Kant first mentions the example of Columbus's egg at R 2705, 17,761,780 s. 26 On the contrast between art and crafts, cr 963, 1776-78, R 1866, 3. Anthropology Pillar, and Anthropology Busold, on the contrast between liberal art and arts for remuneration. Broadcast, literally art for bread, CR 2026, 1776-78, and on the concept of the liberal arts more generally, CR 2025, 1776, 1780, S-1. 27 CR 626, 1769-3, at page 272, and Logic Philippi 28. This phrase, schöne Wissenschaften, was customary at least within German academic aesthetics, as for example in the title of the work by Georg Friedrich Meyer 1718-1777, the chief disciple and popularizer of Baumgarten. Die Anfangsgründe aller schönen Künste und Wissenschaften, Halle, 1748-50, 29 compare R 1485, 1775-77, -706, at page 701, and Menschenkund, 997. 30 CR 962, 1776-78, -4, R 1855, 1776-78, R 1888, 177,678, Menschenkund, and Anthropology Busold 31. Genius was a standard subject in all of Kant's anthropology lectures. See Anthropology Collins. -70, Anthropology Friedlander, -7, Anthropology Pillar, -4, Menschenkund, -1066, Anthropology Mrongovius, -15, and Anthropology Busold, -9. See also Logic Philippi, and among numerous reflections, R 899, 1776-78, R 921. 921 and 922, 1776-78, -11, R 1509 and 1510, 1781-4, -9, R 1788, 1766-68, and R 1847, 1776-78. 32 Kant emphasizes this contrast as early as 1769 at R 621, -9. See also R 778, 1772-73, -1. R 812, 1773-75, -1, R 922, 177,678, -11, Anthropology Friedlander, -7, Anthropology Pillar, -4, and Menschenkund. 33 This contrast between the teachable skills of science and the unteachable talent for genius was a frequent theme in Kant's anthropology lectures. See Anthropology Friedlander, -7, Menschenkund, Anthropology Mrongovius, -11, and Anthropology Busold, -4. See also R 932, 1776-78. 34 Here Kant refers to the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, published by Isaac Newton, 1646-1727, in 1687, in which Newton unified terrestrial and celestial mechanics with his famous axiomatization of the laws of motion. 35 Christoph Martin Wieland, 1733-1813, educator and man of letters, friend of Goethe and Herder, editor of the influential magazine Die Tut, notes to pages 187-193. Schemmerke from 1773-90. Considered along with Klopstock and Lessing one of the most important writers of early German classicism. He remains best known for his novel The History of Agathon, 1766-67, the first German Bildungsroman, novel of an education or character formation, which became the model for Goethe's two Wilhelm Meister books, Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks, and many others, and for the epic Oberon, 1780. A recent selection of Wieland's critical and theoretical writings is Freiheit in der Literatur, Frankfurt, Insel, 1997. Wieland's daughter married Kant's supporter Karl Leonhard Reinhold, and Reinhold became associate editor of Die Deutsche Merkur, publishing there his important brief über die Kantische Philosophie, Letters on the Kantian Philosophy, in 1786-87, which greatly assisted the spread of Kant's philosophy. 36 For this contrast, CR 920, 1776-78 37 CR 2569, 1769-70, -4, 38 CR 924, 1776-78 39 C Anthropologie Busold, -5, 40 CR 1816 and 1818. 1770-71, R 1830, 1772-78, R 1935, 1790s, -2, Logic Blombard, Logic Philippi, -7, Anthropology Collins, insert from Hamilton, and Anthropology Perau 41. Here Kant appears to allude to the argument of Lessing's Laocoon, 1766. Which holds that pain or other forms of ugliness can be described in poetry but not represented directly in painting or sculpture, because beauty is the first law of the visual arts. See Chapter 2 in Laocoon 42. A large number of texts shed light on what Kant means by spirit, Geist. CR 817, 1776-78, -5, R 933 and 934, 1776-78, -15, R 926, 1776-78, R 932 4, 1776-78, -15, R 946, 1776-78 1772, R 943, 1776-78, -19, R 958, 1776-78, R 1485, 1775-77, -706, R 1824-5, 1772-78, -30, R 1834, 1772-78, R 1844, 1776-78, R 1847, 1776-78, R 1894, 1776-78, Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Friedlander, Anthropology Pilor, -3, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 71b 43 C Anthropology Pilor, and Anthropology Busold 44. In what follows, Kant gives a German prose translation of these lines by Friedrich II, Frederick the Great, of Prussia. We finessen son Trouble, et moren son Regrets, enlacent el Univers comble de nos Fates, anciel asta du jour, orbout de sa carrière, repant sur el horizon un dus lumière, et les derniers rayons qu'il dard dans les airs sont les derniers suppes qu'il donne el Univers. Our text translates Kant's German rather than the French, which he does not himself supply. The lines are the conclusion of Friedrich's poem A Mer Kroll Keith, Imitation du troisième livre de Lucas sur les vaines terreurs de la mort et les frères d'une autre vie to Marshall Keith, Imitation of the third book of Lucretius, on the vain terrors of death and fears of, notes to pages 193-197 Another Life. The poem may be found in Posé Diverses, Epiter 18 Berlin, 1762, Volume 2, page 447, or over de Freddy Rick Legrand, 1846, Volume 10, page 203, 45 from the Akademischen Gedichten, Academic Poems, of Philip Lorenz Withoff, in Sinnliche Nergotzungen, Sensory Delights, Leipzig, 1782, Volume 1, page 70, Withoff, 1725-1789, was a professor of medicine in Duisburg and Burgsteinfurt, then professor of history, oratory, and morals in the Gymnasium of Hamm and then again at the University in Duisburg. Properly quoted, the line is the sun streamed forth, as tranquility flows from goodness. Die Sonne qual herva, wie raus gut equaled 46. Kant refers to the frontispiece to Ähnlichung in die Natürliche, 1754, by Johann Andreas Segner, 1704–1777. Göttingen physicist and mathematician 47. In spite of his use of the word talent in this passage, in R 949, 177,678, Kant explicitly contrasts his account of genius, as involving the use of all our faculties, with the idea of it as a special talent distinct from all other talents offered by Alexander Gerard in his essay on Genius London, 1774, translated into German by Christian Garve as Versuch über das Genie, Leipzig, 1776. Kant also cites this work in Menschenkund, and 1055, and Anthropologie Rongavius. For the general point, see also Anthropologie Pilor, Menschenkund, -1, and Anthropologie Rongavius 48. Kant addressed the topic of this section in numerous passages, including R 671, 1769–70, R 1847, 1776–78, R 1900, 1776–78. Anthropologie Collins, Menschenkund, -2, Anthropologie Rongavius, Anthropologie Busold, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, Section 71b 49. David Hume's greatest literary and commercial success, The History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution in 1688, was published in 6 volumes between 1754 and 1762, and in a complete edition in the latter year. The final 2 volumes of the complete edition, dealing with the Stuart period, were actually the first 2 published in 1754 and 1757. After several intervening editions, a posthumous edition including Hume's final revisions was published in 8 volumes in 1778, and this is the basis for the modern English edition, edited by William B. Todd, Indianapolis, Liberty Fund, 1983, which restores the 6-volume format of Hume's original publication. A German translation by Johann Jacob Dusch, also in 6 volumes, was published in Breslau and Leipzig in 1767–71. In his allusion to Hume, Kant may have had in mind these remarks, from Hume's summary of the state of English arts and letters during the reigns of Charles II and James II. The productions of literature still wanted much of that correctness and delicacy, which we so much admire in the ancients, and in the French writers, their judicious imitators. It was indeed during this period chiefly, that that nation left the English behind them in the productions of poetry, eloquence, history, and other branches of polite letters, and acquired a superiority, which the efforts of English writers, during the subsequent age, did more successfully contest with them. 1983 edition, Volume 6, pages 542–3. Kant frequently contrasted, notes to pages 197–108, the aesthetic proclivities of the different European nations, from the observations on the feeling of the beautiful and the sublime in 1764 section IV-56, to anthropology from a pragmatic point of view in 1798, on the character of nations, -15. The present contrast between the French and the English is also suggested at Menschenkund, and Anthropologie Rongavius. 50. Kant frequently experimented with schemes for the classification of the different arts and for the comparison of their merits, which he will take up here in section 53. CR 1485, 1775–77, -706, Anthropologie Pilor, -1, 783, and Menschenkund, -95, 997, 1003. 51. This claim may come as a surprise after the analytic of the beautiful, but it is in fact an early theme in Kant's thought. CR 1855, 1776–78, 52. This contrast was a long-standing theme in Kant's thought. CR 1810, 1769–70, -4, R 1485, 1775–77, 706, at pages 702-3, Anthropology Friedlander, Anthropology Pilor, Menschenkund, -90, 997, Anthropology Mrongovius, -82, Anthropology Dussault, -6, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 71b, -7, 53 on Kant's concept of the pictorial arts, see also Menschenkund, 3, 54 Kant feels some need to apologize for including landscape gardening among the fine arts, but he had included it in his lists quite early, CR 626, 1769, -3, 55 for variations on this theme, CR 683, 1769-70, -5, R 685, 1769-70, Anthropology Collins, -2, 198, Anthropology Perau, -9, 396, Anthropology Pilor, -1, Menschenkund, 998-9, and Anthropology Dussault 56. This sentence should be compared with Kant's discussion of Euler's theory of color at section 14, where he seems to maintain the opposite. 57 see note 50 to section 51. 58 see Anthropology Pilor, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 71b, -9. 59 The quote is not actually from Cicero, but from Cato the Elder, see Catanus Fragmenta, edited by Heinrich Jordan Leitzig, 1860, page 80, or Quintilian, Institutia Oratoria 12, Cat. I 60 on music, see also Anthropology Collins, -96, and Menschenkund. There are quite a few passages in which Kant praises music rather than criticizing it because it spreads its pleasure around, see Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Mrongovius, -6, Anthropology Dussault, and Metaphysic L1, 61 see note 39 to the Analytic of the Sublime, above 62 in the Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View. Kant defines an effect as a feeling of pleasure or displeasure in his present state that does not allow a subject to rise to reflection, the representation of reason whether one should give himself up to it or refuse it. 73, and states that effect is surprise by means of sensation, in which the mind's self-control, anima sui compos, is suspended. 74. Notes to pages 209-217. 63 Kant discussed the causes of laughter in Anthropology Collins, -46, 184-7, Anthropology Perau, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 79. 64 A port on the Gulf of Cambodge on the west coast of India, north of Bombay, originally opened to the west by the Portuguese. During the 17th and 18th centuries it was one of the main bases of the British East India Company, and one of the most populous cities in India. 65 Voltaire, Henry VIII, 1728, Canto 7. El un estate d'aux sommeil et l'autre l'espérance. The one is sweet sleep and the other is hope. 66 see note 37 to the Analytic of the Sublime, above 67 see also Logic Philippi, Dialectic of the Aesthetic Power of Judgment. 55-60. 1 Kant had made a similar contrast as early as 1771, when he wrote that the proposition, de gusto non estate disputandum, if disputing means the same as to establish positions on both sides by rational grounds, is entirely correct, but if it means that there is, in matters of taste, no rule at all, hence no rightful contradiction, then it is a principle of unsociability, crudeness and even ignorance. R 706. He had already formulated the present distinction between arguing, streeten, and disputing, disputieren. See Anthropology Collins, Anthropology Perau, Anthropology Mrongovius, and Metaphysic L1. Shortly before publishing the critique, he also deployed it in Anthropology Dussault, and after the critique was published he repeated it in Metaphysic K3, Vigilantius. It is difficult to believe that in his contrast between the two commonplaces Kant was not influenced by Hume's contrast between two species of common sense, one which says that each person's sentiment is right and the other of which insists that some persons' judgments are to be taken more seriously than others, in Of the Standard of Taste, 1757, in Essays Moral, Political and Literary, pages 234-5, 2 that is, In 32 and 33. 3. The only place in Kant's notes that anticipates this introduction of the idea of the supersensible to resolve the antinomy of taste is R992, 1785-89, clearly a late outline for the critique 4. See Note 19 to the first draft of the introduction and Note 34 to section 15. Above 5. For Kant's general account of the nature of an antinomy and the conditions for its resolution. See Pure Reason A 405 567/B 432 595. For the specific claim that antinomies are natural illusions that retain their grip on us even after we understand their source. See A 421 2/B 449/50. And for the underlying assumption of the present section, namely that the solution of an antinomy must always involve an appeal to transcendental idealism. See A 497/B 518/25. 6. The references in the following clause to the present work, the critique of the power of judgment, and to the critique of practical reason make it clear that in this initial reference Kant is referring to the critique of pure reason. As noted, the antinomy of pure reason, the second chapter of the second book of the Transcendental Dialectic in the Critique of Pure, notes to pages 217-226 reason, extends from A 405/B 432 to A 567/B 594. In the Critique of Practical Reason, the whole of its dialectic is presented as the solution to an antinomy concerning the relationship between virtue and happiness, which is resolved by the introduction of the highest good as a natural condition, which is however made possible by a supersensible ground in God's authorship of nature. C. 48. 7. Kant's general account of ideas of reason may be found in Pure Reason, A 310-20/B 366-76. 8. Kant's 1786 work The Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science had attempted to provide a philosophical derivation of the fundamental forces postulated in mechanics, dynamics, and kinematics from the concept of matter and the principles of empirical judgment. After the completion of the Critique of the Power of Judgment, Kant became increasingly interested in attempting to give a philosophical account of more specific physical processes such as crystallization, and spent much of his effort in his last years trying to write a book that would be called The Transition from the Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science to Physics. His drafts for this never completed work are included in the materials known as the Opus Posthumum, published as volumes 21 and 22 of the Academy edition. A selection of these materials has been published in English as Kant, Opus Posthumum, ed. Eckhard Forrester, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1993. A few examples of Kant's interest in the nature of crystallization in this late work may be found at Forrester, page 16-9, Forrester, page 24-14, Forrester, pages 32-3-3, Forrester, page 35. Kant's commitment to the theory of caloric as the explanation for the loss or gain of heat is evident in these passages and many others, especially -8, Forrester, pages 49-50. See also pages 87-99. Kant discusses the theory of caloric, or phlogiston as it was also known, in his Lectures on Physics, 1785, -4, 118-28. These lectures were based on W.C.G. Cranston's Anleitung zur gemeinnützlichen Kenntnis der Natur, Halle, 1783, reprinted at -590. See chapter 26, -525-9. The mineralogical term drusig refers to crystals lining the interior of a cavity in a rock, as in what is now referred to as a geode. The terms druse and drusig were in use in the Saxon mining industry in the 18th century. 10 pbs, or lead sulfide 11 Fe 302, or ferric oxide 12 spardruses, spardrusen, would refer to any number of crystals found in geodes. For example, feldspar, hematite, glaskopf, is apparently another form of pyrargyrite, or ferric oxide. Aragonite, Isendluti, is a low-temperature form of calcium carbonate 13C, particularly 73 and 81 below 14. The contrast between intuitive and symbolic cognition was introduced into German philosophy by Leibniz in his Meditations on Knowledge, Truth, and Ideas, 1684. Symbolic knowledge uses words or other signs, whose sense appears only obscurely and imperfectly to the mind. In place of the ideas I have of those things, knowledge is intuitive, when we can, or indeed insofar as we can, see consider all of its component. Notes to pages 226-230 Notions at the same time. G. W. Leibniz. Philosophical Essays. Ed and Tr. by Roger Ayew and Daniel Garber. Indianapolis. Hackett Publishing Company. 1989. Page 25. See also Wolf. Vernunftgedanken von Gott, der Welt, and Die Seele des Menschen 316-24. 15 See John Locke. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding. Book 2. Chapter 23. Section 2. In the edition by Peter H. Nidich. Oxford. Clarendon Press. 1975. Pages 295-6. 16 For Kant's Definition of Theism. See Philosophische Religion Slur nach Politz. Translated in Immanuel Kant. Religion and Rational Theology. Ed. George D. Giovanni and Alan W. Wood. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 1996. Pages 347-8. On Anthropomorphism. See Religion Within the Boundaries of Mere Reason. 6. 65n. D. Giovanni and Wood. Page 107. And -9. D. Giovanni and Wood. Page 189. And Politz. D. Giovanni and Wood. Page 348. And -7. D. Giovanni and Wood. Page 3856. 17 At the beginning of the Anthropology Collins. Kant had bluntly asserted that the entire utility of the beautiful arts is that they set moral propositions of reason in their full glory and powerfully support them. However, later in the same lectures Kant already introduced the idea that there is at most an analogy between taste and virtue. Virtue engages us, not through its use, but insofar as it pleases us. In such a way taste prepares the way for virtue. Taste is an analogon of perfection. It is in intuition what morality is in reason. The study of taste is therefore very necessary. -6. See also Anthropology Perau, and Menschenkund. Metaphysik Donner, delivered after the publication of the Critique, gives a good statement of the points of difference between taste and morality mentioned by Kant in the next paragraph 18. This whole section may be compared to the section on the utility of the cultivation of taste in Anthropology Collins, -96. As well as to Anthropology Perau, -2. 19 Kant apparently could not make up his mind whether he should consider taste as propedeutic for morality or sound morality as the basis for taste. In his metaphysics lectures in the winter semester of 1794, he apparently reversed the argument of the present section and said the following: Arets liberales are the arts that cultivate freedom. Here the human being, who otherwise is acquainted with nothing except what belongs to sensation, is determined to action by the mere representation of the beautiful and the good, thus through something that carries with it no interest at all. This already indicates a degree of freedom. Among the aesthetic determining grounds of the power of choice there are some that do not sustain enjoyment, but rather the culture of the understanding and of the faculty of reflection. Liberalis is that which lets 1. Be free, which supports freedom. The beautiful arts are such that they do not coerce approval from people, but leave their judgment free, so that their approval is given spontaneously. In them no rules can be despotically prescribed. They are rather a free play of the imagination, but since this is a great assistant to the understanding, namely in providing intuitions for concepts, it promotes freedom. Here one can never prove beauty in accordance with notes to pages 230-242 universal rules, but only in the work of art, where everyone can give the rule for himself. The classics are therefore in such high repute because they have withstood the gnawing teeth of time. Barbarism has been lifted every time people have begun to take them as examples. Although the beautiful arts belong to sensibility, they still promote freedom, because they are active in the beauty of forms, because they make us free from the impressions of the senses and the productive imagination is free. We are self-creators. Humanity is thus the capacity and the inclination to communicate one's thoughts and feelings. Metaphysik K3. Auszugsklat. -16. Ultimately it seems that Kant can only believe that the cultivation of taste and the development of morality are mutually reinforcing. Analytic of the teleological power of judgment 61-68. 1 For Kant's view of Plato's theory of ideas. See Pure Reason. A 313-19/B 369-75. 2c Socrates' criticism of Anaxagoras. This man made no use of mind, nor gave it any responsibility for the management of things, but mentioned as causes air and ether and water and many other strange things. Phaedo, 98 BC. Translation by G. M. A. Gruber. In Plato. Complete Works. Ed. John M. Cooper. Indianapolis. Hackett Publishing Company. 1997. Page 85. 3 For Kant's account of the geological effects of rivers and seas. See only possible basis. -9. And Physical Geography edited from Kant's notes by F. T. Rink in 1802. 9. 4 To this paragraph. Compare toward Perpetual Peace. 1795. -5. Kant had argued as early as only possible basis, that it is a mistake to infer immediately from the fact that certain natural conditions seem advantageous to human beings to the conclusion that they have been purposively designed to be so. 5 In the only possible basis, Kant had distinguished between the case in which a harmonious diversity of effects arises from a single law, which he held to be characteristic of inanimate nature, from the case in which a harmony of effects arises from distinct types of causation, which he took to be characteristic of animate objects in nature. -8. However, he then went on to argue that our failure to explain everything in nature according to mechanical laws should not be taken as a valid ground for a belief in a supersensible ground of nature, because such a supersensible ground, for which, of course, the work does argue, could clearly achieve all of its intended effects in nature through the mechanical operations of the laws that it institutes as the very conditions of the possibility of nature. C. 15.6 In a discussion of the value of learning over material goods, Cicero writes, "Who in truth would consider anyone happier than one who is set free from all perturbations of mind, or more secure in his wealth than one who possesses only what, as the saying goes, he can carry away with him out of a shipwreck." In this connection the remark made by Plato, or perhaps by someone else, seems to me particularly apt for when a storm at sea had, notes to pages 242-250, driven him to an unknown land and stranded him on a deserted shore, and his companions were frightened on account of their ignorance of the country. He, according to the story, noticed certain geometrical figures traced in the sand, and immediately cried out, "Be of good courage, I see the tracks of men." He drew his inference, evidently, not from the cultivation of the soil, which he also observed, but from the indications of learning. De Republica, I. 17.28-30. Translation from Cicero. Volume 16. De Republica, De Legibus. Tr. Clinton W. Keyes. Cambridge, Mass. Harvard University Press. 1928. Pages 51-3. According to this edition, the saying is also found in Vitruvius, De Architectura, 6.1, where it is attributed to Aristippus, 435-366 BC. Rather than Plato. 7 Kant first used the example of a tree to illustrate problems in explanation at only possible basis. 15.8 Kant argues that it is only from the case of our own intentional actions that we can originally form the concept of purposiveness in the 1788 essay on the use of teleological principles in philosophy. But Kant's example is ancient. Aristotle used the example of building a house in his illustration of the four causes at Physics. Book 2, Chapter 3, 195 B3-5, 2021. 9 Kant stresses both the analogy between a living thing and a work of art and the limits of this analogy, about to be explicated. Ad Religion. -5n. A note which ends with an allusion back to the present argument. 10 For Kant's concept of the nature and limits of mechanical forces. See Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science. General Observation on Dynamics, especially 530 and 532-3. 11 This note could refer to either of the two recent revolutions that Kant had followed with great interest, the American Revolution of 1776-83, or the French Revolution, which was in its early months when Kant wrote the present work. But it would seem somewhat strange for Kant to describe the American Revolution as the transformation of a great nation Volk into a state, since the American population, not all of whom in any case supported the revolution, would not be likely to be thought of as a single people or nation several years later. When Kant spoke of the danger of anarchy as destroying the organization of a people before it could be replaced with another, he clearly had the later stages of the French Revolution in mind. See Theory and Practice. 8. 302 N12 for a precursor to this definition. See Teleological Principles. For later versions of it, see passages in the Opus Posthumum, such as the definition of an organic body is that it is a body, every part of which is there for the sake of the other, reciprocally as end and, at the same time, means. It is easily seen that this is a mere idea, which is not assured of reality a priori, that is, that such a thing could exist. Forrester. Page 64. See also pages 100 and 146. 13 New Holland was an 18th century designation for Australia prior to its colonization by the British, so Kant's term New Hollanders refers to the Aboriginal people of Australia. By Fujans he refers to the Aboriginal inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. 14 Here Kant introduces his central argument that once we have been led to introduce the idea of purposive systematicity by our experience of organ. Notes to pages 250-263 isms. It is then natural for us to attempt to see whether we might not also see the whole of nature as a purposive system. This idea was anticipated in Pure Reason, A 691/B 719. In Teleological Principles, Kant argues that the idea of a purpose for the whole of nature, introduced by the analogy between organized beings and human artistic production, has to be empirically conditioned by what we actually observe in nature. This restriction is part of what is expressed in the present work by calling the principle of the purposiveness of nature a regulative rather than constitutive principle. 15 In Anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, Kant defines an effect as a feeling of pleasure or displeasure in his present state that does not let a person rise to reflection to rational consideration of whether he should give himself up to it or refuse it. 73. In other words, an affect is an emotional state that threatens the ability of reason to control our conduct. 16 Kant frequently discussed the nature of dreams. See Anthropology Collins, -2, Anthropology Friedlander, -31, Menschenkund, -7, Anthropology Mrongovius, -8, and Anthropology from a Pragmatic Point of View, section 37, -90, 17 To this entire section, compare Kant's discussion of the rules of a revised method of physico-theology in Only Possible Basis, -7, Dialectic of the Teleological Power of Judgment 69-78. 1 Kant alludes here to the account of judgment that he gave in Pure Reason, A 131-135/B 169-194. 2 See Letter to Herodotus. The motions of the heavenly bodies and their turnings and eclipses and risings and settings, and kindred phenomena to these, must not be thought to be due to any being who controls and ordains or has ordained them. Nor again, must we believe that they, which are but fire agglomerated in a mass, possess blessedness, and voluntarily take upon themselves these movements. Oates, the Stoic and Epicurean Philosophers. Page 13. 3 Democritus of Abdera flourished ca. 460 BC. Large numbers of titles of his works on nature and causes are reported by ancient sources, but none of his surviving fragments actually expound what Kant here calls the system of causality. See Kathleen Freeman, Ancilla to the Pre-Socratic Philosophers, Cambridge, Mass. Harvard University Press, 1966. Pages 91-120. Aristotle says, if we look at the ancients, natural science would seem to be concerned with the matter. It was only very slightly that Empedocles and Democritus touched on form and essence physics. Book 2, Chapter 2, 194 18-20. Translation by R. P. Hardy and R. K. Gay and Jonathan Barnes, ed. The Complete Works of Aristotle. Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1984. Page 331. 4 In his reference to Spinoza, Kant could have in mind statements like the following from Spinoza's Ethics. I shall show that neither intellect nor will pertain to God's nature. Of course I know there are many who think they can demonstrate that a supreme intellect and a free will pertain to. Notes to pages 263-291 God's nature. For they say they know nothing they can ascribe to God more perfect than what is the highest perfection in us. Ethics. Part 1. Proposition 17. Scholium. In Edwin Curley, ed. The Collected Works of Spinoza. Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1985. Page 426. Or things could have been produced by God in no other way, and in no other order than they have been produced. For all things have necessarily followed from God's given nature, and have been determined from the necessity of God's nature to exist and produce an effect in a certain way. Ethics. Part 1. Proposition 33. Curley. Page 436. 5. For further comments on Hylozoism, see Dreams of a Spirit Seer, 1766, and Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science 6c Metaphysic L1. 7. Kant presumably refers to the strict sense of organization as reciprocal causation described in 63 and 64 above 8c Universal Natural History, -30, Hasty. Pages 28-9. 9c Kant's account of the empirical conditions for the application of the concepts of possibility and actuality in pure reason, the postulates of empirical thinking in general, A 218-35/B 265-87-10. In pure reason, Kant distinguishes the human intellect, which requires both intuitions and concepts for knowledge, from an intellectual intuition in which concepts would also give their own objects, at B 145, B 150, A 252/B 308-9, and A 256/B 311-12. For an early statement of the discursive nature of human understanding, CR 1832, 1772-75. 11. Here Kant refers to the doctrine of the Critique of Pure Reason that space is not an aggregate constituted out of regions of space that exist independently of it, as parts, but is rather a whole into which particular regions are introduced only by introducing limits into it. CA 25/B 39. 12. Kant's comment on these terms in Pure Reason, A 730/B 758, suggests that it is not clear what the precise differences between them are. Methodology of the Teleological Power of Judgment 7991. 1c David Hume. Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion. Part 5. In Hume, The Natural History of Religion and Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, ed. A. Wayne Culver and John Valdemar Rice. Oxford. Clarendon. 1976, especially pages 192-4. Hume's Dialogues, posthumously published in 1779, were translated into German as early as 1781. 2c Spinoza, Ethics. Part I, especially Propositions 14 and 15. Curley. Pages 421. 3. Occasionalism refers to the doctrine of Nicholas Malebranche. 16,381,715, according to which only God's actions possess the necessity required for genuine causation, so all events in the world are never more than occasions for God to exercise his constant causal power. See The Search After Truth, 1674. For example, Book 6, Part 2, Chapter 3, in the translation by Thomas M. Lennon and Paul J. Olskamp. Columbus, Ohio State University Press, 1980. Pages 446-52. Prestabilism is a term Kant uses here for the theory of pre-established harmony developed by Leibniz and maintained. Notes to pages 291-295 in various contexts by followers such as Wolff and Baumgarten, according to which every substance in the world evolves independently of but harmoniously with every other, a reflection of the benevolence God exercised in the original creation of the world of independent substances but which does not require any further intervention on his part. In the present context, Kant is using the names for these general metaphysical doctrines to apply to competing theories of organic reproduction. Leibniz's classical statement of the system of pre-established harmony was first published in A New System of the Nature and the Communication of Substances, as well as the union between the soul and the body, in the Journal des Savants, the 27th of June, 1695. See Lohnke, pages 452-59. See also R. S. Woolhouse and Richard Franks, eds. Leibniz's New System and Associated Contemporary Texts, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1997. For Baumgarten, see Metaphysica 448-65. 4. On the theory of individual preformation, the parent is a mere conduit, hence the term educt, for preformed individuals, which merely develop, Hence the use of the term evolution in a thoroughly un-Darwinian sense. In The Parent, on the theory of epigenesis or generic preformation, the parent actually produces new offspring which reflect the inheritable characteristics of the parents. Kant makes no suggestion here of the possibility of variation in inherited characteristics, as he does in the preceding section 80-19, but such a possibility is not excluded by the theory of epigenesis either. Thus it is the theory of epigenesis and not what Kant here calls the theory of evolution that would be compatible with the later synthesis of the Darwinian theory of evolution with the Mendelian theory of inheritance. The modern version of the theory of involution or encapsulation was first advanced by Malebranche. See Search After Truth. Book 2. Part 1. Chapter 7. In Lennon and Olskamp. Pages 112-24, especially page 118. 5c Only possible basis. 6 Locke was fascinated with the subject of miscarriages and half-breeds. See Essay Concerning Human Understanding. Book 3. Chapter 6-17. 22-3, in Niddich, pages 448-9, 452, and for this reason is associated with early advocates of what Kant calls epigenesis. 7 Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, 1752-1840, Göttingen Professor of Anatomy and Comparative Zoology, author of Handbuch der Naturgeschichte, Manual of Natural History 1779, and Über den Bildungstrieb, on the Formative Drive, 1781, New Edition 1789, which is the work that Kant owned and to which he here alludes. 8 For Kant's explication of the myth that humankind began from a single couple, see The Conjectural Beginning of Human History 1786. 9 Carl von Linn, Latin Linnaeus, 1707-1778, Swedish naturalist and taxonomist, author of the Systema Naturae, Stockholm, 1766. Kant apparently has the following passage in mind: the constitution of nature is revealed in the 3 natural realms, namely, just as people are not born just for the sake of rulers, but the latter are set in place in order to guard order among their subjects. So one exercises its tyranny over the others for the sake of its grim reward, the plants for the plant-eating animals, the notes to pages 295-302 flesh-eaters over the plant-eaters, and among these again the greater over the lesser, and the human being, as animal over the greatest. All of this serves only that the balance together with the beauty of the state of nature should continue. Volume 1, page 17, 10. As early as 1755, Kant had written that man, who seems to be the masterpiece of creation, is himself not excepted from the law of constant creation and destruction in which nature proves her riches. Universal Natural History, in Hasty, page 150, 11. See note 24 to section 43, above. The works of Camper that seem relevant to Kant's present mention of him are Demonstrations Anatomico-Pathologicae Amsterdam, 1760-62, and Über den natürlichen Unterschied der Gesichtszüge, on the natural distinction among facial features, Berlin, 1792, 12. See Groundwork, section 2-19, Practical Reason, -8, and Menschenkind 13. See Universal History 1784, third proposition, -1, 14 to this paragraph. Compare The Conjectural Beginning of Human History, 15 on the unsociable sociability of mankind as a spur to progress. See Universal History, fourth proposition, -2, 16. For Kant's argument that a secure condition of justice can only be achieved through a worldwide legal order, although a worldwide federation, not a single worldwide government, which in his view would inevitably degenerate into an autocracy. See Universal History, seventh proposition, -6, Theory and Practice, Part 3, -13, Toward Perpetual Peace, second definitive article, -7, and Metaphysics of Morals, Doctrine of Right, section 61, -3, 17 on the unintended contributions of war to human progress. See Universal History, seventh proposition, -5, and Toward Perpetual Peace, first supplement, -7, 18. See notes 19 and 20 to the Analytic of the Sublime and notes 18 and 19 to section 60, above. 19 For Kant's account of the infinite regressive conditions in nature considered as phenomenon. See the third antinomy of pure reason in Pure Reason, A 444-51/B 472-9. 20. The conclusion that Kant has reached, that a teleology based on the concept of a final end for nature can only be grounded on the moral value of human freedom, was anticipated in the essay on teleological principles of 1788, which concludes with the following. And now to draw the sum from all of this, ends have a direct relation to reason, whether this is that of another or our own. But if we are to place them in the reason of another, then we must at least base this on our own as an analog, because otherwise this cannot be represented at all. Now the ends are either ends of nature or of freedom. No one can see a priori that there must be ends in nature, although it can very well be seen a priori that there must be a connection of causes and effects in nature. Consequently, the use of the teleological principle with regard to nature is always empirically conditioned. It would be the same with the ends of freedom if this had first to be given objects of the will as determining grounds by nature. Notes to pages 302-310. In Needs and Inclinations, BUTTHE Critique of Practical Reason has shown that there are pure practical principles, by which reason is determined a priori, and which therefore give its end a priori. If therefore the use of the teleological principle for explanations of nature, because it is restricted to empirical conditions, can never give the original ground of purposive connection completely and adequately determined for all ends, then this must by contrast be expected of a pure doctrine of the end, the a priori principle of which contains the relation of reason in general to the whole of all ends, and can only be practical. Teleological principles. See also Religion and Anthropology Busold, where Kant states that freedom is the highest formal good of the natural condition, something that can be an end in nature although it is not given as an end by nature. 21. For Kant's other treatments of physico-theology, his name for the argument from design. See only possible basis, -26. Pure Reason, A 62030/B 648-58, and Religion Slura Politz, -10, in D. Giovanni and Wood, pages 352-5, 22. See note 26 to section 86. Below 23. The argument that we cannot use an empirical argument to infer the perfect intelligence of the cause of nature was made by Hume in the Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, Part 2, in Culver and Price. See especially pages 167-8, and Part 5, pages 191. 24. It was because the argument from design could not establish the perfection of God that Kant had already argued in the Critique of Pure Reason, without benefit of Hume's Dialogues, which did not appear in German until the same year as the publication of the Critique, that the physico-theological argument could only prove the existence of God as ordinarily conceived if supplemented by the cosmological argument, which begins from the concept of a perfect being and then, of course, illegitimately, infers its existence from its perfection. See Pure Reason, A 628-30/B 6568. 25. See for example Spinoza, Ethics, Part 1, Proposition 18, Curly, page 428. 26. For Kant's chief accounts of his moral theology, that is, his appeal to moral considerations to specify the attributes of our concept of God and to provide a practical justification for our belief in his existence. See Pure Reason, the Canon of Pure Reason, A 804-31/B 832-59. Practical Reason, particularly -42, Religion Slura Politz, -11, 1071-1117 in D. Giovanni and Wood, pages 356-8, 406-42. 27. For Kant's classical statement that the good will is the only thing of unconditional value, see Groundwork, section 1, -7. See also Moral Philosophy Collins, -6, Heath and Sknewind, pages 125-7, and such notes as R 7210, 1780s, and R 7217, 1780s. 28. Groundwork 29. For the suggestion that a good will entitles one to happiness while an evil one disqualifies one, in the eye of reason, from enjoying it, see Practical Reason. See also note 33 below. 34 other versions of this argument. See Pure Reason, A 815/B 843, and Practical Reason, Notes to pages 313, 325, 31. Kant frequently stressed that fear of God is an ignoble motive for fulfilling the moral law. See Moral Philosophy Collins, -6. Heathensknewind. Page 69. And Metaphysik der Sitten Vigilantius, -7. 725-6. Heathensknewind. Pages 313, 446-7. 32. For this formulation, see Practical Reason. Theorem 333. See Practical Reason, -11. Here Kant seems to conceive of the highest good as the combination of two separate things, the merely natural desire for happiness which is subjected to the moral condition of virtue as the condition for being worthy of happiness. At other places, Kant seems to conceive of the highest good in a more unitary fashion, as the systematic distribution of happiness that the moral law itself actually enjoins us to seek through its injunction that we treat all persons as ends, thus as agents who set and fulfill the ends in the realization of which their happiness lies. See Pure Reason, A 809-10/B 837-8, and Theory and Practice, Section 9, -89, especially -80n, as well as notes such as R 7199, 1780s, -4, at page 272, and R 7242, 1780s. Kant's argument that we need to postulate the existence of God as the author of nature who makes nature such that our actions can be effective in it makes most sense if the highest good is understood in the second sense. It is because it is only rational for us to act if we believe that our actions can succeed that we must believe in God if our efforts at morality are not to flag, not because we need the promise of an extraneous reward if we have shown ourselves by our virtue to be worthy of happiness. And Kant seems to have this conception in mind on the next page, when he speaks of the highest good as the final end enjoined upon us by the moral law itself. In such a formulation, a certain kind of happiness is not merely limited by the moral law but is enjoined by it. See also section 88, the third sentence of the first paragraph on as well as the first paragraph at. However, in the remark following section 88, Kant seems to have in mind his other conception of the highest good, on which happiness is a merely natural good for which virtue is only the condition of entitlement. C -9. Thus, both of the conceptions of the highest good that are found in Kant's other works seem to be at play within the culminating argument of the third critique. Yet a third position, which Kant does not explicate clearly in any of his published works, is that freedom is so important to us that it is only when happiness is a product of our own freedom that it can seem really satisfactory to us. Kant hints at this in Universal History, third proposition, but gives particularly clear statements of it in Anthropology Mrongovius, -5, and Menschenkund, -3. 34. See Practical Reason, -13. 35. See Practical Reason, 6. 36. For some of Kant's comments on idolatry, see Religion, and 197-8. 37. Kant argued from the outset of the development of his moral philosophy that moral laws must be known independently of and prior to belief in the existence of God, and were not dependent upon the will of God. See Moral Philosophy Collins, Heathensknewind, pages 55-6. 38. See Pure Reason, B 419-20. Notes to pages 325, 340, 39 to this section generally. Compare Pure Reason, the Canon of Pure Reason. Third section on having an opinion knowing, and believing A. 820-31/B 848-59 Practical Reason -6 and Jascha Logic 73. 40 on the contrast between persuasion and conviction. See Jascha Logic, 41. By this reference to the critique of pure reason, Kant apparently means to refer to the whole of the third division of the transcendental dialectic, the ideal of pure reason, which contains his critique of the traditional arguments for the existence of God. CA 567-642/B 595-679. The final reference to principles valid solely for nature may be yet another reference to his critique of the physico-theological proof. A 620-30/B 64858. 42 on proofs by analogy. See Jascha Logic, 43. For another use of the image of attractive and repulsive forces in the context of political philosophy, see Metaphysics of Morals, -3. 44 C pure reason. A822 3/B851. Jascha logic. -7. 45 on probability. C Jascha logic. 2. 46 for Kant's view of hypotheses. C pure reason. A769 782/B797 810. And Jascha logic. 6. 47 C note 39. 48 Kant was to devote great effort to trying to prove the existence of the ether as a non-perceivable but yet still empirical condition of the possibility of interaction in space and even perception itself in the opus posthumum. A selection of his attempts at this proof may be found in Forrester, pages 62-99. 49 for Kant's speculation on the possible inhabitation of other planets. See Universal Natural History, 3rd part, on the inhabitants of the stars, -68. Not included in Hasty 50. Here Kant refers to his famous doctrine of freedom as the fact of reason. See Practical Reason, -32. 51 for Kant's most famous statement of this point. See Pure Reason, A3/B7. See also the second edition note at B395N. And A798/B826. 52 for the contrast between theoretical and practical cognition. See Pure Reason. A633 4/B661-2. Practical Reason. -46. And Jascha Logic. 9. 86-7. 53 Here Kant refers, of course, to his critique of the ontological and cosmological arguments in the Critique of Pure Reason. At A592 620/B620-48, the gist of his critique of these arguments was already present in 1763 in the only possible basis, at -7 and 155-63. Indeed, Kant had already worked out his critique of the ontological argument in his first purely philosophical work, The New Elucidation of the First Principles of Metaphysical Cognition of 1755. See Proposition 6. 5. 54 Kant always held that the argument from design is natural and beneficial, in contrast to the ontological and cosmological arguments, which he scorned as academic sophistries. See Pure Reason. A 623/B651. 55 Kant refers here to Hermann Samuel Reimarus, 1694-1768, author of Die Vornehmsten Wahrheiten der Naturlichen Religion in Zenabhandlungen auf ihn begrifflich Art erklärt und gerettet, the foremost truths of natural religion explained and saved in 10 treatises. Hamburg, 1754. Allgemein Betrachtungen über die Trieb der Tier, hauptsächlich über ihren Kunsttrieb. Notes to pages 340-346 General observations on the drives of animals, especially their artistic drives, 1760, and, most famously, Apologio des Schrift für die vernünftigen Vereragots, Apology or Vindication for the Rational Worshippers of God, which was written in 1744 but fragments of which were only posthumously published, by Lessing, under the title Fragmentien Zungenannten die Offenbarung betreffend, anonymous fragments concerning Revelation, in the series that Lessing published in his position as librarian for the Duke of Brunswick at Wolfenbüttel, Beiträge zur Geschichte und Literatur aus den Schatzen der Herzoglichen Bibliothek zur Wolfenbüttel. Contributions to History and Literature from the Treasures of the Ducal Library in Wolfenbüttel, 1773-81. 56 Again, Kant seems to be thinking of the argument of Part 2 of Hume's Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, in Culver and Price. Pages 158-72, especially pages 168-9. 57 Kant stressed that we regard moral laws as divine commands because of our rational insight into their necessity, and do not infer the latter from their divine origin as if we could know that independently of morality. See Pure Reason. A818-19/B846-7. Practical Reason and Religion. 6. 153-4. This theme remained one of Kant's most enduring philosophical concerns, and he returned to it in the last phases of the Opus Posthumum, stressing that we formulate the merely subjectively valid idea of God and conceive of our duties as his commands in order to emphasize to ourselves the superiority of our own reason, which is the actual source of those commands, over our mere desires. See Opus Posthumum, for example, 19, 21, 28, and 37, Forrester, pages 221, 225, 227-8, 232, and 239. 58 Kant expounds his theory of matter as the filling of space by attractive and repulsive forces in the metaphysical foundations of natural science. Chapter 2, Metaphysical Foundations of Dynamics, -535, 59 Pure Reason, B71-2. Glossary. The following glossaries list only those terms that are of special significance in this work or whose translation is in some way unusual or controversial. The great majority of words used by Kant, especially the large number of German English cognates found in the text, are omitted. German English abhängig dependent Absicht aim, intention, point of view absichtlich intentional Abstimmung Coordination Achtung respected Haarend adherent. See also Anhängend, allgemein general, universal allgemein, das the universal, n. Allgemeingültig universally valid Allgemeinheit universality allmatched all-powerfulness angemessen suitable angemessenheit suitability angenehm agreeable, adj, the agreeable, n. Anhängend adherent Anlage predisposition Anres stimulus Ansinnen to view Ansicht view, n. Ansinnen ascribe, require of or Fassung apprehension Orstenung extension befassen grasp befriedigen satisfy Begriff concept befall approval Bepflichten consent to beleben animate. Glossary. Belebung animation Beschauung viewing Bestimmung assent Betritt consent Beschaffenheit characteristic. Constitution. Property bestimmend determining Bestimmung determination. Vocation betrachten consider betrachtung consideration beurteilen to judge. Transitive, that is, to judge something beurteilung the judging, of something. Beweis proof beweisgrund proof. Ground of proof bewerken produce. Realize Beziehung relation bildend pictorial, arts. Formative buildwork picture boden territory casuality accidentality contemplation contemplative darstellung presentation Denkungsart mentality, way of thinking disputieren dispute, v. Eigenschaft property einhelligt harmonious einhelligkeit unanimity, unison einsicht einsichten have insight into einstimmigen accord einstimmigkeit accordance, consensus einstimmung accord, consensus empfindbar sensitive empfindung sensation, sentiment. See also Sinnenempfindung. Empirisch empirical Endersash final cause Endzweck final end Erfahrung experience Erfahrungs experimental Erfordernis requirement. Glossary. Erheben sublime. Adj. Erheben. Das the sublime erkennen cognize. Recognize Erkenntnis cognition. Recognition Erscheinung appearance Erwarten expect Erweitern enlarge. Expand Erzugang generation. Production form fordern demand freewilling of one's own free will frozen joyfulness fühlbar palpable fu Rohrhalten affirmation Gebiet domain Jeffelen please Gfu hl feeling Geist spirit Gemeingültig generally valid Gmu th mind. Gemuthsart mentality Gemuth stimmung state of mind Genie genius Geniesen enjoyment genus enjoyment Geschicklichkeit skill Geschmack taste Gesetz law Gesetzma sig law like Gesinnung disposition Gestalt shape. Configuration Gewalt violence. Dominion Glaub belief. Faith Glaubensash matter of faith grow sharp se quantity ground. Basis. Reason Grundsatz fundamental principle Gunst favor hang tendency harmony. Glossary harmonisch harmonious Heligachtung reverence heterogeneity ideal idea inbegriff set. Totality intelligence Kenntnis knowledge craft power, of something. Kultur culture. Cultivation Kunstart kunstlich artistically letztzweck ultimate end lust pleasure luxus luxury, indulgence macht power mannigfaltig manifold, das the manifold mannigfaltigkeit multiplicity, variety materie matter material, adj, Meng host Meinung opinion Mensch human being Missfallen dissatisfaction Mitteilbarkeit communicability Mitverlangsfähigkeit capacity for communication moralisch moral Nachamung imitation Nachdenken think over Nachfolge succession Nachmachung. Copying Naturzweck natural end Neigung inclination unmatched powerlessness. Glossary principle principium principle quality quantity quantum reflectire and reflection regelma sigkeit regularity re is charm ruhrung emotion Schatzung estimation Schicklichkeit fitness. Schön beautiful schön das the beautiful Schönheit Beautischen Sensen and Empfindung Sensation Sinnlich Sensible Sinnlichkeit Sensibility Sitten Morals, more Sittlich Moral, Modisch Spiel Play, Game Stimmung Disposition, State of Mind, Stoff Material, N. Streeten argue substratum Talent Tauglichkeit Serviceability, Aptitude Tribe Drive Triebfeder Incentive Uberian Stimmen Correspond. Concur Uberian Stimmung Correspondence Uberian Persuade Überschwänglich Excessive Überschwänglich. Das that which is excessive Übersinnlich Supersensible Überzugen Convince Unabsichtlich Unintentionally Ungleichartigkeit Diversity. Dissimilarity Unlust Displeasure. Glossary Unzweckmäßig Non-Purposive Erbild Archetype. Prototype Erbildlich Archetypical Ergrund Original Ground Earthiel Judgment Earthielskraft Power of Judgment was an original being Verbindung Combination. Nexus Vernugen Gratification Verknüpfung Connection Verhältnis Relation Verlangen Require something of someone. Vermogen Faculty Capacity Vernunftelle Sophistry Vernunftellen Sophistical Rationalistic Vernunfterkenntnis Rational Cognition Versinnlichung Making Sensible Rendering Verstand Understanding Intelligence Verständig Intelligible Verwandtschaft Kinship Affinity Vorstellung Representation Widerstreet Conflict N. Will to HR Choice Capacity for Choice Willkürlich Voluntary Work and Act Produce Wirkungsart Agency Wohlgefallen Satisfaction Zuverlässig Contingent Zufriedenheit Contentment Zumathen Expect something of someone Zusammenfassung Comprehension Zusammenhang Interconnection Zusammenhängend Interconnected Zusammensetzung Composition Synthesis Zusammenstimmung Agreement Zusammentreffen Concurrence Zweckbestimmung Vocation Determination of an Zweckmäßig Purposively Zweckwidrig Contra-purposive Glossary English German Accidentality Casualität Accordance in Stimmigkeit in Stimmung Act v. Wirken adherent adhärend Anhängend Affinity Verwandtschaft Affirmation für Verhalten Agency kind of Bewirkungsart Agreeable Angenehm Agreeable the Das Angenehm Agreement Zusammenstimmung Aim Absicht All Powerfulness Allmacht Animate Beleben Animation Belebung Appearance Erscheinung Art Kunst Apprehension or Fassung Approval Befall Aptitude Tauglichkeit Archetype Erbild Argue Streeten Artistically Kunstlich Assent Bestimmung Ascribe Ansinnen Basis Grund Beautiful ADJ Schön Beautiful N. Das schöne Beauty Schönheit Belief Glaub Capacity Vermogen Capacity for Communication Mitteilungsfähigkeit Capacity for Choice Willkür HR Charakteristik N. Beschaffenheit Charme Reas Choice Willkür HR Cognition Erkenntnis Cognize Erkennen Combination Verbindung Communicability Mitteilbarkeit Composition Zusammensetzung Comprehension Zusammenfassung Glossary Concept Begriff Concur Uberian Stimmen Concurrence Zusammentreffen Configuration Gestalt Conflict N. Widerstreet Connection Verknüpfung Consensus in Stimmigkeit in Stimmung Consent N. Betritt Consent to Beitpflichten Consider Betrachten Consideration Betrachtung Constitution Beschaffenheit Contemplation Contemplative Contentment Zufriedenheit Contingent Zuverlässig Contra-purposive Zweckwidrig Convince Überzugen Coordination Abstimmung Copying Nachmachung Correspond Uberian Stimmen Correspondence Uberian Stimmung Cultivation Culture Demand Fordern Dependent Abhängig Determination Determination of an Zweckbestimmung Determining Bestimmend Displeasure Unlust Disposition Gesinnung Stimmung Dispute v. Disputieren Dissatisfaction Missfallen Dissimilarity Ungleichartigkeit Diversity Mannigfaltigkeit Ungleichartigkeit Domain Gebiet Dominion Gewalt Drive Tribe Emotion Ruhrung Empirisch Zweck Enjoyment Genießen Genus Glossary Enlarge Erweitern Enthusiasm Schwarmeri Estimation Schätzung Excessive Überschwänglich Expand Erweitern Expect Erwarten Expect something of someone Zumathen Experience Erfahrung Experimental Erfahrungsextension Ausdehnung Faculty Vermogen Faith Glaub Favor Gunst Feeling Gefühl HL Final Cause Ende Final End Zweck Fitness Schicklichkeit Formative Bildend Fundamental Principle Grundsatz Game Spiel General Allgemein Generally Valid Gemeingültig Generation Erzugung Genius Genie Grasp v. Befassen Gratification Vernugen Ground of Proof Beweisgrund Harmonious Harmony Heterogeneity Host Meng Human Being Mensch Idee Ideal N. Ideal Imitation Nachamung in Accord in Stimmig Incentive Triebfeder Inclination Neigung Glossary Indulgence Luxus Insight Einsicht Intelligence Intelligenz. Verstand intelligible intelligible. Verständig intentional absichtlich interconnected zusammenhängend interconnection Zusammenhang joyfulness Frosin judge. Transitive v. Beurteilen judging. N. Beurteilung judgment Earthiel kinship Verwandtschaft knowledge Kenntnis law Gesetz lawlike Gesetzmäßig luxury luxus making sensible Versinnlichung manifold. Adj. Mannigfaltig manifold. N. Das mannigfaltige material. Adj. Material. N. Stoff Materie matter of faith Glaubenssache mentality Denkungsart. Gemuthsart mind Gemuth modisch sittlich moralisch. Sittlich morality Sittlichkeit morals die moral. Sitten multiplicity mannigfaltigkeit natural and naturzweck nexus Verbindung non-purposive unzweckmäßig of one's own free willig opinion Meinung original being was an original ground Grund. Glossary palpable Fühlbar persuade you bereden play Spiel please Gefallen pleasure lust point of view Absicht peculiarity Gentumlichkeit pictorial build and picture buildwork powercraft. Macht power of judgment Urteilskraft powerlessness unmatched predisposition Anlage Präsentation Darstellung Prinzip produce. V. Bewerken. Worken production Erzugung Proof Beweis Grundproperty Beschaffenheit. Eigenschaft Prototype Erbild Prototypical Erbildlich Purpose Absicht Purposively zweckmäßig Quality Quantity Quantum Rational Cognition Vernunft Erkenntnis Rationalistic Vernunft und Realize Bewerken Reasongrund. Vernunft Recognition Erkenntnis Recognize Erkennen Reflecting Reflektieren Reflection Regularity Regelmäßigkeit Relation Verhältnis Representation Vorstellung Respect Achtung Require Require something of someone. Verlangen Requirement Erfordernis. Glossary Require of someone. Ansinnen Reverence Heiligachtung Satisfaction Wohlgefallen Satisfy Befriedigen Sensation Empfindung. Sinnesempfindung Sensation Sensibility Sinnlichkeit Sensible Rendering Versinnlichung Sensitive Empfindbar Sentiment Empfindung Serviceability Tauglichkeit Set Inbegriff Shape Gestalt Skill Geschicklichkeit Sophistical. Vernunftellend Sophistry Vernunftelle Spiritgeist State of Mind Gemuthsbestimmung. Stimmung Stimulus Anres Sublime. Adj. Erheben Sublime. N. Das Erheben Substratum Substrat Succession Nachfolge Suitable Angemessen Suitability Angemessenheit Supersensible Übersinnlich Synthesis Zusammensetzung Talent Taste Geschmack Tendency Hang Territory Boden Think over Nachdenken Totality. Inbegriff Ultimate End Letztzweck Unanimity Einhelligkeit Unanimous Einhellig Understanding Verstand unintentionally unabsichtlich Unison Einhelligkeit Universal Allgemein. Glossary Universal. The Das Allgemein Universality Allgemeinheit Universally valid Allgemeingültig Variety Mannigfaltigkeit View. N. Ansicht View. V. Ansehen Viewing. N. Beschauung Violence Gewalt Vocation Bestimmung. Zweckbestimmung Voluntary Willkürlich Way of Thinking Denkungsart will. Index Accidentality. System of 263 Actuality. Contrasted to Possibility. 272 3 Addison. Joseph. 355 N56. 365 N19 Adherent Beauty. 114 16 Addicts. Eric. 39. Lee Aesthetic Ideas. 192 5. 217 18. And Arts of Tone. 206. And Fine Art. 34 35. And Genius. 192 5. 225. And Sculpture. 199 Aesthetic Judgment. Analysis and Concept of. 17. 25 26. 24 8. 75 8. 89 127. A priori principle of. 39. 43 4. 57. 77. 79. 379 N11. Based on pleasure. 31 3. 75 7. Communicability of. 102 4. Deduction of. 17. 29. 32 34. 43 44. 16,076. 377 N1. Dialectic of. 213 28. Empirical and pure. 108. 114 16. Modality of. 121 7. And morality. 27. 35. 156 7. 178 82. 225-8, 230, 238, 387-17, 387-19, and perfection, 111-13, quality of, 89-96, quantity of, 96-104, relation of, 105-20, subjective rather than objective, 366-2, and teleological judgment, 21-22, 23-4, 33-5, 43-4, 48, 7880, 136, 190, universal and necessary validity of, 27, 39, 76-7, 99 101, 159, 160, 162-4, 167-9, 368-14, 368-15. See also judgment of taste. Taste aesthetics. 14. Kant's early view of 15xx. Connection to teleology. 27. 31. Of judgment, not sensibility. 25. 46. Meaning of 24-5. 362-28. See also aesthetic judgment. Judgment of taste. Taste effectlessness. 154 effects. Contrasted to passions. 154-5. 384-62 affirmation. In moral proof of God. 325 agreeable. The. Contrasted to the beautiful. 28. 91-6. 97-8. 99. 102. 107. 121. 149-50. 202. 217. 221. 275-22, and color, 108-9, 202, disagreement about, 108-9, 171-2, 213, contrasted to the good, 93-4, 177-8 agreement, in judgments of taste, 24, 32-33, 214-15, see also assent. Communicability, intersubjective validity, universal validity America, 251, revolution in, 389-11 Amerix, Carl E, 358-139 analogy, of anatomical forms, 287, between art and nature, 234, 246, 254-5, 262, 328-N. 389-9, between beauty and morality, 226-8, 387-17, and idea of God, 321-2, 328-9, proof by, 327-9 analytic, of the beautiful, 27xxx, 41, 43, 89-127, of the sublime, xxx 32, 41, 43-44, 128-59, of teleological judgment, 36, 41, 235-55 anatomy, system of, 287 Anaxagoras, 236, 388-N2 announcement of lectures, M. Immanuel Kant's announcement of the program for his lectures for the winter semester 17656. 352-N12 Anthropology, of Inner Sense, 325, Kant's Lectures on, 1617, 41, 353-N14, 353-N17, 354-N23, 354-N28, 356-N74, 359-N5, 359-60-N15, 360-N17, 361-N24, 365-N1, 366-N2, 366-N3, 366-N4, 367-N7, 367-N8, 367-N9, 367-N11, 368-N12, 368-N14, 368-N15, 368-N19, 368-N20, 369-N28, 370-N29, 370 N31, 370 N33, 3701 N34, 371 N36, 372 N38, 372 N39, 372 N41, 372 N48, 373 N1, 375 N19, 375 N20, 375 N23, 375 N26, 378 N4, 379 N6, 379 N8, 379 N11, 379 N12, 380 N16, 381 N26, 381 N30, 380 N31, 381 N32, 381 N33, 382 N39, 382 N40, 382 N42, 382 N43, 383 N47, 383 N48, 384 N49, 384 N50, 384 N52, 384 N53, 384 N55, 384 N58, 384 N60, 385 N1, 387 N17, 387 N18, 390 N16, 393 N12, 394 N20, 395 N33. Anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, 360 N15, 361 N24, 365 N2, 368 N14, 368 N20, 369 N28, 369 N29, 370 N30, 373 N1, 373 N4, 374 N10, 374 N11, 374 N16, 375 N23, 375 N27, 375 N28, 375 N29, 380 N15, 380 N18, 382 N42, 383 N48, 384 N49, 384 N50, 384 N52, 384 N58, 384 N62, 390 N15, 390 N16. Anthropomorphism, 227, 321, 387 N16. Antinomy, of pure reason, 219 20, 385 N5, 393 N19, of taste, 35, 213 25, 385 N1, 385 N3, of teleological judgment, 36, 257 61, 296 7, Index Antiparis, Cave, 223 Apathy, 375 N27 Appearances, contrasted to things in themselves, 63, 81, 278 A priority, of judgment of taste, 33, 1623, 168 9 Archaeology, 296 N Archetype, of taste, C Ideal, of taste Architecture, XXX, 110 11, 114 15, 199,200, 370 N33 Aristippus, 389 N6 Aristotle, 21, 389 N8 Art, 16, 34 35, 182 212, Agreeable versus Beautiful, 184 5, 203, 225, Combinations of, 203, Contrasted to Handicraft, 183, 381 N26, Contrasted to Nature, 36, 35 6, 50, 78, 182, 185 6, 189 90, 224 5, 245 7, 328 N, Contrasted to Science, 166, 183, 187 8, division of 197 to 107, 384 and 50, and genius 186 97, 225, interest in 178 9, 181, meaning of name 381 and 23, 381 and 28, source of principles 45 6, and the sublime 136, 373 and 4, 374 and 10, ugliness in 191, utility of 287 and 17, 387 and 19 assent, in judgments of taste 121 4, 159, 162 4, 171, 227. See also agreement, universal validity association, law of 192 astonishment, 375 and 28, contrasted to admiration, 238, and the sublime, 152, attempt to introduce the concept of negative magnitudes into philosophy, 352 and 8 attractive forces, 329, 344 5, 396 and 43, 397 and 58 attributes, aesthetic versus logical, 193 4, of God, 307 8, 310 autonomy, of aesthetic judgment, 27 8, 162 3, of imagination, 125, and teleological judgment, 257, 261 Barthélemy, Jean-Jacques, 46, 358 and 132 Batux, Charles, 165, 378 and 5 Baumgarten, Alexander Gottlieb, 14, 16, 19, 23, 351 and 3, 353 and 15, 354 and 41, 3601 and 19, 362 and 28, 365 and 1, 371 and 34, 390 and 3 beautiful, the, in art, 184 6, 198 9, contrasted to the agreeable, 28, 91 6, 978, 99, 102, 121, 149 50, 202, 221, 275 and 22, contrasted to the good, 28, 91 6, 111, 113, 125, 149 50, 221, 375 and 22, contrasted to the sublime, 27, 49 50, 128 30, 149 54, 157 8, 172 3, 375 and 22, definitions of 96, 104, 120, 124, 150, disinterestedness of 901, empirical interest in 176 8, intellectual interest in 178 82, object of aesthetic judgment 76, as symbol of the morally good 35, 225 8. See also beauty, adherent contrasted to free, 6, 114 16, artistic versus natural, 1856, 189 90, 246 7, as expression of aesthetic ideas, 197 8, and form, 108 11, of geometrical figures, 238, of humans, XXX, 114 15, 117 20, the ideal of XXX, 116 20, 372 and 39, judgment of, as reflecting judgment, 24, Kant's early theory of, 359 and 15, 364 and 16, 364 and 18, 369 and 28, 369 and 29, 371 and 34, 371 and 36, not intellectual, 238, and perfection, 1113, 2931, 11113, 125, 21617, 220, purposiveness of natural, 251-2, 323, universal validity of, 96-7, 99-101, vague versus fixed, 117, see also beautiful, the Beck, Jacob Sigismund, 42 Bearing, Johann, 363 N2 Bernard, J.H., 357 N119, 378 N1 Biester, Johann Eric, 358 N132 Birdsongs, 126, 182 Blumenbach, Johann Friedrich, 292, 392 N7 Bode, Johann Joachim, 46 Burke, Edmund, 15, 38, 158, 352 N10, 355 N56, 361 N27, 365 N19, 376 N37, 376 N38, 376 N39 Caloric, theory of, 386 N8 Camper, Peter, 182, 296, 381 N24, 393 N11 Caprice, 112 Caricature, 119 N Cassira, Ernst, 43 Cato, Marcus Portius, 384 N59 Causality, Our Conception of Divine, 321 2, 329, 345 6, Efficient, 244 5, Final, 35, 233 4, 239, 242 5, 252, 294, 297, Freedom as kind of, 333, Human conception of, 36, Ideal versus real, 244, Mechanical versus final, 36 7, 242 4, 2501, 258 9, 261 2, 277 84, 293, Of Nature and Freedom, 81, Reciprocal, 2445, 389 N12, 391 N7, System of, 263, Technical versus Moral, 60, Varieties of Forms of, 71 2 Chance, Games of, 208 Charlevoix, Francois Xavier, 367 N5 Charm, and the Agreeable, 150, Contrasted to Beauty, 98, 369 N28, Empirical Interest in, 178 9, Independence of Judgment of Taste from, 107 110, 159, and Intellectual Interest in Beauty, 181 Christianity, 336 N Cicero, Marcus Tullius, 205 N, 384 N 59, 388 N6, Index Civil Society, 300 Classics, 163 4, 188 Cognition, Intuitive versus Symbolic, 3867 N14, Translation of Kant's Terms 4, 49, Universality of, 102 4, see also Cognitive faculties, Connection to faculties of feeling and desire, 1113, Division of, 16, 23, 8, 42, 44 6, 64 6, 82 3, 220, Mendelssohn's Division of, 358 N3, see also Free Play, Imagination, Reason, Understanding Cohen, Ted, 52 Color, Art of, 201 2, Beauty of, 108 10, 370 N31, Contrasted to Design, 29 Columbus, Christopher, 183 N, 381 N25 Commonplaces, About Taste, 35 Common Sense, In Judgments of Taste, 122 4, 173 6, 372 N48, Maxims of, 174 Communicability, and Art, 185, and Judgment of Taste, 102 4, 116, 123, 171 3, 368 N20 Communication and Art, 185, and Judgment of Taste, 102.4, 170 N, 175.6, 1767, 229.30 Composition, in Music, 29, 110 Concepts, in Art, 190, 192.5, and Contingency, 275.6, and Dependent Beauty, 114.16, Empirical versus Transcendental, 1617, and Ends, 105, 112, The Good Pleases Through, 92.4, Indeterminate, 215.17, 221, and Intuitions, 361 N20, 361 N21, Necessary for Judgment of Perfection, 31, Not Basis of Aesthetic Judgments, 26.7, 31.2, 76.7, 95, 99,101, 102.4, 106, 112.13, 114.15, 1212, 125, 150, 163, 167.9, 186, 214.15, and Possibility, 272.3, Reality of, 225, and Subjective Purposiveness, 237 Confusion, 28.9 Conjectural Beginnings of Human History, 392 N8, 393 N13 Consistency, in Thinking, 174.5 Contemplation, 17, 28, 91, 95.6, 107, 131, 141, 147, 172 Contingency, in Beauty, 364 N16, and Free Play of Imagination and Understanding, 26, in Laws of Nature, 71, 363 N13, of Particulars in Relation to Universals, 2756, of Objective Purposiveness, 233.4, in Organisms, 37, 242, 264, 267, 269, Conviction, contrasted to Persuasion, 122, 325.7 Cosmopolitan Whole, 300 Cosmological Proof, 339, 396 N53, 396 N54 Craft, contrasted to Art, 183, 381 N26 Criterion, of Aesthetic Judgment, 27, 31, Criticism, 166 7 Critics, 165 6 Critique, contrasted to Philosophy, 3 Critique of the Power of Judgment, Composition of, 3943, Division of, 24, 27, 43 44, 47 51, 79, Editions of, 44 46, L. Lee, Introductions to XXVI, 41 43, 351, 5983, Kant's Decision to Write, 1314, 1723, Outline of, 2329, Publication of, 13, Xxvi, Translations of, Lee Critique of Practical Reason, 13, 14, 18, XX, 39, 44 45, 31, 354 N26, 355 N60, 356 N88, 356 N90, 358 N4, 361 N22, 361 N23, 362 N2, 363 N5, 367 N10, 375 N22, 375 N25, 376 N34, 378 N3, 393 N12, 394 N20, 394 N26, 394 N29, 394 N30, 395 N32, 395 N33, 395 N34, 395 N35, 396 N39, 396 N50, 396 N52, 397 N57, Antinomio, 217, 385 N6, On Feeling of Respect, 107, 369 N27, 373 N3, On Will versus Wish, 32 N, 65 6 N Critique of Pure Reason, 13, 14, 17 18, XX, 44, 55, 62, 275, 353 N20, 353 N22, 354 N24, 356 N90, 358 N2, 359 N6, 359 N7, 359 N8, 359 N9, 359 N10, 359 N12, 359 N13, 361 N20, 361 N21, 361 N25, 361 N26, 362 N1, 362 N2, 363 N4, 363 N5, 363 N6, 363 N7, 363 N8, 363 N9, 363 N11, 363 N12, 364 N14, 364 N15, 369 N29, 372 N49, 374 N15, 386 N7, 388 N1, 390 N14, 390 N1, 391 N10, 391 N11, 391 N12, 394 N21, 394 N24, 394 N26, 394 N30, 395 N33, 395 N38, 396 N39, 396 N41, 396 N46, 396 N51, 396 N52, 396 N53, 396 N54, 397 N57, 397 N59, Antinomio, 217, 385 N5, 385 N6, 393 N19, On Categories, 24, 104, 168, On Deduction of Categories, 379 N19, Rejects Possibility of Critique of Taste, 18XX, 362 N28, Rejects Theoretical Proofs of God, 327 8, On Schematism, 362 N29, 369 N23 Crusoe, Robinson, 19, 376 N35 Crystallization, 24, 222 4, 386 N8 Culture, of Discipline, 301, As End of Nature, 297, of Skill, 299 300 Dance, 203 Deception, and Art, 181, 204, and Interest in Natural Beauty, 179, 181 2 Decoration, 111, 178 9, 201 Deduction, of Concepts of Pure Understanding, 379 N10, of Judgments of Taste, 17, 29, 32 34, 43 44, 160 76, Index Deduction, Kant, 377 N1, of Principle of Purposiveness of Nature, 71 3, of Sublime, 161, 373 N6 Defoe, Daniel, 376 N35 Deism, 227 Deity, Concept of, 305 6, 312, see also God Democritus, 263, 390 N3 Demonology, 311, 323 Demonstration, 218, 238 Descartes, René, 15, 328 N Design, Argument from Physica Theology, 303 8, 394 N 24, 396 N 54, Contrasted to Color, 29, 110, In Nature, 27, 36 Despair, 154 5 Desire, 16, Connection to Faculties of Cognition, 11 12, 44 5, 64 6 Determining Judgment, Contrasted to Reflecting, 22, 23 24, 37, 47, 15, 21, 26, 36 7, 47, 50, 66 7, 234, 2501, 254, 257 8, 259 60, 266 9, 275, 277, 282, 285, 297, 320, 327, 359 and 7 Dialectic of the Aesthetic Power of Judgment, 35, 213 28, of the Teleological Power of Judgment, 36 37, 257 Dilthey, Wilhelm, 42 Diogenes Laertius, 377 and 40 Discipline, 299 301 Disinterestedness, of Judgment of Taste, 17, 28, 91, 95 6, 107 8, in the Sublime, 133, in Taste and Morality, 27, 227 8 Displeasure, in Feeling of Sublime, 141 3 Distinctness, 28 9 Domain, versus Territory, in Philosophy, 61 3 Drawing, 100 Dreams, Purpose of, 251, 390 and 16 Dreams of a Spirit Seer, 44, 391 and 5 Duty, and Judgment of Taste, 33, 176, 380 and 15 Dynamical Sublime, 143 9 Egypt, 135 Emotion, and Effect, 154 5, Independence of Judgment of Taste from, 107 11, 159, and the Sublime, 128 9 Empiricism, of Critique of Taste, 221 Ends, Concept of, 105, 277, and the Good, 93, 111 12, Human Ability to Choose, 294 5, 299, 302, 314, Idealism versus Realisms of, 263, In Nature, 239 41, 270, 294 303, 339 49, Organisms as Natural, 242 52, 266 8, and Subjective Purposiveness, 221 2, Translation of Kant's Terms 4, 48, see also Final End, Natural End, Ultimate End Enlightenment, 174, 379 and 13, 379 and 14 Entertainment, Arts of, 184 5 Enthusiasm, 375 and 25, 376 and 33, and the Sublime, 154, 156 7 Epicurus, on Causality, 263 4, 390 and 2, on Gratification, 159, 207, 209, 376 and 40 Epigenesis, 291 2, 392 and 4 Error, in Judgments of Taste, 33, 99, 101, 122, 170 N. Erdmann, Benno, 42 Eternity, 310 Ether, 331, 396 N. 48 Ethica Theology Moral, 303, 308 31, 394 N. 26, Restriction of Validity of, 31823, Utility of, 323 5 Ethics, Lectures on, 374 N 17, 376 N 31, 394 N 27, 395 N 31, 395 N37 Euler, Leonard, 109. 370 N30, 384 N56 Evolution, 38, 287 9, 291 2, 392 N4 Examples, in morality, 378 N3, in taste, XXX, 186 8, 195 6, 372 N46 Existence, and ends, 105, and interest, 912, 95, 176 Experience, possibility of, 9n, as a system, 1315 Explanation, contrasted to judging, 21, mechanical versus teleological, 37, 36, 261, 264, 271, 281, 286, 293 Expression of aesthetic ideas, 194 5, and classification of arts, 197 9, 201, of concepts, 226 I, purpose and structure of, 37, 40 facts, 332 3 faculties of mind, division of, 14, 23, 1113, 44 6, 64 6, 82 3. See also cognitive faculties, imagination, reason, understanding faith, 333 6, 338 fatality, system of, 263 feeling, connected with judgment, 23, 11 13, faculty of, 16, and pleasure, 17. See also pleasure Ferguson, Francis, 355 N63 final causes, see causality, purposiveness final end, and faith, 334, of nature and or world, 252, 294, 298 9, 301 4, 3078, 309 10, 314 15, 318 20, 340, 393 N20, and moral law, 335 N, of supreme cause, 311 13, 316, see also highest good fine art, see Art Fitzgerald, Robert, 65 N force, moving, in body, 344 5, in soul, form, in art, 185, 189, 203, and beauty, 107 11, 128 9, 160, 178 80, of purposiveness, 29, 106, 39 N29 formalism, 29 XXX, 32, 34, index formative arts, 110 formative power, in organisms, 146, 293 formlessness, of the sublime, 128 9, 137, 161 Frederick II, 193 4, 382 N44 free beauty, 114 16, 126 free play, of cognitive faculties, XX, 26, 29, 25 7, 33, 76 7, 102 4, 127, 167 8, 172, 175 6, and aesthetic ideas, 192 5, 219, and common sense, 122, and deduction of aesthetic judgment, 33, as indeterminate concept, 35 freedom, and art, 182 3, contrasted to nature, 61, 63, 81, 150, fact of, 332 3, and humanity as final end, 302, 309, 315, of imagination, 124 5, 167 8, 228, 229, inscrutability of, 376 N34, nomothetic of, 313, and practical philosophy, 4, 6, 8, 273 4, presupposition of, 2734, 337 8, and respect, 107, and the sublime, 151 3, 156 7, transcendental, 219, of will, XX, 241 French Revolution, 389 N11 Frey, Lucius Junius, 46 Friedrich Wilhelm II, 41 Future Life, 317, 324 5 Gardens, 125 6, 201, 384 N54, see also Horticulture Garb, Christian, 362 N27, 376 N37, 383 N47 Genius, 16, 34 35, 186 97, 381 N31, 381 N33, 383 N47, and Aesthetic Ideas, 192 5, 219, as Gift of Nature, 186 7, and Originality, 186 9, 195 6, and Poetry, 203, and Taste, 189 91, 196 7 Geometry, and Beauty, 125, and Purposiveness, 235 8, 313, Theoretical, not Practical, 5 6, 60, 183 Gerard, Alexander, 1617, 353 N16, 355 N69, 383 N47 Gesture, 198 God, and Argument from Design, Physica Theology, 253, 269 70, 303 8, 313, 344, 394 N24, Attributes and Concept of, 305, 307 8, 310, 312, 321, 334, 343, Fear of, 395 N31, and Highest Good, 315 17, Moral Proof of, Ithaca Theology, 38 39, 308 46, 394 N26, as Prime Mover, 345, and the Sublime, 144, 146 7, and Systems of Purposiveness, 263 N, Theoretical Proofs of Existence of, 15, 327 8, 330, 339 43, 396 N53 Goethe, Johann Wolfgang von, 381 N35 Good, the, contrasted to the agreeable, 934, contrasted to the beautiful, 92 6, 978, 101, 107, 111, 113, 125, 221, 375 N22, depends upon a concept, 92 3, 98, and taste, 177 8, see also Highest Good Gratification, contrasted to pleasure and beauty, 207 8 Gregor, Mary J., 47 Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, 18, 19 XX, 358 N4, 376 N34, 378 N3, 393 N11, 394 N27, 394 N28, on Imperatives, 7 N Growth, Organic, 243 Gulf, Between Nature and Freedom, 63, 81 Gaia, Paul, 46 47, 52, 354 N25, 354 N32, 355 N48, 379 N10 Habitat, 295 6 Handicraft, contrasted to Art, 183, 381 N26 Happiness, and End of Nature, 38, 2978, 301 N, 303 N, 309, and the Good, 94, and the Highest Good, 315, 316 N, 31718, 394 N29, 395 N33 Harmony, see Free Play Hartknopf, Johann Friedrich, Senior, 39, 44 Hartknotch, Johann Friedrich Jr., 44-45 Health, Feeling of, 208 10 Autonomy, 25-28, 72 Herder, Johann Gottfried, 281 N35 Heritability, 288 9 Hers, Marcus, 1718, 39, 41, 353 N18 Highest Good, and Happiness, 395 N33, as Object of Faith, 333 4, as Object of Moral Law, 38, 302, 310, 315 20 Hinsk, Norbert, 43, 357 N109 Homer, 187 Horticulture, 100, see also Gardens Hudson, HUD, 52 Humanities, and Art, 229 Humanity, as Final End of Nature, 298, 3013, 308 9, 311, 314, 318, 334 5, as Part of Nature, 296, 298, 318, as Ultimate End of Nature, 38, 294 301, 310 Hume, David, 166, 197 N, 289, 379 N9, 383 N49, 385 N1, 391 N1, 394 N23, 397 N56 Hutcheson, Francis, 28 Hylozoism, 246, 263, 266, 391 N2 Hypothesis, 330, 334, 396 N46 Hypotyposis, 225 6 Idea, S, 217 19, 386 N7, Aesthetic, 192 7, 217 19, and Faith, 333 4, of Freedom, 332 3, of Reason, and Ideal of Beauty, 117 18, and the Sublime, 129, 151. See also Aesthetic Ideas, Moral Ideas Idea for a Universal History from a Cosmopolitan Point of View, 393 N13, 393 N15, 393 N16, 393 N17, 395 N33 Ideal of Beauty, XXX, 116 20, 372 N39, Index Idealism, of Purposiveness, 221 5, 263 4, 306 7 Idolatry, 323 4 Illusion, in Humor, 211, in Painting, 200, in Poetry, 204 Imagination, and Aesthetic Ideas, 192 5, 217 19, Freedom of, 124 5, 167 8, 228, 229, and Ideal of Beauty, 118, and the Sublime, 134, 137 41, 151 2, 156, Syntheses of, 374 N49, see also Cognitive Faculties, Free Play Imitation, and Autonomy of Taste, 164, and Genius, 187 9, 195 6 Immortality, 333 4, 335 N, 336 8, 341, see also Future Life Imperatives, Classification of, 7 N Inclinations, Discipline of, 301 Inequality, and Development of Skill, 299 Inferences, as logically correct proofs, 327 Infinite, and the Sublime, 134, 137 40, Inquiry concerning the distinctness of the principles of natural theology and ethics, 15, 352 N7 Insight, not part of faith, 336 Interest, Aesthetic Judgment without any, 91, 95 6, 107 8, 227 8, in the agreeable and good, 94, Empirical, 176 8, Empirical versus intellectual, in beauty, 34, and ends, 106, intellectual, 178 into subjective validity, 17, see also universal validity, subjective contrasted to objective introductions, encyclopedic versus propedeutic, 41 to intuitions, contrasted to concepts, 272 3, 361 N20, 361 N22 involution, 291 Jacobi, Friedrich Heinrich, 41 Jacob, Ludwig Heinrich, 351 N2 jokes, 209 10 judgment, a priori principle of, 8-9, 1415, 42 4, critique but no science of, 42, definition of faculty of, 8, and feeling of pleasure, 25, needs a priori principle, 43 4, 56 7, 64 8, 73, technical, 3741, translation of Kant terms 4, Zilviae, see also aesthetic judgment, determining judgment, judgment of taste, reflecting judgment, teleological judgment, judgment of taste, analysis of, 17, 89 127, antinomy of, 213 25, 385 N1, 385 N3, communicability of, 102 4, deduction of, 160 76, empirical versus pure, 19, 108, 114 16, and empirical interest, 176 8, not grounded on ends, 106, and intellectual interest, 178 82, logically singular, 101, 165 6, 169, 216, peculiarities of, 162 6, 215, not provable, 164 6, universal validity of, 99 101, 160, 167 9, see also aesthetic judgment, taste Judaism, 156 justice, divine, 310, 323, human, 329, 393 N16 Crastons, WCG, 386 N8 Kiesewetter, Johann Gottfried Karl Christian, XL44, 377 N1 Kulenkampf, Jens, 52 Lacau Labard, Philippe, 355 N63 Lagarde, Francois Theodore, 6 Xlvi, 356 N81, 377 N1 Languages, Dead, 116 N Laplanders, 241 Laughter, 208 10, 385 N63 Lawfulness, 124 5 Laws of Nature, Transcendental versus Empirical, 9, Multiplicity of, 13 15, 17, 67, 74, 258, Theoretical versus Practical, 61, Universal versus Particular, 258, see also Rules Legislation, Theoretical versus Practical, 62, 81 Leibniz, Gottfried Wilhelm, 15, 360 N19, 373 N8, 374 N13, 386 N14, 391 N3 Lessing, Gotthold Ephraim, 165, 378 N6, 382 N41, 397 N55 Life, feeling of, 90, 159, and matter, 265 6, origin of, 38, 288 light, theories of, 370 N30 Lin, Carl, Carolus Linnaeus, 295, 392 N9 Locke, John, 226, 376 N33, 387 N15, 392 N6 Logic, contrasted to aesthetics, 16, Kant's lectures on, 352 N13, 353 N23, 354 N28, 356 N90, 359 N5, 359 N15, 365 N19, 365 N1, 366N2, 366N3, 367N5, 367N7, 367N8, 367N9, 368N14, 368N15, 368N20, 370N29, 372N39, 372N41, 372N45, 372N46, 373N1, 378N4, 379N8, 379N11, 380N16, 385N67, 396N39, 396N40, 396N42, 396N44, 396N45, 396N46, 396N52 love, duties of 13 luxury, 299 liarhood, Jean-Franc Ois, 355N63 Macmillan, RAC, 356N80 magnitude, aesthetic versus mathematical, index apprehension of 134.5, 137.9, concept of 218, and the sublime 131.7, 141.3 Maimon, Salomon, 39 Mile Branch, Nicholas, 391N3, 392N4 Man, Thomas, 382N35 Mannerism, 196 Marsden, William, 126, 372N51 Massage, 155 Materialism, 325 Mathematical Sublime, 13143 Mathematics, and Arts of Tone, 202, 206 Matter, and Attractive and Repulsive Force, 344.5, 397N58, and Life, 265.6, 289 Matthews, Eric, 4647 Maxims, of Aesthetic Judgment, 215, of Common Sense, 174.5, of Power of Judgment, 69, 71, 319, of Practical Reason, 316N, of Reason in General, 222, 280, 295, 321, 379N13, of Teleological Judgment, 248, 250, 257.62, 269, 280, Measurement, 142.3, 373N7 Mechanical Laws, 258.9 Mechanics, 4, 389N10 Mechanism, in Art, 183, 184, 185, 188.9, 191, and ends, 36.7, in Nature, 37, 258.60, 262, 266, 275, 279.84, 286.7, 296, 301, 304.7 Meditations concerning fire, Meditationum quirandum de igni succinta dall'initio, 352N5 Mirboat, Ralph, 52 Meyer, Georg Friedrich, 16, 352N11, 353N15, 361N19, 371N34, 381N28 Mendelssohn, Moses, 352N10, 354N41, 358N3, 362N27, 371N34, 378N5, 378N6 Meredith, James Creed, 47, 48, 357N119, 378N1 Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, 13, 18, 361N26, 363N10, 370N30, 386N8, 389N10, 391 N5, 397 N58 Metaphysics, lectures on 354 N28, 358 N139, 358 N2, 359 N5, 360 N15, 360 N16, 361 N24, 366 N2, 366 N3, 366 N4, 367 N8, 367 N9, 367 N11, 368 N14, 368 N15, 368 N20, 370 N29, 372 N44, 372 N50, 378 N2, 379 N7, 379 N8, 380 N18, 387 N19, Possibility of 1717 Metaphysics of Morals, 13, XX, 361 N24, 368 N20, 373 N51, 375 N23, 375 N25, 375 N30, 393 N16, 396 N43 Methodology of Taste, 228-30, of Teleological Judgment, 37-39, 285 346 Microscopes, 134 Milky Way, 140 Minerals, 223 Menorca, 240 Misanthropy, and the Sublime, 157 Modality, and the Good, 150, of Judgments of Taste, XXX, 121-7, of the Sublime, XXX 31, 131, 148-9 Mohammedanism, 156 Monk, Samuel H., 365 N19 Monstrous, the, 136, 374 N11 Montaigne, Michel de, 46 Moral Feeling, Agreement about, 172, as a priori, 169, and Final End, 311-12, and Natural Beauty, 182, 311, and the Sublime, 149-50, and Taste, 35, 177, Moral Ideas, and Art, 203, and Ideal of Beauty, 120, and Natural Beauty, 181, and the Sublime, 148-9, 151, and Taste, 230. See also Aesthetic Ideas Moral Law, S, as Command, 273-4, and Freedom of Will, XX, and Humanity as Final End of Nature, 311, 314N, 315, and Highest Good, 315-18, 320, 335N, Intellectual Satisfaction in, 153-4, Necessity of, 311, Not Divine Commands, 395 N37, 397 N57, and Reason, 172, Representation of, 156 Moral Proof, see Ethica Theology, God Moral Theology, see Ethica Theology Morality, and Aesthetic Judgment, 27, 33-34, Beauty as Symbol of, 35, 225-8, as Final End of Nature, 302-3, 309, and Highest Good, 318-19, and Nature, 22-23, 38, Fundamental Principle of, 19XX, and Intellectual Interest in Beauty, 178-82, as Propedeutic for Taste, 230, 387-8 N19, Sublime as Symbol of, 156-7 Moritz, Carl Flipp, 354 N41 Müller-Lauter, Wolfgang, 43 Music, as Art of Sensations, 201-2, Combinations with Other Arts, 203, and Free Beauty, 114, Value of, 205-7, 208-9, 384 N60 Myron, of Eleuthery, 119, 372 N42 Navit, 211 Nancy, Jean-Luc, 355 N63 Nerrigan, Steve. 358 N139 Natural End, S. Concept of 23.4, 33.4, 789, organisms as 242.52, 266.8, 270 Natural History, 296 N Nature, contrasted to Art, 35.6, 50, 78, 182.3, 185.6, 189.90, 245.7, 328 N, contrasted to Freedom, 61, 63, 81, final end of 294, 298.9, 301 3, 30,710, 319.20, 340, 393 N20, and Genius, 186.7, 196, and Human Happiness, 2,979, Intellectual Interest in Beauty of, 17,882, Objective Purposiveness in, 233.4, Relative Purposiveness in, 239.41, 293, Index Nature, Kant, 7, and Sculpture, 199, Source of Principles 4, 45.6, Specification of Laws of, 72.3, and the Sublime, 131.3, 136, 13,940, 143.5, 147.8, 151, 161, as System, 27.8.9, 15N, 42.4, 249.52, 2,616, 269, 277, 283, 305, 310, 359 N8, 389 N14, ultimate end of, 294.5, 297,301, 310 necessity, as criterion for aesthetic judgment, 27, 39, exemplary, of judgments of taste, XXX, 121, mechanical versus teleological, 41, and the sublime, 149 new exposition, Principium Primorum Cognitionis Metaphysici Nova Delucidatio, 352 N5, 396 N53 Newton, Isaac, 187, 271, 370 N30, 381 N34 Nicolai, Friedrich, 378 N6 Nicolavius, Friedrich, 45 Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime, 15, 359 N5, 365 N19, 366 N2, 369 N28, 373 N1, 384 N49 Occasionalism, 291, 391 N3 Oceans, External Purposiveness of, 240, 295 6, Sublimity of, 152 3 Omnibenevolence, 310 Omnipotence, 310, 326, 343 Omniscience, 310, 326, 343 on the common saying, that may be right in theory, but it is of no use in practice, 393 N16, 395 N33 on the form and principles of the sensible and intelligible worlds de mundi sensibilis at intelligibilis forma et principiis, 352 N5, 353 N21, 359 N12, 361 N21 on the use of teleological principles in philosophy, 389 N8, 389 N12, 390 N14, 393 N20 only possible basis for a proof of the existence of God, 15, 21, 37, 352 N6, 363 N13, 388 N3, 388 N4, 388 N5, 389 N7, 390 N17, 392 N5, 396 N53 Ontological Argument, 15, 339, 396 N53, 396 N54 Opera, 203 Opinion, 327, 329 32, 334, 396 N39 Opus Postumum, 386 N8, 389 N12, 396 N48, 397 N57 Oratory, 198 9. See also Rhetoric Organisms, Organized Beings, External Purposiveness of, 249 52, 293 7, as internally purposive, 26 27, 36, and Natural Ends, 242 52, 254, 280, 282, 293 7, Reciprocal Causation in, 244 5, 389 N12, 391 N7 Organization, Principle of, 292 Organized Beings, see Organisms Originality, 186 9, 195 6 Ornament, 111 Painting, Design in, 110 11, Expression of Aesthetic Ideas in, 199 201, Value of, Pantheism, 289, 306 Parrot, Herman, 52 Parts, Relations to Wholes, in Organisms, 244 6, 277 Passions, Contrasted to Effects, 154 N Peculiarities, of Judgment of Taste, 33, 162 6 Perfection, and Adherent Beauty, 114 15, and Concept of God, 305 6, and Contingency, 364 N16, Contrasted to Beauty, 29 31, 111 13, 125, 216 17, 220, 365 N1, 370 N34, of Humanity, 117, in Organisms, 247, Qualitative versus Quantitative, 112, and Teleological Judgment, Persuasion, Contrasted to Conviction, 3257, Rhetoric as Art of, 204 5 Philosophy, Division of, 3 7, 10 11, 46, 59, 61 3, Theoretical Contrasted to Practical, 3 7, 62 Physical Monadology, Metaphysici cum Geometria Iuncti in Philosophia Naturalis, 352 N5 Physica Theology, 303 8, 313, 319, 344, 396 N41 Physical Geography, 388 N3 Physics, Theoretical, not Practical, 6 Pictorial Arts, 198, 201, 384 N53 Planets, Inhabitants of Other, 332, 396 N49 Plastic Arts, 199 200 Plato, 14, 236, 388 N1, 388 N6 Play, 110, see also Free Play Pleasure, and the Agreeable, 91 2, 95, as basis for aesthetic judgment, 26 7, 313, 75 7, 89 90, 102 4, 168 9, 366 N4, and the Beautiful, 28, 89 90, 95 6, Critique of Feeling of, 12, Definition of, 32 3, 105, 361 N24, and Faculty of Feeling, 17, 23, and Faculty of Judgment, 25, 44 6, 56, 64 6, Kinds of, 95 6, 367 N9, 367 N10, Not a priori, 106 7, and Purposiveness of Nature, 73 5, Relation to Perfection, 31, and Subjective Purposiveness, 26, 31, 107, 364 N17, and the Sublime, 31, Translation of Kant's Terms 4, 48, Universal Validity of, 97,101, 106, 169, 172 3 Pliny, Gaius Plinius Secundus, 372 N42 Pluher, Werner, 47, 48, 357 N119 Pneumatology, 325, 337 Poetry, and Aesthetic Ideas, 192, Body and Spirit in, 183, Combined with Music, Index 203, Contrasted to Rhetoric, 198-9, and Genius, 187, Product of Art, 184, Value of, 203-5 Polyclitus, of Argos, 119, 372 N41 Pompeii, 371 N37 Possibility, Contrasted to Actuality, 272 3 Postulates of Pure Practical Reason, 333 4, 337 8 Postmodernism, 32 Practical Reason, and the Sublime, 31 Prayer, 375 N31 Preformation, Theory of, 291 2, 392 N4 Prejudice, 174 Christablism, 291, 391 N3 Prime Mover, Godas, 345 Principles, Possibility of a priori, in Aesthetics, 21, 23, 39, 77, 116, 166 8, Objective versus Subjective, 268 9, of Organisms, 247 8, of Purposiveness, 6873, of Science, 252 5, of Technical Power of Judgment, 3744 Probability, and Opinion, 329 30 Procreation, 289 Prolegomena to any future metaphysics, 18 Proofs, of Judgments of Taste, 35, 164 6, 214 17, Must Convince, Not Persuade, 325 7, None in Art, 184 Psychology, and Explanation of Taste, 38, Rational, 345, Theoretical, Not Practical, Purity, of Color and Tone, 109, of Empirical Aesthetic Judgment, 107 8 Purposiveness, Form of, 106 7, 369 N29, of Form, 29, 108, 120, 369 N29, Formal versus Material, 235 9, Formal versus Real, 33, 236 7, Idealism of, 221 5, 2635, 306 7, Internal versus External or Relative, 27, 36, 48 9, 111 12, 23941, 249 52, 293 7, In Judgments of Taste, 24, 26, Kant's Concept of, 105, Logical versus Absolute, 21, Material versus Formal, 27, Natural versus Intentional, 36 7, Of Nature, 8 11, 19, 42 3, 68 73, 249 52, 283, 38,990 N14, Not a Constitutive Concept, 22, In Organisms, 24, and Perfection, 2930, 111 13, Subjective versus Objective, 26, 29, 31 2, 34 5, 47 50, 75 8, 7880, 112, 170, 221 2, 224, 233 4, 23,941, 295, 354 N41, and the Sublime, 130, 137, 139, as Transcendental Principle, 6873, Translation of Zwekma Sigkeit, 48, see also End, S, Organisms Pyramids, 135 6 Quality, and Beauty, 150, of the Feeling of the Sublime, XXX 31, 131, 143, of Judgments of Taste, 28, 89 96 Quantity, of Charm, 150, of Judgments of Taste, 28-29, 96-104, of the Sublime, XXX 31, 131 Quintilian Marcus Fabius Quintilianus, 384 and 59 Rationalism, of Critique of Taste, 221 Realism, of Purposiveness, 221 5 Reason, Analog of, 328 n. Definition of Faculty of, 8, 55, and Ideal of Beauty, 117 18, Legislations of, 62 3, and Natural Ends, 35 6, Practical, 318 21, 326, 333, Relation to other cognitive faculties, 45 6, 271 2, and the Sublime, 31, 134, 141 3, 151 2, and the Unconditioned, 220. See also Cognitive Faculties Reflecting Judgment, absent from Analytic of Beautiful, 41, in Antinomy of Teleological Judgment, 37, contrasted to Determining, 21 22, 23 24, 47, 15, 21, 23, 26, 36 7, 47, 50, 66 7, 234, 251, 254, 257 8, 259 60, 266 9, 275, 277, 282, 285, 297, 320, 327, 359 and 7, and Final Causes, 35, 247, Forms of, 24-25, Maxim of, 304, Principle of, 25, 15-20, 67-8, and the Sublime, 132 3 Regulative Principles, contrasted to Constitutive, 25, 37-38, 234, 251, 258, 271, 273 4, 318, 322 Reimarus, Hermann Samuel, 340, 396 and 55 Reinhold, Carl Leonard, 13, 16 17, 21, 22, 39, 41, 351 N1, 351 N2, 363 N2, 382 N35 Relation, of Judgments of Taste, 29 XXX, 105 20, in the Sublime, 31, 131, 150 Religion, and Autonomy, 164, contrasted to Theurgy, 323, Kant's Lectures on, 387 N16, 394 N26, presupposes morality, 324, represents duties as divine commands, 343, and the Sublime, 147, 1556. See also Theology Religion within the boundaries of mere reason, 13, 375 N22, 376 N34, 378 N3, 387 N16, 395 N37, 397 N57 Remuneration, for art, 183, 198 9 Reproduction, 24, 243, Theories of, 293, 392 N3, 392 N4 Repulsive Forces, 329, 344 5, 396 N43, 397 N58 Respect, Duties of, 13, Feeling of, 358 N4, 369 N27, 373 N3, and the Sublime, 31, 141, 153 4 Revolution, 246 7 N, 389 N11 Rhetoric, in Plays, 203, contrasted to Poetry, 198 9, 204 5, Product of Art, Index Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, 90, 367 N6 Roughing, Margot. 52 rules. In art. 186 9. 191. 195. 229. No proofs of judgments of taste by. 101. 116. 219. Not determinate. 21. 119. Of taste as empirical. 19. As universal. 31. 98. See also proofs Russell. Bertrand. 374 N8 Sosabo. BNE Dicta. 148. 158. 374 N18 Satisfaction. In the agreeable. 91 2. In the good. 92 4. In taste. 91. Three kinds of. 94 6. Universal validity of. 96 7. 99,101. 104 Savary. Nicholas. 135. 374 N9 Shaper. Eva. 46. 47 Schemata. Contrasted to symbols. 225 6 Schematism. Of general concepts of nature. 16. Objective. 104 Shu TZ. Christian Gottfried. 351 N2. 363 N2 Schultz. Johann. 39 Science. Contrasted to art. 166. 183. 184. 187 8. 228 9. Teleology as principle of. 252 5. 285 6 Sculpture. 110 11. 199 200. And ugliness. 191 Segner. Johann Andreas. 194 N. 383 N46 Self-esteem, and the sublime. 145 6 Sensation, and the agreeable. 91 2. Arts of. 198. 201 2. As basis for aesthetic judgment. 25 7. 75 6. 89. 104. And charm. 108 10. Communicability of. 171 2. Language of. 206. Play of. 208. Purity of. Sensus communis. 173 6. 372 N47. See also common sense sex. Purpose of. 293 4 Shaftesbury. Anthony Ashley Cooper. 3rd Earl of. 28. 360 N19. 366 N4. 376 N33 Simplicity. 157 Simultaneity. Intuition of. 142 Skill. Cultivation of. 297 9 Sociability, and interest in taste. 176 8. 229. Pleasure in. 103. And the sublime. 157. Unsociable. 299 300. 393 N15 Society. Interest in merely empirical. 1769. And taste. 380 N16 Socrates. 388 N2 Solitude, and the sublime. 157 Cyril. Michel. 357 N107 Space and Time. Kant's Theory of. 1819. 237. 391 N11 Spinoza. On Fatality and Idealism of Purposiveness. 263 5. 391 N4. On Monism and Pantheism. 289. 306. 391 N2. 394 N25. As Righteous Atheist. 317 Spirit. In Art. 183. 191 2. 382 N42 Street. Peters. 136 Sublime. The Agreement About. 148 9. 172. Analytic of. XXX32. 128 59. In Art. 129. 203. 373 N4. 374 N10. Contrasted to the beautiful. 27. 39. 49 50. 111. 128 30. 149 54. 157 8. 172 3. 369 N28. 375 N22. Burke's empirical account of. 158 9. Deduction of. 161. 373 N6, dynamical, 143 9, and freedom, 151 3. Kant's early theory of, 365 N19, 373 N1, mathematical, 131 43, mathematical versus dynamical, XXX 31, 131, modality of, 1489, quality of, 143, and religion, 155 7 subreaction, 359 N12 substance, concept of, 68 9, 363 N10 subsumption, of imagination under understanding, 167 8, 171 Sulzer, Johann Georg, 379 N9 Sumatra, 126 supersensible, and antinomy of taste, 21617, 219, as ground of freedom, 227, not object of knowledge, 63, 82, 324, 330, 337 8, 345 6, of philosophy, 46, and poetry, 204, substratum of nature, 35, 21, 57, 138, 221, 225, 250, 260, 267, 278, 281, 283, 286, 290, 297, 314 N, utility of idea of, 323 superstition, 174 symbol, S, beautiful as, 225 8, contrasted to schemata, 225 6, sublime as, 156 sympathy, 375 N30 synthesis, 361 N25 synthetic, judgment of taste as, 168 9 system, experience as, 8 9, logical and transcendental, of nature, 18 19, 42 4, philosophy as, 3 7, see also nature systematicity, and reflecting judgment, 24 25, systems of, 261 6 talent, 186, 195 taste, and adherent beauty, 115 16, antinomy of, 213 25, 385 N1, 385 N3, definitions of, 50, 76, 96, 98, 124, 175 6, empirical interest in, 176 8, as exemplary, 116, and genius, 189 91, 196 7, intellectual interest in, 178 82, Kant's early view of, 1618, Leibniz on, 360 N19, methodology of, 228 30, and morality, 27, 35, 156 7, 178 82, 225 8, 230, 238, 387 N17, 387 N19, original or acquired, 124, needs special principle, 43 4, psychological explanation of, 38, and society, 176 9, 380 N16, and spirit, 50, of teleological judgment, index 21 22, 257 61, 296 7, and virtue, 387 N17, 387 N19, see also aesthetic judgment, judgments of taste tattooing, 115 technique, concepts of, 7, formal versus real, 33, in nature, 10, 17, 19, 21 4, 356, 49, 129, 234, 262, systems of, 262 3 teleological judgment, analysis of, 33 7, 233 55, contrasted to aesthetic judgment, 23 4, 33 5, 43 4, 78 80, 136, 190, dialectic of, 257-84, needs a priori principle. 39-41, objects of, 24, and organisms. 26-27, and perfection, teleology, and aesthetics. 21-22, 27-31, and beauty. 161, 171, Kant's early, 15, not part of natural science. 285-6, and physicotheology. 303-8, 313, 319, and proof of existence of God. 269-70, suggested by organisms. 247, Wolff's invention of 14 telescopes. 134 territory, contrasted to domain. 61-3 testimony. 332-3 theism. 263, 266, 387 and 16 theology, Ithaca theology moral. 303, 308 46, Physica theology. 303-8, and teleology. 253, 255, 269, 285, theoretical versus practical. 38-39 theosophy. 323 Thunison, Michael. 43 theurgy. 323 things in themselves, contrasted to appearances. 63, 278 time, and arts of sensation. 202 tone, arts of. 198, 202, 205 7, purity of. 109 10 Tonelli, Giorgio. 357 and 107 Torah, Jewish Book of the Law. 156 toward perpetual peace. 388 and 4, 393 and 16, 393 and 17 tragedy. 203 transcendental ascetic. 25-6 true estimation of living forces. 351 and 5 typography. 49 ugliness in art. 191. 382 and 41 ultimate end, morality as. 178, of nature. 35, 38, 294 5, 297 303, 310 understanding, concepts of. 218 19, definition of faculty of. 8, as discursive. 2756, and genius. 194 5, not intuitive. 2723, 276, 361 and 21, 391 and 10, relation to other cognitive faculties. 45 6, 55 6, 646. See also cognitive faculties. Free play, universal natural history and theory of the heavens. 352 and 5, 374 and 14, 391 and 8, 393 and 10, 396 and 49 universal validity of aesthetic judgment. 27, 96 104, 167 9, 228, 368 and 14, 368 and 15, and antinomy of taste. 214 17, 220, not grounded in psychology. 39, of pleasure. 25 26, 76 7, 99 104, 106, subjective contrasted to objective. 6, 32, 99 101, 161 2. See also aesthetic judgment, intersubjective validity, universal voice, in judgments of taste. 6, 101 universals, and particulars. 275 6 utility, contrasted with disinterested pleasure. 17, 111 12, 367 and 4, 372 and 38 Virgil. Publius Virgilius Nero. 65 and Vitruvius. Pollio. 389 and 6 Voltaire. Francois Marie Eraud. 210, 385 and 65 War. Barbarism of. 298. Consequences of. 300, 393 and 17. Representation of. 191. Sublimity of. 146 Weigel. Valentin. 374 and 13 What does it mean to orient oneself in thinking? 375 N25 What is enlightenment? 379 N14 Whole nature as a 250 relation to parts in organisms 244 6 277 Wieland, Christoph Martin 187 381 N35 Will contrasted to wish 32 N 65 N definition of 105 determination of 69 107 358 N4 and discipline 299 freedom of XX 5960 value of 394 N27 394 N29 Windelband Wilhelm 43 wisdom divine 310 314 N Withoff Philip Lawrence 194 383 N45 Wolf Christian 14 351 N4 354 N41 358 N2 360 N19 370 N34 374 N13 387 N14 390 N3 Wood Alan W 47 Zamito John H 52 357 N107